wizard, what do you see as you twist the tiles beneath our feet? What do you see?
Remember the fade in your eyes. I'm lost in space, floating away. Away, away, away. I'm running away from you. I'm running away. Come find me. I'm reaching out to you.
Like the attention, girl, I know you. But you're everything I want in life. We're fighting danger like kung fu. The love I feel is deep inside. The others don't matter. It's honestly us against the world. We're the perfect team. You're my dream, and I just want it.
I can see myself. I can see myself. I can see myself. See myself. I can see myself. I can see myself. I can see myself. See myself. I can see myself. I can see myself. See myself. I can see myself. I can see myself. I can see myself.
Oh baby, if you ever need a helper, you should know that I'll be there day and night. Nobody else can love you better. I'm here just to treat you right. You're the reason I'm alive. You're the only pain I can endure. And when you're not here, you're my dream, but I just want it. Yeah, I just wanna. You're my dream, but I just want it.
I can see myself. I can see myself. I can see myself. See myself. I can see myself. I can see myself. I can see myself. See myself. I can see myself. I can see myself. See myself. I can see myself. I can see myself. I can see myself.
But I just want it.
Deep inside I knew from the start, you my bunny, I'm your Clark. From now to eternity I give you all my heart. We are meant to be, it's clear to see. My love is bigger than I thought. I got everything I want when I hold you with my arms. The others don't matter, my love and my pleasure, the key to my treasure. Whatever's the weather, day up and out with you till I die. How many times for you I'ma try? Want you to notice the one and I know this. Perfect soulmate, I wanna show it my best friend. She saved my life, my happy end in hard times.
Oh baby, hug it to myself, hug it to myself, hug it to myself. But I just want it.
I can see myself. I can see myself. I can see myself. See myself. I can see myself. I can see myself. I can see myself.
I just want
Okay.
I can see myself. I can see myself. I can see myself. See myself.
When I close my eyes, I can almost see it. When I take a breath, you fill up my lungs. And if my mind worked backwards just for a minute, I'd follow you before the memory's gone. I remember you, you lift my spirit. With you high is all I'm feeling. Remember how we felt alive. I remember you.
invincible. Come in, I could seat you by the fire. Listen, listen, there's something I must confide. I know I said that it'd be fine. I know I made it look like it'd be alright, but I think I learned my lesson, and I'm not gonna let you out of my sight. You can call me killer, 'cause I'll bring you to the light. And it might taste bitter when you're answering to God. You can call me killer as you look into my eyes. Nothing but a sinner. You won't get away this time. You won't get away this time. You won't get away this time. You won't get away. So let me catch you. So let me catch you slipping by. Why do I get myself? Why do I get myself caught up in these lonely nights? Oh, why? Why do I get myself? Why do I get myself caught up in these lonely nights? Walk through my heart. Show me your eyes. 'Cause all along I knew I was doing the wrong thing by giving you my time. Where was I? Where was I when I needed it most? When I needed myself? Where was I?
The sun was in front of me the whole time. I couldn't see. Blind, I was blinded, and I don't see. Once again.
All-Stars has been really fun. When we play our matches, everyone is just laughing the whole game, even if we're losing.
Just maybe too much trolling sometimes.
Oh, nice.
Our last game as Europe is gonna be against LCK.
LCK has had quite a grip over League of Legends for a while now. That's not gonna be the case against me.
Engage third proc.
암살자들이 많이 바뀌었거든요. 그래서 암살자 보드도 되게 재밌을 것 같고.
因为大家都是刺客嘛，然后所以没有坦克，这种卡一次就会玩得很开心。
As long as I just invade 24/7, like kill everyone, it's so easy.
Yeah, against LP, I think we're gonna really try hard. Want to play against Uzi and Mata again because it was really hard to play against him at Worlds. Me and Bjergsen have like a special revenge to get.
Bienvenido a Barcelona. Welcome to day 3 of the 2016 All-Star event. Coming to you live from Spain in a absolutely packed arena as we're at the halfway point in this battle of the elements. And Team Yellow and Team Fuego are locked in a stone cold dead heat. Today, our 30 All-Stars from around the world will storm back onto Summoner's Rift and the Howling Abyss as the battle continues to determine which regions truly are the best in the world. Yeah, well, we'll see, because that is obviously what all of this decides. I'm EpicSkillshot, joined here at the desk by Aiden, Zyrene, Moon, and Trevor Quickshot Henry. First and foremost, Trevor, thank you for defending Europe's honor. I think you have nothing to be ashamed of, to be honest. You were going up against a giant. How do you feel?
Really disappointed. I got baited into playing a Bruiser v Bruiser. I'm an 80 carry main, so it was a disadvantage, but it was fun. It was enjoyable, and Ibai, he's a monster.
He's
played so well.
fantastic.
Why didn't you play an 80 carry?
I wanted to be fun, and I was like, I could play for 100 CS, but I wanted to man up and enjoy the show, because this crowd, I wanted to hear them scream.
Yeah, it's intense, and I think in between your outfit and what you laid on the Rift, I think we can be very proud of QuickShot. But we're going to take a look at the standings for the other competition. After 2 days of mayhem, it's all squared up. 350 for Fire and Ice, but Ice has a big chance here today.
They absolutely do, because if Team Ice win every single match today, including the 1v1 matchups, Team Ice will be declared your All-Star 2016 champions.
Yeah, so just to clarify that, there's 450 points on the line, but theoretically, if they win those 1v1 matchups, they would bank tomorrow, and with some heavy hitters like Peke, Reckless, Uzi, Mata still in there for Ice, that is reasonable.
Yeah, but they have to win every match today. The first thing on the docket is LCK versus EU. Peke says he's up to the challenge, but Korea has absolutely looked incredible this entire tournament.
Peke says he's up to the challenge. Reckless says they're going to win.
Yeah.
Look, EU looked pretty good yesterday. Reckless went off on that vein, and I think, you know, because Team Ice, they have a shot, I'm going to don the Team Ice flag all day long. You'll notice there's no fire on my version of the scarf because I have removed it because they don't stand a chance.
All right, there we go. Well, we're going to see what they can put on the line. As said, LCK is 2-0 in the 5v5 battles. So I'm glad you bring it to this. We can be a little biased here.
No, he actually sewed two
biased.
together.
No, I did. I legitimately...
Oh, you actually did?
Yeah, he sewed two together.
There were two scarves, but because Ice is so much greater, we've removed fire from the scarf.
Yeah, that flew right over my head. That flew right over my head. Thanks for the clarification. A couple of other things. EU, they won their battle versus the GPL yesterday, and the GPL, obviously, they came out of the wildcard qualifier, but they have been pulling their weight in the 1v1s, just not so much on Summoner's Rift.
Yeah, on Summoner's Rift, it has been really rocky for them, but the 1v1s, there are 7 players left for Fire. 4 of them are from the GPL, so only one of their members got knocked out of all 5. It's very impressive. The Vietnam guys, they know how to actually play those 1v1s. I've been watching them. They actually stand on the Relic at 2:15 when it spawns. They know how to control it. It's very common there to actually have a 1v1 and to be like, okay, this is for our dignity. I'm going to 1v1 you, bro, after solo queue.
The question is, does the additional practice on the 1v1 mode from the previous All-Star tournaments equal out the potential skill disparity? That's what we're going to find out in this next round of 1v1s. But when you look at all the big heavy hitters, Bjergsen and Doublelift knocked out on day 1. Faker lost a mirror matchup yesterday to a support who came into the tournament.
Well, not just any support.
Who came into the tournament with the lowest win rate of any of all of the All-Star players. So it's been a topsy-turvy 1v1, and I can't wait to see the round of 16 take place today.
Yeah, and in that first best of 5, we have a bit of history for the LCK squad as well, right?
Yeah, and today is going to be a very interesting day because SK Telecom T1 announced that both Blank and Peanut are on the roster for 2017 as their 2 junglers. So unless something changes, this could possibly be the last time that Faker and Bengi play on the same team in a professional match.
Yeah, it will be very interesting to see, and I'm sure they will put it all on the Rift, sadly, for our EULCS boys. Let's take a look at what is in store this evening. As said, LCK versus EU All-Stars up first, and then one for all. That's going to be so fun. 1v1 tournament continues, 8 matches in the round of 16 today. LMS versus GPL, then Assassins mode, and NALCS versus LPL. I said 450 points on the line. What are your favorites? What are you looking forward to the most today?
So I was really looking forward to the Assassin mode, but then I looked at the final game, and I was like, wait a second. The last time that Uzi played Doublelift, Uzi Smack Daddy Doublelift out of groups and into retirement. So I'm waiting for that rematch.
I'm trying to be careful with the salt, but you're just boom.
You gotta lay it all out there. I actually really want to see how well EULCS does against LCK. We were talking backstage before this the show kicks off, and do you know the only team that's beaten LCK at an All-Star tournament was the European LCS All-Stars from last year?
Are you kidding me? I framed that and hung that above my bed.
Historically speaking, the only loss that Korea has suffered at All-Star is at the hands of a European team. And listen to that crowd.
They're in our house.
There are thousands of fans that want to see them lose.
Yeah. We'll see what happens. I think the crowd is fired up, and we are about to jump into our first match of the day. Let's head over to the casters as the hometown EULCS heroes face off against the mighty All-Stars of the LCK.
Thank you very much, Shox. Hello, everyone. Daniel C. Fedrakos here, joined at the desk by Martin Officiolunger and Christopher Papa Smithy Smith.
For the first time.
For the first time together. Now it's EU versus LCK. How you guys feeling?
Pretty good. I'm a little bit sad because Trevor just stole your beautiful point about Europe beating SK last year.
That was definitely the burning hope. Is all right, history. You know, we talk about win rates, we talk about history. What I will say though is the crowd is electric here. We have a full house today, and the big fun thing about that, 2 most popular players here. Of course, the hometown man and Peke, but you have to say Faker. You know, of course, one of the greatest players, the greatest player to ever play this game. It's just a close second.
Well, let's take a chance to look at some of those players. Starting off on the side of Team Fire, the LCK All-Stars. In the top lane, it's going to be Smeb. In the jungle, Bangi. Mid, no surprises here. It's Faker, AD carry Prey, and support Matla.
Yeah, but today, Sifa, they're facing the guards from the EU LCS, of course. From the EU All-Star team, Soa's up in the top lane, joined by Yankas in the jungle. Peke in the mid lane, you can hear the crowd. Reckless is the AD carry, had a great Vayne game yesterday. And Mithy, the support. And Mithy also, you know, from Spain, from here, and yet when he walks next to Peke, it's always Peke that's screaming right now. And I'm sure Mithy wants to show that, you know, he deserves also to get some chance.
Spain's given some love to Mithy, but you're right. The cheers have been absolutely deafening for Peke, but guys, we can't lie about this. This is looking a little rough for the EU All-Stars, but what do they have to do here to pull out a win? We've got history, but there's got to be more than history if they want to win today.
I mean, the mindset's good, you have to say. I mean, talking to Reckless at breakfast, he really wants to win here. He was serious yesterday about his match, carried on Vayne. If they can translate that performance, it's going to be really exciting to see them because 2v2, sure, Prey and Madlife are legends, but can they actually really stand up to Reckless and Mithy, who are really in form, and Madlife, you know, still question marks about it.
Yeah, that's the thing. I think the bot lane from Europe has to do well, and then Yankas, of course, we saw his Hecarim game yesterday. We know he's this kind of jungler who can kind of take over the early game. And Bengi, obviously, while he's still a fantastic player, I think he's the kind of guy you can still punish early on. So I think Yankas and the bot lane from Europe is the two, you know, places we're looking. Mid lane, top lane, it will be difficult against Smeb and Faker.
Yeah, I mean, you're in Europe, so we're kind of looking half full, but, you know, as the LCK analyst, that mid lane is, let's say it's a mismatch. A guy who didn't play a mid lane in summer versus Faker, the greatest mid laner of all time. So uphill battle is really...
I mean, to be fair to
every
Peke, though.
Faker matchup, to be fair.
Sure.
Yeah, that, and additionally, Peke, while he did have a rough second day, his day one was really good when we look at that Arc performance. Did have excellent numbers, some solid flanks, so that's kind of the shade of Peke I feel like we need to see if we want you to pull out a win here. However, now into Champions Select, and immediately Rengar taken off the board and away from Jankos.
I thought Jankos looked really strong on the Hecarim yesterday.
Yeah.
Actually making the ganks. He wasn't going for the power farming that you can with the new Krogs and the Raptors, so interesting to see that's the first ban, and wow, jungle focus here.
All right, I mean, I guess they kind of agree with what we just talked about. Yankas being one of the guys we're looking at to kind of carry Europe through the early game here and get the big advantage. Rengar ban, I think that's just a respect for Rengar, because Yankas never been like a massive Rengar player. Lee Sin, of course, is his signature pick.
Well, interesting as well, we have jungle being banned out on the side of Team Fire, but Team Ice is all about shutting down the mid lane here. So you can see where the team's priority is already pretty early in the big ban phase.
You don't normally talk about trends in what is an invitational event like All-Stars, but Team Fire have been really prioritizing Nautilus. Nautilus first pick, Nautilus flex pick. The Rek'Sai is also another interesting one because Bengi's champion pool has never been massive, and Rek'Sai specifically has been a really big contested pick. But the Nautilus up, Nautilus flex pick once again.
Exactly, yeah. Flex picking, Madlife likes to play these tank supports now. And I don't think Faker really minds these 3 bans against him. We know he can just play Victor if he wants to be super boring.
And you call him a tank support. Remember, he's also a hook support. Madlife is known for the Madlife.
So what about the Town Kens yesterday? Lick support?
I got nothing for that. Move on, move on.
Okay.
Look, Officio, it's not about what happened yesterday. Focus on the here and now.
Yes.
3 years ago when he played a lot of Thresh. But, you know, maybe it could be hooks versus hooks in the bottom lane. I know we're not supposed to talk about hover-overs, but please, someone play Blitzcrank.
I think we're going to see a fairly serious pick and ban phase. Again, we might get the Blitzcrank in the one-for-all mode. We saw that last year, at least. This first rotation, we've seen a lot of Rek'Sai come in, especially when Lee Sin is being banned. We know Yankees likes to play it as well, unless he wants to really carry. And that's the thing. The European players yesterday, they said, you know what? Not, you know, boring tanks top. No tank junglers. No, let's play carries everywhere, and they're doing the same again.
And look, they're actually thinking about junglers. What will they land on?
Yankos, smile on his face. I think it is going to be the Elise as well as the Kennen locked in. Fisher just said it carries a lot of damage potential already early on.
And it's definitely a takeaway pick from Bengi, one of his comforts. Bengi has talked about this tournament as kind of like a job interview for him. He's another one of these players like Mad Life looking for his next place. Will he show us a Bengi pick, or will he be like, no, look, I'm still spry. I may have 3 world championships, but I can play the Hecarim. I can play something crazy. Knowing Bengi, it's going to be standard, but we can hope.
Let's get the famous Bengi in Italy, 100% win rate.
It's never been defeated.
No,
You've been doing your research.
I know.
I
copied your research. Okay, let's look at these win rates here. Oh, 100%. That's impressive.
He's never lost.
No, never lost on that champion. Might just be something like Olaf, still a good matchup into Elise. Olaf is still good in this meta, alongside 10 other junglers, because the jungle is just really, really strong right now.
When was the last time you could say there was upwards of, let's say, 6 junglers in the meta? It feels like there's always been that pocket, you know, like the Triforce, the Triangle. It's crazy to think that there really is that many viable picks.
Well, Olaf, of course, being one of them alongside the Ezreal. They're teasing us again every time with those hoverovers, not the Kled. Ezreal now locked in for Prey, and, you know, a solid pick for him across the board.
But this is a Vayne game now from Reckless. You're against the Ezreal. It's an old matchup that was in favor of Vayne. Get past the first few levels, and then, especially level 6. Oh, Ilawi!
Wait,
Kennenated carry.
No. We talked to Reckless. He said he wanted to bust out the old picks. He said he wanted to bust out something special.
I can't believe we joked about the Kennen and said this was a time when Reckless didn't have to carry. He just played Kennenated carry, and now he's actually doing it again.
The build path will be really interesting to track as Teemo's being considered, let's say.
Peke, don't play with my heart. All right, let's talk about what they do. We have Alawi and Kennen on the same team. Is this just the dream combo setup?
I've never got to cast an Alawi game, never played in Korea. What about the wildcard factor? Because there's literally never been a top-level professional game of Alawi in Korea.
See, I actually had a point prepared about the Roman Empire and Chaos style and everything, but I'll do that in-game because these picks here are surprising. You know, that's how you try and beat the organized, fantastic killing machine on the side of Korea here. Madlife might be the guy ruining the day for Europe and just picking something like Janna. Unless he wants to play Nautilus support and like really take these big team fights. But against Kennen, against Ilawi, if you play like full disengaged support, you kind of make them useless in the team fights.
And then we have the 1v1 matchup to talk to. So it looks like it's going to be the support Nautilus if there is a Jace to be taken to the top lane. A range versus melee matchup. It can go pretty well for the Jace. The Galio's locked in though.
We saw it once before, the shield so powerful, Faker fearlessly diving turrets time and time again, and it looks like he will pick it up, so.
You were talking about the 1-0s. There is the 1-0 Galio. Played it in the Casper Cup and looked strong on the pick. It is gimmicky, it is flash-driven, but if you get that right engaged, the wombo combo with the Nautilus will be impressive, and it is the Jace locked in last.
All right, gentlemen, we talked about it. We said bot lane needs to win out. We said jungle needs to win out if you want to come out on top. Do you think they have the tools to do it at this point? Have they picked a comp to do so?
Especially the bot lane can do really well early on against a tank support, Ezreal who will get a tier. So I think the European bot lane is very, very strong here. Jungle matchup is fairly even. Yankos, of course, can gank a lot on the Elise. Top lane as well, Ilawi wins so many matchups. She's such a strong laner, but problem is she often gets camped and then she becomes useless.
And is Jace one of those matchups? Because Jace has been the oppressive top lane pick. Smeb played
Ilawi should be able to beat that.
That's a bold call.
No, wait a minute.
Yeah! Okay. Ooh. All right, we need 2 analysts here for sure. What you got to fish here?
Garen mid lane. All right, screw everything about serious pick and ban face here. Europe is
he's looking for a counter pick.
Don't you take this away from them, Deficio. They are here to win.
Oh, yeah.
And more importantly, they're going to spin to do it.
Consider the counter, Papa Smithy here. The analyst to another analyst. Garen has a silence.
Yes.
Galio can get silenced, interrupting the ult.
So the big story there is Udyr and Garen were the kind of the 2 picks way back when that were the automatic cancellation of the Galio ult. Because if you had the bear stance or the silence procs, of course, you go in for an auto attack when you're taunted and interrupt. So the interrupt is there. The tick damage won't be as useful because the W will heal through it. But you know what the other fun thing is? Faker and solo queue in Korea always bans Galio, Gangplank, Garen. Those are the 3 picks that are the first in the Korean alphabet at the top of Champ Select. And hell, we got 2 of them in the mid lane.
And this is smart scouting by Europe. Clearly Faker is afraid of the Garen.
It must be. There's no other word for it.
This is the counter to Faker. It is the Garen in the mid lane from Xpeke. He's been sitting home thinking about this.
Look at that Steely look on the face of xPeke that he knows exactly what he's doing.
Well, if you believe in the steely-eyed gaze of xPeke, you can tweet at LOL eSports, hashtag IceWin. But if you think Faker and the Galio pick are going to carry this one home, hashtag FireWin. That's what you want to put in there as we get ready for a game. And these picks are absolutely insane. I want to hold you to something analytical, but we haven't seen any of these champions in so long.
Analysis needs not apply. Hype is here to stay.
Yeah, I think the last time I saw Garen was in the LPL.
Yes, Amazing J.
Amazing J pulled it out, and that's it.
This is it, ladies and gentlemen. You can hear the roar of the crowd. LCK on the blue side, representing Team Fire. EU on the red, representing Team Ice. And a whole lot of creative picks coming out.
Well, Bengi's so excited, ghosted out of the gates. He wants to get in position ostensibly. Not quite as punishing as the flash from Peke yesterday.
No, ghosting is fine because it will be ready, you know, by the time you need
They got the gust as well. They really are looking for an early pick.
Fast.
Early invade.
Living up to his name. He's going to need to back out here. Nothing going to happen quite yet.
Oh, he placed the ward. Ghosting for the ward.
Hey, man, you got to do what you got to do.
Every ward.
So if you are watching this game and you want to play Garen in solo queue, because it will happen, in this game, Pig is running Grasp of the Undying as his keystone. Would have liked something like a Thunderlord for a little bit extra damage in there, but he clearly values the extra sustain for the Garen.
Galio
Also,
is running the Courage on the other side of things. Obviously, the ult is the hard CC that will proc the Courage.
But obviously, Faker is getting ready for the 5-man ulti that procs it with 5 men around, and he gets this 50% shield, basically. That makes him unkillable.
Taunted is going to get hit up, but it feels like a risky pick with the Galio. Kennen can auto-attack to stun him out in the right circumstance. You also have so much CC to cancel this.
Knock up from Zyra, Cocoon from long range from Jankos, the silence from a Garen. There is tools here from Team Fire to counter Faker, but not the rest of us.
I was going to say, consider this. It is Faker. So let's just assume that he is going to have some swift tricks up his sleeve. It was a full AP Galio in the Kesper Cup, if you're wondering, so don't worry, no tanks in the mid lane.
I mean, we have to be honest, though, with Galio, he's a very simple champion. Like, it is limited, even though you are, like, a mechanical god. It is kind of limited on how much you can do on this champion, specifically like, of outplays.
Oh, Faker with the backwards gust.
Looking each other in the eye, fearless, waiting for someone to pull the trigger.
It's pretty alpha to just waste mana in front of your opponent.
I mean, it's a shout out also to God B from last year. So he doesn't need to hit Peke with it.
No stranger to being alpha. He wasted flash in the face of his opponent yesterday.
I know,
he played Garen, guys.
He was standing in a brush. There was nowhere near his opponent. That was not alpha. League of Legends hard mode is when you flash it in the face of your
Oh, look at the damage. Faker heals through most of it. That unfortunate trade. But xPeke is still pushing in the mid lane.
Well, damage over time abilities really do suck against Galio. But the fact he's a physical damage dealer is a bonus.
Smeb running out. Will get cursed up here.
I mean, you say that, but it's worth noting is double AD solo lane.
Exactly.
Reckless does mostly physical damage. Will, of course, have some magical damage as well, so not sure how big that'll be.
Ooh,
Jungler's potentially meeting here.
Oh, he actually left before he got to see if Bang was there, because he's aiming for the gank in the bottom lane. A lot of CC from Europe. He's sneaking in. Remember, these are the guys we highlighted. These were the ones we need to carry early on.
Mad Life feeling mighty cozy, but here comes Jankos. Keep your eyes on that. Red buff up and available.
Look at Mad Life.
Does get the first flash shield. He's going to back off. It's a lot of damage. Flash to safety. Goes up. Comes down. Jankos with the first blood. Red buff taken down, but now he's in trouble. Faker on the way in. It's going to be the ult. Not the ult, the teleport instead. Reckless now getting cut down as well. This is disastrous for Team Ice. Mithy trying to make the hero play, but Bengi is just too tanky. Flash takes him to safety, but the axe, will it find him? It's Peke there to back him out.
Will be escorted out, but it's a 2-for-1. They didn't respect the teleport from Faker. It's worth noting. The Faker can sometimes be very much second to the roams. Yesterday, Wayless was making the big roam plays. They're gonna walk back into lane.
Sure. Getting caught up by Peke. The ignite goes down. Faker's in trouble. He's going to heal up a decent amount. True damage is there. Garen spinning to win. The ice mark comes out. Mickey's backing up as well. Bangy silence. Locked up. There's decent damage. Red buffs on both sides. He spins in. It's the double. Garen's back, boys.
Are you kidding me? We're watching Peke on Garen against the LCK All-Stars, and he's just picked up a double kill.
Hey, man, spin to win. It's pretty simple, but it works pretty damn effectively. And this is what happens. He didn't have the teleport to be bought, but he had the ignite for kill pressure. And this looks like kill pressure to me.
Great timing, silence first, so the shield doesn't come up from Faker, and then he just spins around him with enough damage. And now Bengi, obviously, no flash to get away with the ghost from him. And Peke Gets the kill with style.
Looks
That's the
even more
best
beautiful.
way to get a kill.
Looks even more beautiful in slow motion.
Take the chance. Hashtag EU mids. Busting it out. Of course, is going to itemize the phage early on. Will make it easier to stick to that target. But meanwhile, checking in on the top side of the map. Soaz doing okay in the trades, but not doing so hot in the CS department.
You just see no Alawi inquiry, at least on the professional level. It's not a massive pick in solo queue in any region. So very interesting how Smeb navigates.
Well,
it is a lane bully in Jace, we have to be clear.
Yeah, and it is a pick we've seen, you know, in the West quite a bit. North America played a little bit. Europe has played it quite a lot. For like 2 weeks, basically. It was a thing for 2 weeks. And then everyone was like, oh, actually, never mind if I get camped, it sucks, so I'm just not going to play it anymore. But we had players like Chachi who loves to play it, and now Swords obviously picked it up.
Curious to see what Soaz will itemize. Of course, Chachi knows that early death dance, but got to keep our eyes on the mid lane because Peke, as long as he has that red buff, just keeps trading into Faker, but without team there to back him up with the Ignite to burn him down, not doing a whole lot.
Yeah, now it is very difficult as a melee champion in the mid lane to like chase someone down and actually kill them early on. Peke might have to start roaming and go to some of these side lanes. Europe's team here when it comes to diving bot lane is going to be insanely strong.
Boy.
Elise, Garen in, that's like instant kills on an 80 carry. Bengi's top lane though.
Roasted. Fight on her hands. Soaz is level 6. He can look for the outplay.
Bengi take a low and bye.
He's just a tourist here in the top lane.
He saw the level 6 and he was like, nope, I know enough to know that does love damage.
Raw power of WoW, of course, still terrifying. You can shut her down. Always has that turnaround potential. Prey picking up the honey fruit on the bottom side. Madlife making a sweet way back into the laning phase.
Yeah, I do wonder if Bengi knows exactly how much damage Ilaoi can deal after level 6, or if he's just seen the highlights. You know, where she's 10-0 and she's able to 1v3.
The Reddit highlights.
Exactly, the big Reddit highlights. Because when you actually play against it, yes, her damage is crazy at level 6, but it's not one-shotting you this early on in the game. Still, he might have spotted Jankos on a ward as well near the top half of the map and just decided to play it safe.
Also the first time that Bengi and Smeb, I guess, the first tournament at least, they've played together on a team, so it is a bit of novelty there.
So much damage coming in, marked out as the villain.
You notice the difference though, Steve. The big story is Soaz though.
Spikes, Smeb taking so much damage, Soaz healing so much as well. Will be cursed, goes forward, flashes, maybe wants a little bit more.
Solo kill!
And that's how you deal a lot of damage. You're 1v1 here, there's no jungler for Soaz, so this time he can just pop the ulti, and Smeb took a lot of extra hits from the tentacles, and he goes down.
Soaz may have been knocked out of the 1v1 bracket, but still getting his opportunity to 1v1 on the top side. But Peke, it's a similar story. There's 3 members there. I don't know if he wants this fight. Goes in, still alive, knocks down Demacia onto Bengi. Madlife is next, and Ice is taking control.
So many curveballs, but they're all working at least early.
Chaos style, baby!
Chaos style, well, that is your region, of course, but this worked also, it's worth noting, for LPL yesterday. Scaling is going to be a very interesting question, but may not be relevant if they can keep finding engage like this. It looks like a 1-for-3, 1v3, but Ice is coming right into the fight.
Just enough damage from both Zyra, Cannon, Elise, and then Peke with the ulti. Now we talk about the bot lane dive.
TP
looking
used.
at his Faker's teleport.
Very safe.
He can tax the bot lane now. There you go. Classic. Didn't actually get the castles though. He was nice enough to just allow Prey to last hit them. Good guy, Faker.
Many players cancel the GP. Faker stays for the farm. Slightly different strategy overall, but EU about 1,000 gold. Mythy having to flash to safety though, respecting the engage potential. Things so far looking good. Looking bad for Faker though. Garen in the bush. This is the classic. Haven't seen it since season 3, and now Peke running for his life, but Mythy's here to back him up. All goes in. No silence on the Garen. They're going to take that one down. Peke now running for his life. He's going to get hooked up. Peke set to fall, and that's a shutdown onto Faker.
Fool me once, shame on me. Fool me twice, shame on you. The big story there, and what we saw in the first trade, was the silence got so much value. The W came on late, and Faker just got chunked out. This time, silence was prepped. Every time he face checks, needs to have that on his mind, and they want more. They've already got 2 kills. They're looking at Reckless. The minion wave's not where it needs to be, though, so they're going to back away, at least for now.
Bliss going forward, getting aggressive, does have ultimate. Is he going to use it? Yes, comes out. Getting aggressive here, Prey. Trying to heal up the minion wave. The minion wave's hitting him as well. Reckless, can he get this flash forward? Is he going to be able to grab it?
Oh!
Yeah, he got it! 1-for-1 in the end, but now Fire moving onto the tower.
Well, Reckless knew more members from Team Fire were coming to the bottom lane, and there's no way out. Just had to try and take down Prey with him. Yanka's in the top lane.
Acceleration gate
Tags
waiting
him
as
with
long
the
as
slow.
possible. They can't look for the dive. Does hit the CC. There go the tentacles, and now it's a party under the tower. Soaz, one final smack to take him down.
Yeah, now the Ilaoi is getting fed. So fed. Smeb made that mistake before. Yes, Illaoi will not one-shot you at level 6, but if you stand in the tentacles, you will die, and he did. Peke is chasing Mad Life, the classic Garen Nautilus we often see.
Really, when we look at this matchup,
I mean, another round of spells ult will kill Mad Life here.
Silent. And Faker will be there. Doesn't have the ultimate. Nope, Duran not quite available yet. Bangy on the way in. No mana to spam the axes. Peke have to play respect here. Ray on the backside. Peke maybe sending fall going in. Plan's going to slow a little bit. Out comes the ultimate for the disengage. They get frisky. A lot of low health bars.
And we've seen Peke a few times now jump onto Faker after he got that kill. Only problem here for Garen is the animation when he's casting the Q to land that silence is sadly for Peke is slow enough that Faker often can just start shielding himself. And then the next, spin to win thing doesn't really do that much. So whenever you see these trades, always look for like the Q first from Peke and how fast Faker gets up the shield. If the shield is up, Peke can't really get him low enough to actually kill him.
I had the pleasure of talking to Double Lift on the Allstar yesterday during the game. I was talking about 80 carry builds. We see a BF sword in the itemization for Cannon, and his idea was basically IE into Shiv, IE into Hurricane, you're ready to go.
Yeah.
Do you think we'll actually see Infinity Edge Cannon here, just because the build right now is so powerful on Zero Sum?
Yeah, I definitely believe we will see just BF now, and then now you go for your Hurricane,
Hurricane's a Cannon special,
exactly.
Right? Being able to get the W procs.
You sit on the BF, you get your Hurricane, then you get Infinity Edge, and maybe later you can get something like Blade of the Ruin King if you want that for the late game. But you also will need some sort of defensive item because there is quite a lot of champions here who's going to dive towards the backline of Europe.
Of course, gotta respect the potential for the flash engage from Faker. Flash a little bit of ways away, but Isle of Durand up and available. Additionally, the Olaf fearlessly can run in there. A lot of CC, but it's just not going to matter to him.
You have to remember, Illaoi is the kind of champion who wants you to dive the backline.
Oh, yes.
Then you run right through like multiple tentacles, and it's a 2-0 Illaoi. So if Bengi's up there now, he might actually die in a 1v2.
I mean, vision control is just insanely strong. If you face check Team Ice, you got the Illaoi, Cannon, Garen will spin to win. Of course, not even talking about the base damages from the Zyra. It's only Galio on the side of Team Fire that you get the same respect from, but regardless, both teams are going to be actively trying to get vision control because the face checks can explode a team in just a matter of seconds.
Of course, the mid lane relatively even in terms of pressure, at least at this stage. Peke picking up those waves, but Bangy and Mad Life are moving into the jungle. Just gonna look to throw down some vision of their own. Clear out some of the vision that Ice have so diligently set up, and right as the blue buff spawns.
Well, this might actually be bad for LCK because the rest of Europe is moving in. Mithy not hitting the snare. Peke now taking quite some damage in mid. Blue buff Galio can just keep spamming away, and Faker
getting aggressive here, not afraid to tank up the tower shots.
No, he's pretty tanky already. Garen, obviously, he's not the best scaling champion in the game.
Nope.
You need an Infinity Edge if you want some sick damage late game.
There is some synergy, though. Very good at proccing the Black Cleaver that he's already rushed down. So looks like he's going to be picking up one as well. So they will be able to do Armor Shred for both the Illaoi and the Cannon to do some good damage. Nice rotation from Fire. Garen exits lane, and first tower of the game, going to go to LCK.
Big buff to that gold differential. Of course, now evening it out. 5-day maybe this kill score, but a 600 gold lead in favor of the LCK. Reckless backing off. He wants to pressure out the tower, but doesn't have the resources to do so.
And it's a little bit tricky for Europe here to actually like make a play on the map because they can double teleport. Faker already used his down the bottom lane to get that kill very early on. And you really want to get this Garen out of the lane here. You want to get him to some of these side lanes where you can get onto like a squishy Ezreal, even a Jace. But Peke is just not able to move because the wave is getting pushed by Faker all the time.
I mean, you say you want to get him to side lane. You want to get him a side brush is what you want, actually.
Right.
You want him marshalling a big minion wave, then assassinating someone. It's too greedy to take it.
Goes wide, of course, he does have the ultimate. He's just waiting for the silence timeout. Now Bangy's in there, and that's a party in the mid lane. Faker taking down with the Ignite. Wants a little bit more action, but Faker's going to make it out to safety.
Haven't hit level 11 with that ult on two people, already doing a lot of damage. Poking on Faker, but poke damage will only heal him up, so another all-in to take down the Galio.
And another situation where the animation of the Q from Garen is just too slow, so Faker gets up that shield, stays alive, and Bengi obviously there to make sure they pick up a kill, and Europe putting a lot of focus on that mid lane.
Not something that we talked about early on. Didn't expect to see so much focus. Of course, didn't expect to see a Garen either, but Prey now in trouble, but the TP coming in. Faker, of course, no ultimate available. Go for it here. Does start to move forward. Not at all scared to tank this one out. Haas cannot afford to back up into the dire ult, but will now free to pull back. Now it looks like LCK going to pressure the bottom side tower.
Really interested to see if Faker puts some more points into his W. Will make any health stackers unkillable with the 75 armor and magic resistance provides. For now, looks like he's maxing at second, so he's still tanky when he pops the W, but he's not unkillable like he is when he has 5 points in that runic bulwark.
And you have to go for an awkward build as a Galio, not being able to go for any magic resistance because you're against so many physical damage dealers on the side of Europe here. Top lane is still going lower and lower because Soas is just like hammering away on the tower, and he can kill Smeb if he wants to now. Pretty fed Ilaoi. Sadly for Europe, they're not able to kind of speed up the game right now.
I mean, I was actually surprised he was able to teleport in the face of an Ilaoi with the 2 AD items so confidently as the squishy Jace, but it worked out so far. He does have the item advantage, as Soas hasn't been able to shop.
Level advantage, Soas gonna use the ultimate here, wants to throw down some damage. Jace pulling back, but pulling into enemy territory will be cursed up. Tentacle's gonna slap, Tentacle's going to spawn, but a tower's dropped meanwhile on the bottom side of the map. Bengi is on his way up. Smeb, can he live long enough to get his jungler into the fight? Garen is there as well, but Soas, got his eyes on the prize, and Smeb with the fancy footwork going to live, at least so far. No ult for Soas.
Peke is coming, so is Jankos.
Garen moving in. Is he going to get anything?
Gets the minions. Worth it for Peke. He gets the minions on top side. Soas almost taking down Smeb again up in that top lane, but bot lane tower did go down. LCK 2,000 gold lead now.
And the question is, how much does Garen do if you start losing inner turrets? Even once you lose your outer turrets, suddenly there's a lot less space that you can really guarantee is going to be unchecked. And then suddenly the Schrodinger's bush situation with the Garen becomes more and more predictable.
I mean, how much is Ilaoi, Garen, and AD Kennen really going to do when
Wait,
you're
put a
behind?
number on this one, Mark. Come on, Deficio. How much are they going to do?
Basically nothing. If they fall really far behind. It is still okay for Europe. They have some good first items. They're only 2,000 gold down. As this is one team fight, and then it's an ace for Europe, and suddenly, it's a Baron. Just predicting what's going to happen in about 5-6 minutes. Beng is coming top lane again.
Oh, Soas got caught out on day 1. It looks like day 3 will be a similar story. Pulling back, Test of Spirit does get denied.
There's no ulti sadly for Soas, just a few seconds.
Doesn't connect. He's trying to bait him in.
Beng is so afraid all the time, also because Europe is coming again.
Collapse onto the top side a lot. This is the wombo combo potential we talked about in Champion Select.
On Bengi,
they're gonna go forward. Bengi, can he hit the plant? Can he make it out? Doesn't look like it. Yes! No! Gets knocked out mid-air. Reckless. Cutting him down. Fire, yeah, falling a little short there. And Peke's already on the bottom side. What is LCK's next move?
A lot of these turrets here are very low now. Baker trying to go for Peke. Realizes he doesn't want to go into the rush against the Garen.
Just gonna keep running this one out. Does do a lot of damage here. Has the blue buff. We talked about this before. It's gonna be a long, slow
teleport.
duel. Ignite does go down, trying to deny the healing. Baker, who's on the way in. Soas is here. Prey is here as well. There's not any CC. Want to get more damage, but not enough. Garen ult not going to be there, but Baker caught out. That's a lot. Mithy from over the wall. Looks like Mad Life could be next. That's a lot of burst damage right up front. Soas looking for a little bit more as you're all not going to connect. Mad Life trying to make it out. Prey looking for the disengage for his team, but Mithy flies forward. He connects it. Yanko's not going to have the cocoon follow-up.
Nice mechanics, but they know they can't continue to follow. Bengi had already respawned. They still get their first turret of the game, the outer in the bot lane. Ocean Drake has spawned, but they don't feel confident enough to start it just yet. And Jace looks like he's going to get the third outer turret. So outer drink will go down, probably at the cost of this Ocean Drake.
Now the mid lane tower, the tier 1 mid lane tower for LCK is about 50%. Top lane tower is like 5 HP, 1 hit only. So there will be a lot of gold for Europe to pick up very, very soon if they can actually get to these towers here. I'm sure Source will get the top tower.
I mean, it's only a support Nautilus, so that's enough to dissuade, but we will go back and look at this. Baker overextends. Smeb did not have TP, did it to get back to top lane to complete the push that he'll be doing about a minute ago. And it looks like he was going to get away on just a sliver of HP, but Mithy is in the right spot.
Absolutely makes the hero play here. A beautiful snare ult over the wall. Zyra damage, more than enough to finish it out. And so close to taking down Mad Life as well as we close out that replay. And you mentioned the tower differential here. EU potentially take 2 more towers. They take one of those alongside the double Ocean Drakes and 200 gold lead, but still advantage to EU. This mid-game looking pretty solid so far.
Yeah, equal in gold, but with, just a sliver on mid lane, you can say effectively about 1,000 gold in just a couple of seconds. But if they can't get access to that mid lane, they keep it pushing, It is just a line ball game, which is awesome to see, let's be real.
But again, we have now seen Europe for the last 5 minutes get Garen out of the mid lane and actually start moving around. They're going for Faker.
Oh, stun goes in, silence goes in. He's not going to be able to ult. Will he get it up in time? Yes, that's a massive seal from the Courage of the Colossus, but not enough courage to close this one out. Peke says die, Faker, die, and makes it look all too easy.
No one was coming. There's 3 on the top side of the map. They're going to steal away a red buff, get control over Baron, but no other real objectives to contest, so it's just free kills over to Team Ice.
Europe might try and go for the mid tower, but the rest of LCK is already here trying to defend.
20 minutes and the gold is dead even. This could be the fight. It shifts it back into the favor of either one of these lineups. Ice backing off, Fire backing off as well, not picking this fight, instead turning their attention to the top side.
Yeah, Soa's got that tower with the minions. Did decide to stay around. Tried to go for that 1v2, but...
Yeah, didn't even catch this one, so it was a 1v1 across the map.
Of course, a lot of pressure now on the top side of the map. Smeb continuing to push out despite his early struggles in lane against the Alawi, at least with the support of Yankos. Not really amounting to too much at this point in the game.
Will still be some very, very explosive minutes now. If we look at like Alawi and Garen, like these bruisers often like a strong early game, but then also like in the mid game on 1 to 2 items, they can take down like so many of these squishy targets so easily and still be fairly tanky at the same time. We haven't hit the late game where they suddenly start falling out, like run out of damage, especially the Garen. Alawi will always have damage.
Well, and of course, speaking of hitting those 2 item points, Smeb picking up a mortal reminder so early on against an Alawi feels really impactful.
Yeah, I was watching the Casper Cup, and specifically in the final, as Benji's going to face check, but he has a Banshee Veil, he'll be all right. Specifically in the final, against Poppy, his build was very similar. That cleaver into armor penetration was able to beat Poppy. Should be good here as Benji.
Knight goes down, he's going for more. Peke just does not care. Multiple members in front of him. Benji going to live anyway. Mad Life is the one taking all the damage, though. It's absolutely massive in the favor of Team Ice, but now they have to run. There's too many low health bars, and Peke is a man possessed as he leaps in time and time again.
It's not the top Nautilus that can just teleport and impact fights. It is the Jace, so even though he has teleport, very much a defensive teleport user, it's going to stay push up bot and another free kill over to Ice.
It's what we talked about with these bruisers. Again, they have damage here in the mid game. They're tanky enough to like be super aggressive, and Peke just showed that once again. Another easy pickup here. Yanka's been able to land some very easy cocoons because targets are CC to knocked up, and he picks up his 2nd kill. So very, very even game so far.
You're just finishing off the point on the double armor penetration rush from the Jace. If it's enough to take down Poppy, theoretically it should be enough to take down Soaz. And given we were kind of pigeonholed into thinking Poppy beats Jace after about 2 armor items, very interesting to keep tracking that even in this matchup.
I think you can criticize getting the Last Whisper as a 2nd item. I think if you want the healing reduction, you get the Executioner's Calling, and then you complete another item, and then as a 3rd item, you get the Last Whisper. Because if you look at Europe and the itemization, there isn't that much armor you're really going to penetrate, because it's only bonus armor you're going for. It's literally just a little bit on source, and that's the only thing. So it's not the most effective item now, but obviously he's expecting very soon to see more armor on the side of Europe, and then he knows, okay, I need to have that item ready for that potential big fight.
And Poppy does have those bonus scalings as well. Bengi wants to track Soaz once again.
Ghosting in. We've seen this before. Soaz can he turn it, but the healing reduction is absolutely massive in this exchange. Does get knocked out. Smeb potentially in trouble, but Bengi is going to pick that one up quite easily.
Smeb seems to be figuring out the Alawi slowly. Again, would have only had limited practice even in solo queue against this pick. So a couple of kills, bit of confidence boost to the side of Fire as Becky and Faker are still having at it, this time in the top.
Not going to be a whole lot of damage traded back and forth there. Of course, Garen usually going to heal it up. Galio pretty quick to deny that damage, especially with the now completed Zhonya's Hourglass. As we check in on the bottom lane, see Prey pretty content at that 2-item spike. And Reckless, you talked about it. This is the 80 carry itemization across the board, Infinity Edge and the Rune Ants.
This tells you how strong this pair of items is, that even on a champion like Cannon without the same steroids as other attack damage carries, it's still Infinity Edge, Hurricane as the staple. Ultimate's very much going to be purely for disengage. Won't see this cannon diving in like an AP cannon, but we'll be able to peel away someone diving, unless of course the Ragnarok is popped by Vayne.
Meanwhile, Smeb is going to take down that tower uncontested. Ice not willing to give up the resources to stop him, and now he's going to get a blue buff as well.
And now with obviously Source completing that Randuin completely, and Smeb just focusing purely on the 1v1, the Last Whisper is going to do a lot of good for him against a Source. Won't really do anything against the other 4 members, but I don't think he cares because they keep just ganking Source and taking down fast enough.
And also now they're ganking Faker as well. Moving forward, Yankos does land a cocoon. I don't know if they have enough damage, but that's a lot coming in from Xpeke. But safely under the tower. TP coming in now. They look like they may extend the fight. Will be fully completed. Now, Smeb moving forward. Is going to throw down a bit more damage. Bangy's on the backside. He's already ulted, though, and it may be a little bit too early. Smeb's taking down xpeke. The damage from Jace, a little bit too much. Now they're going to have to run for their life. Flash ball from Jankos. He's in trouble. Soaz is finally in the fight. Is he going to get the ult down? Yes, only hits one, though. Maybe looking for a little bit more. No test of spirit quite yet. Depth charge goes in, and down goes Jankos. Soaz has to fight now like a man possessed. The healing reduction will come in. That's a lot going over the wall. Soaz wants a little more. Can he get prey? Not going to get it. Mithy on the way in. Fire absolutely cleaning house here, and Ice just getting crushed.
Yeah, the predicted big teamfight win for Europe that was going to happen within 5 minutes actually went in favor of LCK, and I feel like we've seen that before. It's a good start from the other team. It's fairly early, early and mid game, and then big fight. LCK punishes, and now they're taking Baron.
But nothing, Reckless does a lot of damage here, so they have to be careful.
Poking into the fight, they're going to try to CC him, but Nautilus going to hook the wall instead. Going a little bit lower, ever closer to that smite point. They are going to get it in the end. Reckless not going to even get the 1v1. Smeb making it out. Dangerous game, just a bit too much. Making it to safety with a sliver of his life, and that's going to be Baron secured for the LCK and Team Fire.
We're going to finally get the replay here. So Peke had gone very aggressively onto Faker. Eats the slow, turns in, and with the double armor penetration, it's going to go down just complete to the Jace, and then it's just really scattered. Reckless has to use his ult, runs away himself, fighting on two flanks. Madlife flashes in just to look for an auto attack to attract targets, and even though these are fed bruisers, they're not fighting as 5, they're fighting as 1, B2, B3, and eventually come tumbling down.
Yeah, Source has to teleport in like behind the rest of his team, only got ulti on one member, really didn't get to use any of the team fighting presence Illaoi can have, even though she's obviously much better when it comes to like the early laning phase. Still strong at this point if you get that 3-4 man ulti. Same can be said for Kennen, for Zyra. Like, it's a lot of AoE on the side of Europe, but when you split up, well, AoE suddenly it's very hard to use.
We talk a lot about Europe needing to group up, looking for that sort of wombo team fight where they can land everything in succession. However, what is now the path for Fire, other than picking up a kill on Mithy? Good start. Might be able to do. Ooh, nice flash out in the end. Sidestep on the axe. Mithy making some fancy footwork. The chilling smite. Gonna cut his dreams down, and Bangy just gonna pick up a little redemption.
Pops the flare as well. Suddenly playing with the confidence that we didn't see in the early game. They're looking to get on Faker.
Faker moving forward. Decent damage coming in from the Illaoi, but Soaz taking so much back in return. That's Spear not gonna get procced quite yet. Now Faker's gonna be cursed up. Decent damage. The team is on the way. We could be looking at a full fight. Faker going to drop. That's a good start to it, but Peke's getting taken down on the backside. Madlife, Prey, Bangy moving forward. Jankos not quite sure where he wants to go. Will to start to back off. Bangy, no ultimate available to pursue, and Reckless waiting over the other side of the wall.
The gold lead now is really starting to shine through. Wasn't one for the majority of the game, but 7,000, especially with that Baron take. The items are starting to be loaded up, and it's Talisman of Ascension from the jungle from Bengi. Didn't want to go for the selfish speed up of Righteous Glory. It's now the team-wide speed up with the Talisman.
Tower is going to fall. Reckless doing his best to clear out the waves, but it's simply not enough. Optimus, you're absolutely right. It's just looking harder and harder. Seems like a pretty clean closeout from Team Fire if they play right. I mean, is it still looking for opportunities here for Team Ice?
We talked about it. When the inner turrets go down, it has to be just super hard engage in vision as melee bruises, and that so rarely works at the highest level.
Exactly. It's really, really hard for Europe to like start a team fight by hard engaging. They need to like flank around.
He's getting picked off. Bangy just going to use the Ragnarok to make his way out. It's a decent amount of damage. Procs going down on the Mark of the Storm, but not enough. Good stunned up here. Cocoon does connect on the right, but only 4 members left, so has a lot of power on the Illaoi. Does hit 2 with the Technical Slam. Peke going in. Does get burned down instantly. The Jace damage. Too much. Soaz, though, ults up. Test Spirit goes down. Madlife going to be set to fall. They're trading back and forth here.
Well, the thing you need to take away, and the thing we're kind of hitting hard on, is if these champions stand 5v5 in a lane, ARAM style, Ice don't have a fight starter. That's not Reckless. It's AD Kennen is about being in disengage. There is a lot of initiations from Fire, and unfortunately for Ice, unless they fight a fight on the terms of LCK that they misjudge, they're not going to get the fight they're looking for.
Well, sadly for Europe, the way back might be hoping LCK makes a mistake around an objective and actually have multiple lanes, but I feel like we've said that before, and it almost just never happens when you're playing the Korean squad here, and it is difficult. It's been a very fun game to watch, though, with so many different fights and these different picks. Mithy silent for him, tries to beat the guy engaging, and does go down. And let's see here, fight around the blue buff.
Oh, Jankos takes a lot of damage. Baker maybe looking for that one. Flash in, Idol Durant. Jankos going to get dropped there. Smeb more than happy to take the blue buff. Officio, you mean you brought up Mithy? So happy to be the playmaker in that early stage of the game, but now No longer is it just base levels and base items. Everyone getting more and more, and Mythy, of course, no tanky stats, really keeping the line.
And that's the case late game is so strong as well. Like Faker, not really getting one-shot anymore. Ezreal has these items to deal with bruises.
Soaz has to be careful. Get picked up here.
Whoa!
Oh, hits a couple people. Xpeke trying to disengage on Bengi. A lot of damage as Test of Spirit goes down. Bengi is going to make it out. The tower has already fallen, but a lot of members cursed up on the side of Team Fire. Soaz too low to continue, and Fire just going to grab this inhibitor. A little brawl there, but no one going to drop other than Yanko.
So many speed ups as well. Acceleration gate, the Righteous Gust from the Galio. Able to get away very quickly after picking up the objective, and suddenly not many camps on the map to pick up, not many minions pushing in. This is very much the Korean standard when it comes to the late game, where there's not many resources for EU, and if they make it engage at 10,000 gold behind, even though their champions do well in melee range, not going to be fought on their turn.
Bengi now running out. Not a whole ton of damage here, but this one starting to move forward. Decent amount. Will Bengi start to turn? Throws the axe back to try to disengage. Ghost has been popped. May just be the pick here for Yanko's camp, but there's people on the way. I don't know if he's going to be able to grab it. Just looking for the Venomous Bite to close out. Will not need it. So
could be the
Test of Spirit. He's trapped, though. He's all alone. Flashes up the wall. Death Charge still going to connect. It's going to hit 2 as well. Soaz has to back off. Decent damage coming from the backside from Prey. Ice now retreating in the top lane. Garen split pushing, meanwhile, on the bottom side. Xpeke brought out the Garen. Now
the double teleport.
Something wrong about double teleport being against an EU team, against a Peke team.
Really well played by LCK with the teleports all game long, honestly. Bad Life might go down.
Reckless, keep your eyes on the cannon. Does have the ultimate available, and Yanko's fearless on the front line, but he may get popped. Smeb is locked up. Tentacle Smash goes down, not going to connect. Redemption going in, looking for the heal, but who is it? Going to be decided Team Fire. Soaz now gets the Test of Spirit. Mad Life could be in trouble. Soaz staying around the tower to tank it out, but shut down onto Smeb. He gets caught out. And Xpeke is still alive on the bottom side.
Yeah, he's 1 versus 2 here. Faker going for him, gets the slow.
Really fast, starting to spin. TP coming in. Can they burn him down? Nice footwork to move it out. Galio skill shot's very slow. Soaz is here. He wants to start a party. The tentacles are coming down. Will they be able to cut through him? Test of Spirit. Prey now cursed, but he doesn't have any way to chase these guys down.
Prey's one of the best at going in and out of fights. He's not going to allow Soaz to escape, but there's another
Spirit. That could be massive. Can he do anything? No. Prey walking out unscathed.
And the W also gives him the bonus resist, so more than happy to once again go into close range. Still fights across the map, but all in the context of Korea being pretty significantly ahead.
Wait, Faker, he wants to see if he can take the red buff, and then obviously Faker going out. A little bit having fun here.
That was pretty good.
I mean, never question Faker when it comes to split pushing and escaping.
And that's a preview, of course, of the some of the mechanics in the jungle, the plants that we'll see in the future season, of course. At this point, still trying to extend really any way to get out.
And all of Europe recall instead of taking that free tower because they're trying to make it all the way down to the bottom lane. See if they can join. You can see Reckless needs the base as well, but also actually had super minions at the next turret they had to go back and deal with. So fair enough, take that one back. Europe had to go back and defend the turret. You can see the one Nexus turret on your minimap is very, very low.
Of course, Prey clearing out the minion wave as best he can because it is now Baron time. Laying down a bit of vision to try to secure the area. Mad Life maybe oversetting here, but the snare not going to connect. Backing off, Fire just moved right in, and Europe not comfortable enough to take this fight without knowing where everyone is.
And Bengi, another support item. He knows exactly his place, guys. He's always been.
I mean, this is his job application. I'm a supportive jungler, please.
I mean, there's 3 years of like proof, 4 years perhaps to show that. But once again, the Knight's Vow also. I don't actually see who he's linked to. It would be kind of lore appropriate if it was Faker.
Could definitely be Faker.
I mean, that's who you put.
Might be the Ezreal or the Jace.
It is the Ezreal.
Ooh,
I mean,
it should be Faker.
Obviously, AD carry with the extra damage he can deal for some more HP coming towards you as an Olaf.
I mean, if Faker's the king, Bengi's definitely the knight, so that's why I thought he might go for it.
Bengi's the princess.
That's princess, huh?
Yeah, he's the princess.
I don't know what led you to that conclusion, and I don't want to know.
I thought Flame was the princess.
Yeah. That's actually true. There can be more.
A lot of royalty in League of Legends. A lot of royalty here, of course, on the stage as well. Xpeke busting out the Garen this game. It started so well, but it's kind of been going downhill, just not having quite enough damage here in these fights. And Soaz, Iglawi looks terrifying, but the ultimate counter, of course, people just going to walk away.
Again, it is sadly some of the things we mentioned, you know, these bruisers being so good in the mid game on 1 to 2 items, but then later on, the other team starts getting a bit of armor. It gets really, really difficult then to kind of burn through all of it and take down these fights, unless you get that big 5-on-5 team fight where all your AoE works. But LCK is not going to give you that fight.
May not find the opportunity. Frey, though, will find the opportunity to take the blue buff here. Baron remains. Big objective on the map is you holding on to dear life at this point. An 8K gold differential, 35 minutes in. It's 2 dragons to 2. The Mountain Drake for LCK makes that Baron all the more threatening, as well as the insane amount of AD threats between the Jace and the Ezreal.
And when you move away from the mid game, you know, once you get a couple of items for Prey, he's Ezreal, he's slippery already. He's got the Blade of the Ruin King now. He's always been a counter pick to picks like Aurelia in the top lane, just because he is that mobile AD carry. So just closing the distance on Prey and killing him instantly, hard to do.
So as caught out once again, healing's reduced, and that means he's going to get popped instantly. Too much damage, not enough armor. Lord Dominic's as well as the Mortal Reminder. He's not going to find anything there. Now Mithy, the one in trouble, does look for the ult to disengage, but may get caught out, does sidestep in the end. Shock Blast going to take him. Baker looking for the 2v1 in the meantime, but Peke going to grab another kill. Redemption comes down. Not going to save anyone. Prey goes on a rampage.
I say worth for Europe. They killed Faker.
Yep.
You're going to lose your next
get.
anyway. Might as well take down Faker another time.
Commanding early game coming in for Europe in a few close, scrappy duels, but once Fire finds the lead, once we get out of that mid game, it is LCK who've been able to find it, close it out with confidence. Reckless with one last desperate play, but Jankos gets popped. Reckless is next on the menu, not even going to make it into the spawn as the ace comes out from the LCK. Team Fire looking to pick up 100 points here. And Korea reminding us why they are on top of the world. An all-star lineup crushing through each and every other region.
Yep, Korea
Not like we ever forgot it. I mean, I don't think there was anyone.
I forgot for about 30 seconds when xPeke got that Garen double kill.
Very true. We had a brief moment where we were like, oh, this is it. Just like last year where Europe took them down. Nope. LCK, 300 points obviously picked up by these guys in these regional clashes.
Yeah, picking up the slack of some of the struggles that Team Fire actually has had in the fun modes. And the fun modes have gone pretty much over Team Ice, and they're in a really good spot also when the 1v1s. The shorts being repped. As promised.
Shorts feels appropriate. The bruisers were played in that game.
Funny story, all players from the EU team got these shorts here, except for Mithy. And I'm actually not sure why. He was the only one who didn't get them.
There's an interview question.
Yeah,
Dash later.
I really don't know why.
Mithy, why didn't you get the shorts?
Well,
he's distinctly warmer than the rest of the members of Ice.
There you see. There you go. Black Pants and Mithy.
But at the end of the day, of course, an exciting match to watch. So much fun with all these unique picks.
Oh, yes.
A little less fun when you have to watch the Galio tank turret shots for about 30 seconds there without taking
Ooh, the pants cam.
Look at them legs.
Oh, looking fresh. Team coming out on stage, as promised.
This is the catwalk, guys.
The crowd going absolutely nuts.
Mithy really wish he had the shorts now.
It's one thing to be the only guy in the shorts, it's another thing to be the only guy without the shorts.
Yeah, Jankos will shave his legs as well. Anyway, apart from that, LCK taking down Europe. I think a lot of people expected it. Crowd is still cheering for xPeke in Europe.
I mean, home turf still had a really exciting game. A couple of hype early game plays as well. I mean, you got to give props to Team Ice. They're like, this is going to be a hard battle. We're going to try something new and see what happens.
I thought we'd get more of this at All-Stars, honestly. I thought we'd get more of the kind of fun picks, you know, going for interesting things with Korean players actually on the crowd now, doing about just as popular as their European counterparts. Always great to see.
Of course, all-star talent across the board. Faker, Smeb, Bangi, Prey, Mad Life as well.
All-star casting talent? I mean, by definition, we are at All-Star.
Yeah, that's I was about. Yeah, we are actually here. So
no need to toot any horns.
That's true.
I'll take it. I'll take the opportunity. I need it. I'm not gonna
pick me up for today.
All right, look good. But of course, looking ahead in the day, Team Fire now taking the lead. Pretty important for them to get this one going.
Especially because Team Ice has 9 players left in the 1v1 tournament. Team Fire has 7. 4 of the LPL players obviously left, actually looking very good in the 1v1.
And 4 of the players from the GPL as well, on the side of Fire.
On the other side, but I think Team Ice there can pick up quite some points. So yes, Team Fire needed this one. More game modes later today. The 1 for all is 50 points, of course. That can matter a lot in the end because coming into today, they were dead even in points, both Team Fire and Team Ice. And while the players, of course, are here to have fun, and they say that, they always add in, but we also kind of want to win.
It's pretty fun to win, Deficio.
Of course, Reckless especially, a guy who's like, oh.
In the 1v1,
in the 1v1, he's like, look, I'm playing Canada, we're gonna give the people what they want here, but in 1v1s, I'm all about the W. I am all about finding that win. Of course, getting a chance, of course, for the interview to set up on stage. But in the meantime, I mean, defining moment so far for All-Stars is both EU and LCK play their last full 5v5.
I mean, Garen getting locked in.
I was about to say.
That's a defining moment for any
double
tournament.
kill as well.
The Garen fans out there, the Garen One Tricks and Solo Queue wait for so long to see their main on the big stage. They probably don't watch LPL, let's be real, but they get it at All-Star. So that's pretty cool.
Just reminds me of that gif of Amazing Jay playing Garen.
Yeah.
Spinning in the space
in real life.
Not doing
Disappointed we didn't see it at Worlds from Amazing Jay. Maybe next time he's there. Defining moment as well, 1v1 tournament. I think the Yasuo versus Yasuo Marta Fager was fantastic. Also watching Ziv versus Smeb, where Ziv is like winning the matchup and then he walks into tower and takes 2 shots. You're just kind of like, what? This is like one of the best top lanes in the world? What was that?
I think at this point between the Garen, all we can do is hope for more highlight moments here at All-Star. But in the meantime, we're going to throw it down to Dash, who's on stage with the LCK top laner.
Thank you very much. I am standing here with Smeb as well as Homan, who's going to help with some translations here. It's almost impossible to know where to start with this match because there was so much craziness, but let's go ahead and start in Champion Select. What the heck was going on there? We had an Alawi, a Garen, a Galio, all kinds of nonsense.
정말 말도 안 되는 경기가 펼쳐졌는데 어디서부터 시작할지 모르겠습니다. 우선 챔피언 픽부터 좀 여쭤보고 싶은데요. 가렌, 일라오이, 그리고 갈리오 등 정말 말도 안 되는 챔피언 여러 가지 나왔었는데 어떻게 된 일인지 말씀해 주세요.
네, 저도 모르겠었어요. 그러니까 챔피언 픽 시작하고 이제 1, 2픽까지는 좀 정상 픽인 줄 알았거든요. 근데 1, 2픽 이후에 막 이상한 픽을 하는 걸 보고 아 진짜 이거 준비했구나, 재밌게 게임 하겠구나 하고 저도 좀 신나 있었던 것 같아요.
I myself am also very confused. For the first 2 picks, we thought they were going rather normal picks, but then starting from pick 3, I was utterly confused. And okay, they prepared for this. It's gonna be a fun match. And overall, I think it was very interesting.
It was very interesting to watch, to say the least. Of course, you did have Jace, a slightly more normal pick, but you were up against Alawi. Alawi, not a champion that gets played in Korea or really in any region very often. How did you expect that matchup to go, and did you kind of get a sense of it more as the game went on?
스맵 선수는 비교적 정상적인 픽인 제이스를 골랐지만 일라오이는 아마 처음 상대하신 걸 거고 일라오이 픽 자체가 여러 지역에서 잘 안 쓰이는 챔피언인데 이제 경기를 시작하기 앞서서 어떤 생각을 가지고 시작하셨는지 그리고 경기를 진행하면서 점점 일라오이 상대한 법이 좀 익숙해졌는지 말씀해 주세요.
네. 일라오이 픽을 이제 좀 뭐 랭크 게임이나 그럴 때에서 이제 좀 많이 만나봤었거든요. 그래서 제이스라면 이거 손쉽게 이기겠다 생각을 했었는데 제가 이제 솔로킬 한번 따이고 그때부터 이제 정신을 바짝 차리고 했던 것 같아요.
So I did play against Alawi a lot during solo rank games, so I thought it'd be pretty easy with my Jace. But after I got solo killed, it was my wake-up call. Okay, this is real. So after that, yeah, I had to play more seriously.
And of course, the entire EU team there was standing up there with their awesome boxing shorts on. Was that at all intimidating for you to step up against this team that was sporting that attire?
또 특히나 이제 유럽 팀의 그 반바지 차림이 매우 인상적이었는데 혹시 그러한 유럽 팀의 모습에 좀 위화감 느끼고 좀 그런 긴장감 느끼셨나요?
아니요, 그 긴장감을 이제 악수할 때 알았거든요. 그래서 악수할 때 알았던 것 같아요. 그 바지를 입은지.
I just noticed that they were wearing shorts while we were doing the handshake. So until then, I wasn't intimidated at all.
All right, but they sported that. I know you have a pair yourself, so maybe we'll get to see you in those some other time. Of course, now I want to look ahead to the 1v1s. You're going to be up against Reckless later today. You just played against them here. How confident are you in those 1v1s and making it to the finals for Team Fire?
나중에 스맵 선수 반바지 입은 모습도 꼭 봤으면 좋겠네요. 그리고 다음 이제 1대1 대회에서는 레클레 선수랑 붙게 되어 있는데 얼만큼 자신 있으시며 그리고 결승전까지 올라갈 그 자신이 좀 있으신 상태인가요?
네, 뭐 사실 자신감도 있긴 있지만 좀 이기더라도 좀 재밌게 이기고 싶은 마음이 커요. 그래서 어떻게 하면 재밌게 이길 수 있을지 많이 고민 중이고 레클레스 선수를 이긴다면은 다음 경기가 아니면 그 프레이 선수나 마타 선수로 알고 있는데 레클레스 선수를 이긴다면 결승 진출은 할 수 있을 것 같아요.
Of course, I'm pretty confident, but other than just winning, I want to win in a very fashionable way, in a very fun way. So I'm thinking ways of how it would be the most interesting matchup. And if I beat Reckless, I think my next opponent would be either Mata or Prey. And considering that, I think I can go to the finals if I beat Reckless.
That's what I like to hear. Maybe something tricky up your sleeves. Once again, Smeb and Home in on the translations. But Team Fire moving ahead, 100 points in the standings. Back to the desk to break down that game.
Thank you so much, Dash. An absolutely wonderful interview after an absolutely fantastic match. And to make everything fun, maybe everyone should get shorts like that and sport them all the time. I think that would be a lot of, you guys as well.
Yeah, my legs would not look good in those shorts.
I'm sure they would. So they talked a lot about the pick and ban. We're going to take a closer look. Zyrene, you were quite happily saying, well, hey, EULCS, they seem like they have the right ideas for the composition of LCK.
Yeah, I mean, there's all this stuff where it's like, you
Totally
know,
planned, probably.
EU, no coaches, stuff like that. They didn't have a coach on stage, and this was brilliant.
Yeah.
I thought that this was so good because the Garen into the Galio forces the Galio to build armor, wants to build the MR. Also, you silence him. It's almost impossible to get that ultimate off, and you have to wait for the Garen to go through that silence first, and he's going to build Black Cleaver. So the armor you do build, it's even less effective.
You know what's even more impressive? I was listening in a bit when they were trying to think of this. They're like, yeah, okay, we can't give Faker X5 and Z's champion, and that's what they did. But they didn't really have any other strategy. Just the veterans coming up with this on the fly.
I was a little unsure about the picks, and after hearing some of Zyrene's reasoning, you know, I got a little bit more supportive of it because that early pick, Ken and Elise, you heard Smeb. He's like, hey, we thought they're going to play serious. They lulled them into a false sense of security. They pull out the surprise switch at the end, and for about 22.5 minutes, EU were in the lead. They played well. They played aggressive. I'm not quite sure what happened after that because I stopped watching.
Yeah, a lot of team fights didn't go very well. You know, the TLDR.
Let's focus on the good. Let's focus on the good.
How's this doing for you?
Hey. Let's focus on the good. Let's show you the perseverance of the Garen mid lane strat brought to you by Acer because he was popping off, especially in the beginning versus that Galio, and it started all the way at the bottom lane first with the first blood.
Yeah, this was actually really well played here, Jankos. I love that he threw the cocoon out as the hook was coming through, so it guarantees that you're going to hit the Nautilus with it, but then it actually just turned around.
It really does. And you've got to remember that LCK were running a double teleport composition. For the first 20-odd minutes, they were actually using those TPs to counter aggressive fire plays very well. But what ice plays rather, but what I did like was seeing how Xpeke as well as Soaz then altered their play style and actually used decent baits to get themselves a couple kills. Peke, he just kept going for Faker time and time again.
Yep, the Ignite on top of it as well to cut the healing from the Bulwark. He took that Summoner spell, and I actually was a little bit confused by some of the builds in this game because when you're that far ahead as an Alawi, you should actually, when you have the Phage, don't go for Black Cleaver. You have a Garen on your team. He's going to spin and do the armor shredding for you. Get a Trinity Force. Kill the Jace. Do a ton of damage to that Ezreal when you actually get in range. Build something like a Death Stance a little bit earlier. Randuin's Omen wasn't really that great of a pick either because of the fact that they didn't buy any crit.
No, they didn't. And you know, the early armor pen from Smeb's Jace, not super valuable, but when you saw how Smeb and Soaz were trading in the top lane with that Alawi, you talked about being a little confused by those itemization points. The LCK were hella confused by Alawi. We've got a couple of clips here of just how Soaz was handling the Alawi because it really felt like Bengi was terrified of that champion.
Wouldn't you be of those tentacles?
In a few minutes, Bengi's actually going to do a flyby. He comes in from behind, gets a perfect setup for a 2v1, and Bengi ran straight past. I did like how Jankos actually double-teamed with Soaz multiple times. Peke roamed up there a little bit later. The problem was, it didn't translate to a tower, it didn't translate to anything more.
This right here, the reason that Soaz actually gets this kill is he uses the ultimate as Smeb is using his E, and Alawi ultimate, you can't be CC'd during it. So people will use it when like Nautilus ultimate is in transit, you dunk, and you actually can't be CC'd during that.
Soaz also, and I like that you talk about the itemization, so we know at least if we started playing it, we should do it better. I think it also proves that it wasn't a genius strategy that they had come up with before. They did kind of go with the flow and pick these things, and it didn't necessarily think too much about these specific item paths, and they were in the lead until 22 minutes.
I mean, this is the depressing replay. This is where I'm going to temporarily get my scarf.
The expected replay.
Yeah, pull the replay up because this is exactly what won the game for LCK, for Team Fire. Look at the minimap. This is the most important thing. Soaz is a year and a half away from getting involved. Peke, Jankos, and Reckless, they just dive way too deep to try get Faker, and this is messy. I think Deficio said it best. Team Ice had a lot of AoE, but you cannot use AoE when you're spread out.
Exactly.
Yeah, they just they overcommitted for no reason whatsoever. Kind of going too crazy in the chaos of everything, I do think.
Yeah, Soaz there as well, he missed his Test of Spirit. Test of Spirit is an absolutely necessary ability to land your E so that your tentacles automatically flail with the guy for you, so you don't have to use the W every single time.
Yeah, that was a pentakill waiting to happen.
Yeah, because if he hits an E, he has the R to avoid the CC.
Trevor.
Yeah, it's unfortunate, but
one loss. One loss.
One loss. Okay, so it's 100 points. Now, I've been taking a look at those 1v1s, which are coming up later in the day. RonOp from the GPL is taking on Peke. Levi is taking on Wales, formerly God-V. And Optimus is taking down Uzi. Team Fire loses 3 people in the next round. Team Ice 1v1. We've got All-Stars.
Yeah, we do.
Somebody else thought.
But you did take off your scarf, so there's not going to be any flip-flopping with the on and off with that one. We are going to Vamoose, but don't go anywhere. One for all and all for one. After the break, we'll be having some fun.
Oh, no, wait a minute.
Oh, yeah! Okay. Ooh. All right, we need 2 analysts here for sure. What you got, Deficier?
Garen mid lane.
Caught up by Ekpeke. The Ignite goes down. Faker's in trouble. He's going to heal up a decent amount. True damage is there. Garen spinning to win. The Ice Mark comes out. Mickey's backing up as well. Maggie silence. Locked up. There's decent damage. Red buffs on both sides. He spins it. It's the double.
Guys, Faker is worth it, guys. Yeah, that is so true.
Wait, Peke, you want to see if we can take the red buff? And then obviously Faker going out. A little bit having fun here.
That was pretty good.
Shock Blast going to take him. Baker looking for the 2v1 in the meantime, but Peke going to grab another kill. Redemption comes down. Team Fire looking to pick up 100 points here. And Korea reminding us why they are on top of the world. An all-star lineup crushing through each and every other region.
Like the attention, girl, I know you. But you're everything I want in life. We're fighting danger like Kung Fu. The love I feel is deep inside. The others don't matter. It's honestly us against the world. We're the perfect team. You're my dream, but I just want it.
Can you see myself? Can you see myself? Can you see myself? See myself? Can you see myself? Can you see myself? Can you see myself? See myself? Can you see myself? Can you see myself? See myself? Can you see myself? Can you see myself? Can you see myself?
Oh baby, if you ever need a helper, hey, you should know that I'll be there day and night. Nobody else can love you better. I'm here just to treat you right. You're the reason I'm alive. You're the only pain I can endure. And when you're not here, you're my dream, but I just want it. Yeah, I just wanna. You're my dream, but I just want it.
Can you see myself? Can you see myself? Can you see myself? See myself? Can you see myself? Can you see myself? Can you see myself? See myself? Can you see myself? Can you see myself? See myself? Can you see myself? Can you see myself? Can you see myself?
But I just want it.
Deep inside I knew from the start, you my bunny, I'm your Clark. From now to eternity I give you all my heart. We are meant to be, it's clear to see. My love is bigger than I thought. I got everything I want when I hold you with my arms. The others don't matter, my love and my pleasure, the key to my treasure. Whatever's the weather, day up and out with you till I die. How many times for you I'ma try? Want you to notice the one and I know this. Perfect soulmate, I wanna show it my best friend. She saved my life, my happy end in hard times.
Oh baby, hug it to myself, hug it to myself, hug it to myself. But I just want it.
Can you see myself? Can you see myself? Can you see myself? See myself? Can you see myself? Can you see myself? Can you see myself?
I just want
Okay.
it.
Can you see myself? Can you see myself? Can you see myself? See myself?
And welcome back to Barcelona, Spain. We're about to get a little crazy. I'm Julian Patriot here with Sam, Kobe, Hartman, Kansas, and Richard Polscam to yell about this one for all.
Looks like they started off crazy already. I mean, I thought this was going to be the fun mode, but Garen Galio mid lane, that was super exciting.
Yeah, I got to see my Alawi as well. I'm forever cursed not to see Alawi in my own games, but it was awesome to watch.
Well, the regional teams are throwing together to create Fire and Ice Super Squad. So first, let's see how Team Fire is lit in the top lane, technically. Although the lanes do not really apply. It is Impact. Bengi there in the jungle. Prey will be AD carry. Levi in the jungle and RonOp in support. Of course, the players can go wherever they want, but representing their position still.
Yeah, it's a bit all over the place there, Pasty, and blustering onto the rift for the Stone Cold Team Ice. It will be Albus coming in here as ADC, Soaz in the top lane, Jankos in the jungle, Clearlove also in the jungle, with Ziv as their top laner.
Well, let's have a quick look, of course, for how All for One actually works. It's a bit interesting. I know, Pulse, you have a surprising amount of experience with the mode from last week, but basically each team picks one champ. There's a lottery to determine which champ it is, and then every single person on that team gets the champion. There are no bans. There's only so many champions available as well.
Yeah, as much experience as one can have on this game mode, Pastry, but let's see the champions available for this mode. There's only a couple kind of cheesy picks that we've seen so far, and that's the Zac, because you can actually build tanky. Maybe Kindred could be a bit dirty with the ultimates, but overall, these champions just want a lot of kills to happen.
Yeah, almost all of them are extremely exciting. I did cast it last year as well, the Blitzcrank and that was actually 10 Blitzcranks. That just got ridiculously out of hand. I feel like actually in the spirit of the game mode, I need to like take a knee or something, get down on your guys' level. There we go. Okay. So the rest of the intro like this.
There we go.
So excited for this one though. What are your guesses so far?
I mean, I know you saw some pretty crazy stuff. Jarvan vs. Yasuo felt like a highlight, certainly.
That was probably the most fun one that we had, because most of the team fights were all done mid-air. And then it was like, well, whoever lands back down again is the victor of the fight. So hopefully we see some of that, because that was super awesome to watch.
I do really enjoy the ones that bring CC, because you just multiply by 5. The ones without CC, it makes it pretty difficult unless you're Ezreal and you have that extra mobility. But yeah, generally somebody with some knockups or stuns is going to do well.
And we have seen a bit of that Ezreal as well. And I believe Zac is kind of the pick that we don't want to see. That's kind of the strong pick, the cheesy pick of the mode, if you will.
Yeah, there's some a bit of a mini meta that does form in this game mode regarding skins, though. So if you're playing Ezreal, then you will want to pick the same skin, because not everyone will go AP. So that random guy who's like 10-0, you don't know which ultimate's going to hit you and which one's going to hurt most. So we'll see what the players actually pick in terms of skins after we've got the champion picks. But remember, this is lottery mode. So if your team doesn't all agree on the champion, then you might just ram him into something you don't want. But I think everyone knows what they want in this game, Pastry.
I've seen 3 locked-in Lee Sins so far. I see 3 hovered Lee Sins on the other side.
I'm actually curious if this is coincidence or if they actually agreed upon it ahead of time to have the 10.
So from my experience, Lee Sin, very, very fun to watch, because we were all going in as IWC casters being like, Lee Sin, he's not as strong anymore, it won't be as fun. When someone's getting kicked against the wall 5 times, they literally can't move for 10 seconds, it gets a little bit mental.
Well, Team Fire's getting Lee Sin, that much I can tell you. Team Ice, Albus can still betray the squad and pick something else. It is a lottery, but of course, if every player picks the same champion, which is now what we've got, it's not really random at all.
Everyone's a winner.
All right, let's see about the summoner spells, though, as well. Junglers, I expect to have a pretty heavy hand in this one. I mean, the combat smite definitely helps out a lot. Plus, that's usually going to be the guy getting the most kills, because he gets to come, turn the numbers in their favor as well.
Interesting right now, because of course we have 1 smite apiece, which makes sense. Actually, Jankos will be taking jungle for his side, not Clearlove. Bengi over on Team Fire. The top laners, and I say that in air quotes, do have the teleports, but our Team Fire, I guess thematically, do have 3 ignites.
So another strategy was to pick a champion like Lee Sin, and then be like, all right guys, who's the best Lee Sins in our team? And then you put your resources into them. So they may put Clearlove in a solo lane here to try and soak up those resources and have him as a carry.
It's interesting if, will they designate someone as a tank building Lee Sin as well? Because that could even pose more threat to your team if he gets kicked into your team. It just does extra damage to everyone as well.
And I mean, there's again a lot of chains. Like you said, Kobe, CC can be very fun in this mode just because you multiply it by 5. We could see some really intense displacement with a bunch of kicks.
I mean, there's a reason this is the most popular champion in the game. There's a huge potential for outplay. There are those CC chains that you can get, but he's also a snowbally champion as well.
Well, at least everyone has flash, so we can get some really flashy players. Don't forget, of course, to vote at LoL eSports if you want hashtag Iceman or hashtag Fire to Win. But let's be real, at this point, everyone's a winner today. The biggest winner is actually me.
Yeah, I think all of us here casting this game, everyone at home watching, everyone in this arena watching this game, as well as everyone playing the game as well. But we will only have 5 winners coming out of this and some points on the line. But I believe we'll be on the winter map as well for this one.
Ooh, spoilers.
Also, more spoilers. The skin wars here, I believe, going to be won by Team Fire, as they do have, you know, the uniform style, whereas Jankos and Ziv actually deviating from the rest of Team Ice.
Well, as you can see, 5 knockout Lee Sins as Team Fire leave the fountain. I believe Ice could not quite agree.
I think this is the better play, honestly, because
I love the ding ding.
Going to hit hard.
Well, to me, Muay Thai and the Boxer one are the 2 best skins. So, you know, deciding between those 2, Acolyte actually, to me, feels like the worst of all of them. Jankos here is going that hipster style, though. Wear it proud.
Well, this is fun because it looks like both teams have actually crept into a brush and they are waiting patiently for their prey. Unfortunately, they're pretty far apart as well, so
all right, I'm gonna check everyone's level 1 skill. Q, Q, Q for all of Ice. Q, 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 Q for all of Fire except for Levi. He hasn't skilled up yet. The surprise E.
Yeah. Everyone connects their Qs, gets into range. He comes in with the AoE finish.
Find them.
No. This is a game of battleships right now. I think we're not going to see anyone meet each other just yet. I'm a little worried for Jankos because he's going to stick out like a sore thumb with that skin. So if he
or
gets
will
fed,
he have the spotlight on him when he goes
maybe.
legendary?
We'll have to see. I mean, regardless of really how you do when you have Lee Sin still does a lot of damage, especially when you're also against Lee Sin. So we'll see.
Going to be curious to see what the item builds look like. Again, we're going to have relatively standard lane assignments here, and the items do reflect that as well. Of course, the players are not restricted at all in how they can build, so they can go tanky if they want to. And we usually see a lot of Thunderlords. We are going to get 8 here, a Warlords and a Courage of the Colossus.
That's Soaz with the Warlords there, I believe, if they're lined up correctly. And yeah, in fact, with
Cannot tell.
Colossus, maybe he'll be the tank builder of the team.
Oh, Soaz in again. Did have a 1v1 on Lee Sin yesterday in a mirror match, but I couldn't quite hit all the Qs he wanted to.
And that's kind of what we're talking about. If they have Impact build the tanky Lee Sin, that's the team that all have the same skin, so he can kind of hide there. I mean, the bars above his head will probably give it away, but we'll be able to tell by skin.
Oh, then. Let's see if... Oh, in the mid lane, got that one-on-one trade happening. Prey is going to be close. He's going to jump in. This time, Soaz gets the kill. Redemption for his 1v1.
There you have it. Warlords is OP.
Oh no, Vengi's coming in. Good defense there, but Vengi's actually going to get aggressed on Jankos, backing onto it as Soaz. Going to try and tag him. They need to line up these next Qs. There's a safeguard in. Soaz wants it, not going to get it. Jankos goes for it though. He's going to get it, but they both die.
Oh, it was an execute. Soaz didn't die to anyone.
He's a genius.
Oh my goodness.
Welcome to One for All, ladies and gentlemen. This is what happens.
Let's check back in on the Lee Sin v Lee Sin battle v Lee Sin battle v Lee Sin battle down here. 2 Qs missed by Team Fire.
Oh, disaster for Albus right now. Levi is going to be chased on after by Clearlove. He's got those Lee Sin mechanics naturally from the jungle.
Now, remember, you are going to want to get your auto attacks in. In the early levels, it does matter quite a lot there for Lee Sin when they only have a couple of abilities. Don't want to run out of energy. But here again, is Banky trying to enter the fray mid lane after First Blood was already had?
I like what happens here. Banky dashes in, and Soaz tags him, does die, but Jankos knows he can get it and still get executed.
As you said, no gold credit there for the opposing team. And success, as he was able to clean up the mess.
It was actually really good from Soaz, because if he didn't jump in there and try and make a play, then it would have just been 1 kill over to Fire. So he did salvage that situation with a pretty baller Lee Sin play.
Well, looks like a level up for Prey right now versus Soaz, but he will even that out relatively quickly. Kind of curious to see if that starts to matter, because of course the first Lee Sins to level 6 could be impactful here as well. In the meantime, though, Prey's looking for a roam by the looks of things. Gonna make his way down to that bottom lane, but Albus and Clearlove gonna try and play this a little safer, perhaps.
I like what the supports are doing as well. Staying true to their support form, going for that Relic Shield so that they can lane with another Lee Sin and get that gold over to them.
Yeah, I'll be curious to see if anyone actually goes with some extra ward items, because you can just use other people's wards, right? And everyone should probably stick with the yellow trinkets in this game, but we'll see if they pick up any sight stones or the warding jungle item.
Impact's okay that time though. Did dodge a first Q, which was nice. Now Bengi's actually waiting behind, but he's gonna skip over. He finds Soaz now is actually looking for the roam in. Q's gonna land in onto Bengi. Damage is decent. That Q's gonna miss though. That one also gonna miss. Yanko's now looking for the next one. They can keep hopping away. Soaz. They're gonna keep moving down. Bengi could be problems, but great Q there from Soaz. Does get himself another kill. Oh. Impact gonna look to go down. They're gonna commit for the dive, but Soaz can't.
Do it! Not gonna happen. Okay, I thought maybe one more turret shot was also coming out, but not gonna happen there.
Oh! Zip making the big play. Safeguards back to Jankos. There to bail his buddy out on that heist. What a dive.
All right, Ice does have a 1,000 gold lead already, only a little bit over 5 minutes into the game. And this is one of those snowbally modes because, there's no surprise comeback from, any team fight advantage or scaling advantage for either team.
Clearlove might be in a spot of bother in the meantime, but Ziv and Yanko's actually going to work on this top turret instead. They should be able to get first turret gold here and will. And you can see that gold advantage starting to leverage nicely. So has been the big recipient of that here at 2-1 and 2. And that early Tiamat, oh, it's going to be good.
Definitely agree there.
Gonna jump in. I think we're all good, guys, for now. It's worth mentioning that Soaz is massive in terms of Lee Sins. Currently with that Tiamat, 2-1 and 2, assisted in every kill so far.
Another teammate there as well, actually purchased by Ziv. So I think we're probably expecting some relatively similar builds. I'm wondering if Impact's going to go a little tankier with his Courage of the Colossus, but I mean, that's true. Everyone wants to have fun. The best way to have fun is to kill people on Lee Sin, as Soaz diving in again onto Prey. Ooh, could we get more action here? They're trying to make this happen, but no one's sick just yet. Oh, awful lot of safeguards coming out as well, but Bengi gonna tip the scales. Albus tagged in. That's too cute. Execute damage is right on top. And our Clearlove tagged in. Forced to fly for the ignite is down, and that's a double kill.
RonOp coming in there for that second kill, and yeah, jungling Lee Sin, Bengi in this one, coming into the bottom lane, getting that quick double kill. I still with a small advantage, but Suaz coming in. They're both gonna kick each other with a DBZ fight in the mid lane underneath that tower. Yanko's out of nowhere.
Wait, there's another challenger. Bengi in the brush.
Looking for something here. He's got his ultimate, I believe, as well, but not going to commit. He's going to stalk his prey right behind, looking through the brush, but he's been caught. Yankos found him already. Kick back in. Another anime moment. They'll fly off.
But look at this dive in the mid lane as well.
Well, Soaz motivated. Okay, what a play here as Ziv dives in for another. Soaz on a killing spree.
Soaz, the all-star of the all-star Lee Sin mode here, just going off, being a unique fellow with his warlords as well. It seems to be paying off. Oh no, Albus! By the way, there's only one Lee Sin going a different build than all 9 other Lee Sins, and that is RonOp being a true support, maxing Safeguard second. Everybody else is maxing Q second for the executes.
Maybe that will come into a trade later, but currently it's just 1v1s across the map. Prey's found Ziv, that's the kick. Will we follow with the Q? Flash out the way! Straight up outplay. Prey taking out Ziv there in the jungle.
Beautiful flash right there to the side, and lands his Sonic Wave right after.
The Bengi though, you can see again. You're going to go out as they just fly away, but help was on the way here.
Yep, RonOp, here's the support that does come in. And he's able to chase Yankos away, but remember, he didn't max his Q, so he didn't get the kill him. Bengi does finish it off.
I saw Yankos' hands go in the air there because he got the smite off, so he had the extra experience. He thought, the extra health rather, and thought he could get that kill, but taken out just as he threw over that wall.
One of the funny things about Lee Sin, I think we're going to have something again. Soaz playing very aggressive, tags one, finds a resonating strike onto Prey, but won't follow this time.
So we do have an extra Sight Stone, 2 extra Sight Stones coming in for Ice and 1 for Fire. There will be plenty of boards for plenty of plays.
Yeah, because I don't know where he went there, but he's going to keep getting chased down, can't get over. Levy takes him down this time.
There's so much to keep track of, because when there's one Lee Sin in the game, you're like, all right, who's going to time out, but who's got the kick? Going to knock both each other back, but Soaz 6 to that tower shot. Bengi there with the kill, but Ziv wants some revenge for his ally. But instead, he's going to receive some Lee Sins to take home with him. And Ron going to take him out. But Albus for the support, kicks him against the wall. Prey with the body block, but the bodyguard goes down. RonOp backing away, but he's in enemy territory pastry.
I think he'll be okay, but there's someone chasing him. It is Albus. They're going to try and take him down here, but up away to the Krogs, looks for the blast shot, doesn't get him. Is it enough for an execute?
That actually might cost him with the failure on the blast.
Oh, there it goes! Flashes in to take him down.
I really feel in this game mode when everyone's on Lee Sin, then saving your flash is one of the most important things that you can do. It's not worth it just to get away from a kill. You want to make a montage play.
The earlier you use it, the earlier it'll come back up. That's here we go, though. Kicks through kicks as both of them get knocked out, but so as into the turret, does hit a skill shot with his dying breath, though. Maybe baiting Ziv in as he gets then chased down.
Play looking good as well. As you can see, Albus trying to convert for the tower dive. Jankos once again having a lot of fun here.
Roller coaster of emotions for Jankos, but he is with 3, 2, and 4, so mostly positive for him.
Ooh, what's this here? Ziv gonna kick one away. Prey now getting chased down by 2 other Lee Sin dodges. One kick back in. That's just gross!
Gets ganged up on in the river there. 4 versus 1 gonna go down. Meanwhile, that leaves the bottom lane here to try and push in the minions. Remember the minions, my friend.
Remember objectives always.
I think objectives have kind of gone out of the window at this point, but we're 10 minutes in. We've got 20 kills.
I mean, yeah, Team Ice, they do have the only turret taken. That was the first turret extra bonus there. So that is actually a decent amount of the lead as RonOp goes in to try and get the kick. Ziv out to safety now. They do have numbers for Team Ice.
Oh, Clearlove again, RonOp. Goodbye. Oh, mayhem, what's going on? As it's just a bouncing castle. The kicks. Impact, though, safe for now. Albus trying to look for a cube. Impact gets behind the minions.
Important to keep track of all these wards as well, because any of these things can come out of anywhere. Albus with the kick, but he's going to help the safety. Prey coming in as well. Albus backing away. He's got the safeguard. Jankos there to block up some of these resonating strikes, but Bengi coming into the bottom lane. With the outplay! Oh, we'll take him out underneath the tower.
I mean, I guess we'll take it here as Impact getting low, but Prey going to protect his countrymen. Tag though for Prey here. Just follow it. That's going to be a kill. Damage is enough as Jankos now going to get chased down. Clearlove are going to move back in onto Prey. First Q misses there from Jankos. Kick's not going to miss though. That should be enough. Jankos, I believe, activated teammate to take that down.
Wow, we have learned that there is definitely safety in numbers here, and Team Ice have been grouping up a bit earlier than Team Fire, definitely paying off. But look at that gold. Pretty much back to even after the tower is even. So what's the difference here? It's the objectives. Those are what are swinging it.
I think the hidden hero here from Fire, though, is Levi, who is 3-0-2 right now. He's having a killer of the game. And take a look at his farm. He's completely destroying every other Lee Sin on the map with 107 currently. So Ice need to be careful of that. And he's hidden among the other boxers on Fire. So difficult to find him.
I'm trying to figure out how he found all that time to get farm.
I don't know, to be honest.
I mean, yeah, Team Fire were the ones that weren't grouping up quite as early, so he was left in the bottom lane there, farming away. We'll see if it does pay off. He's a jungler by profession as well.
There's mechanics. Oh, double punch back. As Ziv and Impact just disengaged from the area.
So is the technical term for that the DBZ?
I think so.
Yeah.
Gentleman's trade there. Now Ziv actually outnumbered.
Kick him against the wall, follow up with the standard Lee Sin combo. Bengi making it look easy in the top lane, but that means the enemy Lee Sins are going to jump onto the dragon now. A battle of the century.
Ah, the dragon doesn't stand a chance.
Because they're taken down. RonOp gonna kick one back. There's the kick answering for Soaz, but he's got Hell. Prey's gonna kick him in towards the turret, but doesn't proc it yet. Soaz gets out to a minion. Levi's gonna find him. He's got friends, but they don't safeguard him. Levi kicked out, but he safeguards to a friend.
All right, they've got the numbers now, and Team Fire are on the chase.
Bengi, he's on the chase, but maybe he's on the receiving end. He doesn't want to be here anymore. Clearlove goes in, but Albus is the one chasing after. Levi comes out there, but it's Albus who's going to go down, ticking out from the Ignite. Double kill somewhere to someone. 4 kills to 0. Fire definitely came out on top.
Lee Sin with the triple, and Team Fire defend their territory, actually coming back. They've actually gained the gold lead here for the first time as well. See if Ziv can do anything about it.
Winning the first major team by R5. Very nice little play in their own jungle, but Ziv and Prey both of them make something happen here. Ziv slows him down with a Tempest, kicks him back in. Shooting a Lambert, Prey moves back in. That should be enough though. Ziv does collect another kill.
Honestly, very impressed you were able to keep up with the skill names there, Paisley. But then again, if you just say random Lee Sin skill names, it's probably accurate when you get to more than 4 Lee Sins in a fight. So might try that for next time. Benji doesn't quite land the Q there, but he'll back away. Levi trying to get cheeky there and steal away the blue buff, but Soaz not very happy about this intrusion. 4, 5, and 4. He's a pretty beefy Lee Sin. And he has Clearlove behind him.
Yeah, good flash there. He's the one with the 6 kills, so a huge bounty on Levi. And that is one extra thing that they can actually start to tell the Team Fire Lee Sins apart from each other because of the extra medallion.
Well, something being set up here by Soaz perhaps is Impact. Doing a spot of farming for the time being. Actually does go Titanic Card, but has been tagged by Yankos. Ziv here as well, looking for something, but Impact can a safeguard away to a what? Is there anyone else to try and chase him down? Ziv up to a ward to try and take him down, and that will be enough.
The Courage of the Colossus, slightly more tanky build. Not really working out so far in the mode for Impact this time around, but Team Ice, see what they do with this control of the map.
The kick flash, he's got the mechanics, but Bray's gonna kick away Ziv. Soa's going in, but so is Albus, Tempest, Allspins, Dragon Rages, Qs are going on. But after all of that, it's Soa's picking up the death.
I mean, which way's in, which way's out anymore? It looks like Team Ice are gonna be the ones trying to defend this turret now.
Who's trapped in with who? Indeed. It looks like they're going to group up and try and do something here. Juke in there as Ziv gets kicked back. That's a kill for RonOp, and they're going to try and defend this turret, but relatively healthy. Everyone's getting tagged by resonating strikes, but the minion waves are getting cleared, and this is something we might have to look at because it is really hard to push down turrets with 10 melee champions.
Definitely true. It's also hard to keep track of which wards were previously placed for plays like that. Levi gets another. That's 7 for him.
Levi coming in, attack of the Titan.
A
Leads
double!
it, coming out here. It's going to be that double kill. Yankos backs away, preventing the triple, but Fire starting to get the upper hand.
King of the Lee Sins right now there for Levi. 8 to his name. He is legendary. Will Team Ice be able to collect that bounty?
We'll have to see because he's certainly been impressive. Kind of a young player, no those mechanical skills. Allstar's going to look for a free one. RonOp says no. Double Qs will tag Levi. For the first one, but it's the bait onto Yankos. Yankos turns it around and kicks to the face. Going to be a shutdown.
Colossal Titan down.
Answer that question pretty quickly, actually, as Levi. Oh!
Cheese it. Okay, wait.
No, not good. Never say that in
Soa's not reading from the same hymn sheet here. He definitely wants it in. Yankos wants it out.
We've entered all mid mode as all the Lee Sins now gravitating towards the action. In fact, with the flank as Clearlove goes in.
Next one in for Prey. Ziv's going to follow him, but Ziv actually over the wall by Prey's kick is going to be Clearlove goes down in the 1v3. Ziv tries to make the big play. Safeguards him for Albus, who flashes forward and does get Prey taken down. He's low though. It looks to be a kill, and Impact will pick up the next one. Soaz and Ziv, just not enough health.
Well, we're 22 to 18 now, gents. 40 kills on the board at the 17-minute horizon. 3,000 gold advantage to Fire, but is that Dragon going over to Ice? So at least we've got that going for us, which is Ice. Ziv Rada coming into the mid lane. RonOp and Impact to find that Q. Got to fake out style coming in. The Lee Sins are evolving. They are adapting.
All right, let's see if they can make a play here. Lee Sin on the other side of the Raptor pit as well. I don't know about the surprise play from Yankos.
One tag. Levi going to be not going to go in for it though, as Clearlove will cover. RonOp looking for his own flank here, so this potential turret dive series, they get a little stronger and a little tankier.
Meanwhile, we do have Banky off split pushing, and we talk about objective focus and the Korean focus on that still remains true, even in the, oh, never mind. Looks like it does cost him his life.
Yeah, macro game doesn't quite work out when you're playing 10 Lee Sins, so gets punished there by Europeans who know exactly what's going on when there's no macro going on. Mid lane, Albus, Prey's gonna be jumping in there, getting kicked into his allies, but it's now Clearlove who's under attack. He wants to jump away, but there's yet another Dragon's Rage. RonOp here to support him. He does have his own kick left remaining. That's Clearlove going down. Now Ziv coming in here to join the festivities in the mid lane, but it looks like it's over.
Say that.
Something, but he's going to duck.
It is ever over.
Levi maybe looking to attack the next one. I feel like Clearlove got left out to dry there by his teammates, but couldn't really do too much. Says Ziv though. Going to dive in, get kicked back through. In between, and there's going to be a kill. Levi kicked back through though with RonOp being moved in towards it. Yanko's going to get exhausted as Alba tries to snipe one on the back end of the fight. Safeguards away to dodge the next Q though, as now Yanko's looking for another. RonOp not going to get tagged as Soaz tries to find Prey, and Prey's going to equal in onto Yankos. Yankos though is going to kick one back. Levi now going to try and shut it down. I thought we were done. Yankos going to flash away and stop the noise for now, but Bengi could be in trouble.
Ding ding, never done with the noise. Here we go. A couple of misses actually on the Qs.
Round 16 fight, Levi coming in there. So as he's off to the side, he's landed the Q, but he doesn't really want it. The rest of the Lee Sins are following after. Oh, I've made a terrible mistake, says Soaz, as he will be dropping down. Albus will back away. Q goes awry, and that's yet another kill to Team Fire.
It all comes back to the mid lane. Oh, Banky actually taking a couple tower hits there.
Oh, Albus wants a Q! The Q, but he gets kicked back by Bangy. I like the thought, but it wasn't enough. Prey looks for the kick, but doesn't get it. Clearlove kicks a bunch of people through as he's look for the flank, but Prey is going to hunt him down. Clearlove gets that one, but he is going to be answered back by Levi. and it's just everyone trying to take down a tower.
I mean, every once in a while, for a couple seconds, one Lee Sin will go to a side lane to pick up some farm, but has to return mid eventually.
Oh, yeah, oh, he doesn't get it, Levi, and Bengi there to shut him down. 27 kills to Team Fire now. Rift Herald, never going to be an objective this game.
No, it doesn't get it.
What even happened there? I couldn't see a thing.
Oh, wait. The Ignite wasn't quite enough there in the end, but Soaz, yet another fight in the mid lane, chased down by Impact. RonOp tagged up, but Soaz tagged Yuri.
We flash too. Not a good sign there for Soaz, and maybe finally we'll take a little extra turret damage. Albus, he's on wave clear duty this time.
Whew. All right, let's see if we are able to get any dive action going here. 2 reinforcements on the way for Team Fire, only 1 for Team Ice. There's a little bit of jungling going on for Team Fire as well, trying to take advantage of the extra experience.
All right, I'm not sure which replay this is.
He saw the shutdown, you know, in his sights there, and wanted to get it off of Levi, but not able to take it down. Return to the objectives though, and so as clears out the wave.
And it's done!
With
tower the first tower, like Clear. Oh my god, that feels bad! Prey! Huge plays! He bolts into the backline to take him down, and now in fact caught out there. Follows in onto Ziv with Albus flanking around the backside. Prey and Soaz are tussling, but Soaz should be able to take that down. Last tower shot's on and up, and the Ignite is from Soaz, as they are going to keep chasing. Ziv kicks one back through as Levi takes the tower. Kick back into the turret, though. Huge play from Yankos. The Europeans try to do what they can as Albus skitters away over a wall, but RonOp still going to keep chasing as Impact really wants his final kill, and Yankos, there's just nowhere to run. He'll get a double for his troubles, but RonOp should be able to seal this. Yankos needs to keep juking. RonOp says, I'm just going to order you, but Yankos makes it under the turret to safety. Into Bengi's waiting arms. Huge outplay again.
Oh, Yankos, the king of Europe, making sure he gets that one. And what a play. And that has evened up the scoreboard just a little. The hopes of Ice are resting in the Europeans' hands here, but what an insane display of Lee Sin mechanics.
Yeah, from which one of the 10? If we have 10 Lee Sin, we have to have somebody with a good play. So far, though, Team Fire are accumulating a pretty decent lead now. See if they can make use of the extra towers and map control as well. Most of the wards now are on the side of Team Ice, so a bit more plays to be made there.
Man, there's like no chance to take a breather for us or the players in this game. This is absolutely absurd. However, Fire with those 2 extra tower kills over Ice are edging ahead.
All right, we're going to have to work out a system for taking rest now.
Looks like we're going to go around the Baron area, and as of course the game goes on longer, this should be a bit easier. Baron with his many Santa hats is just chilling out for now. So I was looking to get aggressive, and we're pretty early on into the game still, so death timers won't be too long. I think he's going to get tagged. Ziv looks for something. RonOp kicks into the backline. It's Clearlove kicks one back to it. Bengi, who gets bolted back into another kick. Genius play, as that's a double kick in. RonOp moved in, and Ice starting to take over this team fight. So as tagged by Prey is going to go down as Impact going to try and clean things up, but it's 3v2. Yankos finds it in onto Prey as Albus is getting taken down. Great kick there as well, but Albus just needs to keep the teammates alive. There's another double. Ice coming out ahead as Albus looks for another cubit, isn't going to get it. And Impact, he's fighting with a tanky build. Maybe it's enough, but Impact's just going to juke around, but they will take him down. And there's our A.
Let's go, Ice!
Yankos, new king of the Rift. He's the highest level Lee Sin in the game. Just wore off with the double bust, but that is going to be Team Ice's turn to strike back and take down mid turret.
When there's no Lee Sins on the board, it doesn't matter that you're all melee range because there's no one to contest you. They'll be finally able to take away this middle lane tower. And we get to see that one more time. All started off by Albus jumping in there along with Ziv and Soaz.
This is exactly what I would expect the team fight to look like when we have 10 blind players on the map here with all Lee Sins in and out, and then Soaz does get targeted. All right, Yanko.
That's what you're getting, Kobe. That's the end of the replay.
Don't have enough time, I don't think.
Replay live. What's the difference here? Dragon does go down.
Yeah, another Drake there for Team Ice. So Ocean and Cloud added to the tally. A little sad we didn't get the RNG from yesterday, where we just casually put in all the Fire Dragons, but I guess we'll take it this time around. It's better than nothing for Team Ice. You are still behind 1 tower on objective.
Yeah, we'll take it. Levi is going toe-to-toe with Soaz, but Soaz does decide to back off. He's got many Lee Sins there to back him up, but as does his opponent in the top lane. Baron is still an objective, but both teams would like, because the team that gets it, the other team, probably can't clear any of those minions because they're all Lee Sin. Bengi I was thinking about going in there, but we've got the old standoff happening here in the jungle. It's just who wants to go in first. I just remember that Impacts, he's running Courage of the Colossus, so he is the initiator for Fire.
Seems to be a correlation between Courage of the Colossus and lowest kills in the game for Impact
Take
there.
one for the team, Kobe.
Definitely working out with the tanking, I guess, because their team is ahead. All right, here we go. The engagement, an insect on someone.
Oh, huge kicks there. Ice are kind of scattered around. RonOp, he looks for another one, but doesn't get it through. Bengi, they're going to get chased down, and there's another great double kick combo. RonOp, they're going to get taken, but he gets kicked back into Prey. Who's going to fall as well? No, he lives for now as Yankos flashes out to safety, but is going to get shut down by Impact. Prey now still trying to chase through, but RonOp's here as well. Second Q's going to miss, though, and not a bad trade. 2 for 1 in the favor of Fire.
So as kiting around the top side of that fight as well, but it may not be over. Levi, he is down to half. He's going to jump in, but the blast plan changes the course of the fight. Clearlove comes down, but it's the rest of Fire who are in hot pursuit of Team Ice right now. Clearlove, he's trying to get away, but there's no escape from 5 Lee Sins. Clearlove jumps over the wall, but he's going to burn. He didn't have time to stop, drop, and roll. 5 kills to 1, and that's Fire going for the Baron.
Oh, looks like they're going to get it too. Every member of Team Ice in the fountain. And we do have our first Baron going to go down here. Santa hat and all.
Well, again, there's 10 Lee Sins, but only 2 of them have Smite. And unfortunately for Team Ice, their jungler Yankos only just survived. No time to get back in onto the Baron, and that will be the first Baron. We talked about the pushing and the wave clear being an issue before. This seems like a pretty good solution.
Maybe the only solution. All right, let's take another look at the Blast Cone's play here. Take us through it, Pastry. What was step number 2 as far as the plan goes?
I mean, step 1 was Blast Cone, step 2 was Lee Sin Q, and that's kind of all the steps you need in this mode.
Got it. Hit the Q, take the Q. Oh, Albus got hit with a couple there, and that is going to be the end of that replay. Thank you very much.
All right, so 38 kills for 30. Pretty standard at 26 minutes. And Yankos, remember that Team Ice have pretty much no wave clear. So as soon as Fire decide to group up, or even just go for a 1-3-1, there's pretty much nothing that the Lee Sin lineup can do against it.
Interesting strategy here from Team Ice. They're splitting up into the 1-3-1. Classic European split. I don't know if you can outpush the Baroned up Team Fire, though. We're headed straight down mid.
I feel like these are the classic anime glasses push there. It's just like, oh yes, I see exactly what they're going for here.
Well, it looks like it's bad times for Ice either way. It's actually really just ripping through the turrets. Here's the flank. Gets kicked back though, RonOp and Albus looking to tussle, and there's Yankos going down on the other end. 5v4 now as RonOp gets kicked back in. Clearlove finds a big target on the Prey, but he's going to kick it back into Impact. Not bad, but another counter kick's pretty good. Everyone's trying to get out under the tower. Prey and Bengi are low, but no one's fallen just yet. Yankos, the only death in the team fight.
I mean, I guess it does raise your accuracy. If the other team has all 5 members left up, then it's easier to hit because you missed the one in front of you. There's a bunch more behind him. Looks like Albus, though, no friends around him to escape to.
No, if there's no one around for a split second, you will be ganged up upon by many angry Lee Sin boxers who will be there to kill you. Mid lane now being pushed in. They have this Baron buff, lots of damage coming down. Turns out you can punch a turret to death.
Oh no, this looks like bad news here. Ziviev, he's got too many people taking RonOp had the second Q.
Prey is following after onto Soaz now. He's got the rest of his Lee Sins in pursuit. Double Q, triple Q misses. Soaz, the escape artist, can he make it happen in this one? He's been exhausted. He's got one. One versus many. Is he it, man? He is not. He's not. He's
Prey
not.
kicked him even though he was dead after that last Q, just to make extra special sure.
All right, now he's got 3 members of Team Fire on his
Good
trail.
luck, Yankos. Oh no, that's not good, but a decent kick's gonna get a couple. Prey the next target, but Yankos, he just can't get away from this chain. That's Levi with the kill as Albus tries to get one, doesn't quite throw it towards Bengi though. Impact gonna tank that next Q.
Ooh, interesting teleport there from Impact. Levi gonna protect him. Necessary to go get those minions, remember? The extra gold there. Look at that. I mean, Levi has not only the most kills of any Lee Sin in this game, but also the most minions. Truly doing work there.
He's been watching a lot of Jackie Chan films growing up, preparing for this one moment where he's going to be in this all-for-one against other martial artists. Now he's bringing it to them. 17-3-12. He's just gone off this game.
Certainly a true master, but Cloudjack's up in 40s. About the only good news left for Ice, because Fire have taken over. I can't imagine how difficult it is to kill the super minions in the mid lane, and Baron buff thankfully has dropped off, but we can start to get some additional pressure and see if Fire can try and close out the game. It looks like somebody's in trouble down here.
Or will he make a magical Lee Sin escape? Let's see. Ziv, go!
Who really knows? He's gonna give it a shot. He's gonna jump out. No, he's no.
Pretty short-lived escape there for Ziv as he heads back to the fountain. But I have to say, yeah, it is very difficult to defend turrets as well in this mode. And you have to question, what does a comeback strategy even look like? If you all group up in the same bush, someone's going to get kicked through and everyone gets knocked up. Is it even worth it? Well, Jankos.
Topsy-turvy fight. Jankos dead already, though. Fire again is hunting together, picking off those stray Lee Sins, and now Soa's going to try and get his way out. Q's going to miss. Next Q's line up. Impact is going to chase him down. That one's going to hit, but a good kick's not bad. Still the Q will follow as Bengi tries to chase him down. Levi hits the next one. Beautiful accuracy, and just does more than enough damage. Clearlove now in trouble, tries to pop the teammate, kicks him away, but it's not nearly enough.
Oh, no. Team Fire, they're just blazing it too hard right now. 4-0, and I think this might be curtains for the ice lineup. Unfortunately, too many Lee Sins died. They'll head on to the Nexus, and the Nexus towers. A heroic attempt at a defense from Albus there, but he will ultimately be shut down. Ziv just does not have the technology to deal with this. He almost finds Bray. He finds one. If they go down like warriors, maybe he has a chance, but they're onto the Nexus, and it's Team Fire securing the win.
It just felt like towards the end there, it was getting too difficult. Critical mass was reached. You just keep getting kicked. You're going to take execute damage. It was a bad time.
I mean, Team Ice actually had a really good start, and I thought that this was going to be a completely one-sided snowball game, but even with the early kills there and the early turret, Fire were able to make that comeback in the mid-game off of that big Lee Sin play.
Great analysis.
You remember the one I'm talking about, right?
Did that. First Baron certainly looked like some problems as well, but credit where it's due to all 10 players. Fantastic display on Lee Sin. Levi, what a surprising set of mechanics there on Lee Sin, really showing up for Fire. And the two Europeans on the ice side, Soaz and Jankos looking great.
I don't exactly remember how Levi got all the extra kills or all the extra farm, but the numbers are there to prove it. Yes, he is definitely the best.
He must be the best in this one. And I've generally been impressed by the whole lineup coming in from IWCA. They've had a week's worth of experience playing all these crazy game modes, and they just know how it ticks. They have the upper hand against their opponents. A bunch of them are still in the 1v1s as well.
Yeah, this is not the first time for GPL in Lee Sin's all-for-one as well, and he had a big showing there last week.
Well, certainly showing off there. Fortunately for Team Ice, that does mean they are going to lose a couple points, but looks like everyone was having fun there. I feel like slowly but surely the players started to develop a couple of things. We saw a few double kick combos here and there, which just means you can't get out from under Lee Sin, because a lot of the early problems were just like, even if you land a Q on someone, you're getting kicked out usually.
Yeah, I mean, we have the normal combos down where you get the kick into the queue, and then someone else kicking him sideways, like, oh no, he kicked him out of the first queue, into two more.
Yeah.
Yeah, generally the strategy was like get someone low and just kick them to death. If you can land that queue, then you have the execute damage, right? So there was kind of a meta evolving, but like I think it just got into chaos by the end of it.
The meta is the beatdown meta. Yeah, will determine as actually more than half of them were punches rather than kicks.
It's true.
Yeah. And apparently that won, so that was the way to go, apparently.
That's true. Now we know what the best skin is. We finally settled the red hot debate. I mean, so much fun to watch there as well. I think it's funny to also see people like using flashes or gap close when they're already tagged by a Q, because normally you know to flash, but there's already so many. Definitely a couple problems here.
Whose Q was it?
Exactly.
Am I getting out of range or not?
And you never know who's coming for you as well, because they all went for the same skin. So it's just like, is it Levi who's coming out with 18 kills? Maybe it's Bengi who only had 6 kills. I don't know. Maybe a tank's coming after me. But it was just complete chaos from start to finish. We had over 70 kills in 30 minutes.
I mean, we've truly solved the 1-pro metagame now. Surely after 2 weeks, Pulse. I got it down pat.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, that was our only one of the tournament, unfortunately. I would have loved to see them go for, like, maybe some of the other picks that we saw, like Jarvan, for example, or Yasuo, but I think Lee Sin versus Lee Sin was the manliest way to go down.
All I know is that whenever it comes back, I'm certainly going to play it, but we are going to send it now over to Dash for a post-game chat with Lee Sin.
I'm going to do my best to make sense of this one, but I've got Levi here with me as well as Kai, who's going to help with some interpretations here. Last week, you got to play Lee Sin versus Graves in the IWCA All-Stars. Here we are now playing Lee Sin against Lee Sin. My first question to you is to compare these two and how chaotic it was.
Thì chúc mừng em ha. Thì câu hỏi đầu tiên là tuần trước mình đánh kèo Lee Sin với Graves. Thì kèo này mình đánh kèo Lee Sin với Lee Sin thì em thấy sự khác biệt nó như thế nào? Thì trả lời nhìn anh kia nha.
Nếu mà kèo Lee Sin và Graves thì 5 con tướng bên này và 5 con tướng bên kia nó sẽ khác nhau, thì em đánh giá con Lee Sin sẽ là cửa trên so với Gray. Còn kèo 10 Lee Sin thì nghĩ là đó là kèo kỹ năng, bởi vì 10 con tướng nó giống nhau.
Yeah, so you were saying that last week it was Lee Sin versus Graves. The difference made because of the champions. Like anything, Lee Sin is stronger than Graves. But this time it's 10 Lee Sin, so it's all about skills. It's all about skill.
Yeah, when you speak about skill, you had the most kills, least deaths, and the most CS in the game. Does that make you the best Lee Sin here at this tournament?
Thì hiện tại bây giờ cái trận nãy là em có giết nhiều nhất, chết ít nhất, hỗ trợ khá nhiều luôn. Thì em nghĩ em có phải là người chơi Lee Sin giỏi nhất không?
Em nghĩ là không, bởi vì còn khá nhiều game thủ đánh Lee Sin hay và không có mặt trong trận đấu đấy.
Probably not, because there are a lot of others pros that play Lee Sin really well, but not in the match.
All right, well, very humble answer there. Now I want to go ahead and look forward. The 1v1s are coming up next. 4 out of the 5 members of your GPL squad are moving on for Team Fire in this next round. How confident are you and your entire team's abilities about getting Team Fire to the finals?
Thì team Việt Nam của mình sắp tới đánh 1-1 á, là 4 trong số 5 người của mình sẽ lọt vào vòng trong. Thì em nghĩ là em có tự tin với đội chiến thắng của đội Việt Nam hay không? Để đem lại chiến thắng cho đội lửa.
Em khá tự tin về khả năng vào vòng trong của đội tuyển Việt Nam. Tại vì có đến 4 thành viên thi đấu á, nhưng mà cũng chưa biết chắc được điều gì sẽ xảy ra.
So see, he's fairly confident because we have 4 out of 5 guys, so we have higher chance. But you never know until you got in, so yeah.
Absolutely. Just a little follow-up on that. Given the fact that you guys did get to play last week in a lot of these fun modes, you know, the one-for-alls as well as the 1v1s, do you think that gives you somewhat of an advantage having already played some of these game modes previously?
Thì tuần trước mình đánh IWCA á, thì mình đã từng đánh qua tất cả những cái thể loại chơi này rồi á, thì em nghĩ mình có được lợi thế vì mình đã từng đánh rồi hay không?
Em nghĩ là có, và được khá nhiều lợi thế đấy.
Lợi thế như thế nào, có thể nói rõ hơn?
Lợi thế là được làm quen với các chế độ chơi trước, nên là sẽ có những cái chiến thuật mà người chơi mới không biết rồi.
Yeah, yes, definitely an advantage, and I think that because we have time to dig and have more strategy for the game. So yeah.
All right, well, we look forward to that. I'm going to let you go get prepared for that 1v1. Congratulations again on this victory here. Team Fire now pulling way ahead of Team Ice, sending it back up to the desk to prepare for those 1v1s.
Thank you very much, Dash. Yeah, Team Fire, in the end, fantastic performance by then, even though we did see some fantastic moves on both sides, but they seem to be coming up short for Team Ice, guys. What do you think?
I mean, you got to start and pick some bans. Sorry to cut you off, Cyrene, but I think, you know, both of these teams, they just put it on the rift, your will, my hands, master yourself, master thy enemy. That's what it was about, playing that Lee Sin, making sure that everybody was aware. Team Fire, more committed, though, because they locked in all of those Lee Sins much quicker than Team Ice.
Also, they had the skins. They all were wearing the same skin. That's the synergy right from the get-go. Also, star player on that one. They had him on stage. Levi, that guy, most kills, least deaths, highest CS. At 20 minutes, Team Fire was up 100 CS already.
Zyrene, Levi acted free of doubt.
Absolutely.
Definitely did. What about the Masters? We saw all Thunderlords except for 2-1 Courage of the Colossus as well. I do believe we have a highlight reel of some of those fantastic moves, cues, and all that.
Yeah, you can hear all of the cues coming out. It's quite easy to hear.
Yeah, definitely, especially when you extend your senses. It's something that these quiet steps, the ability to see through things, all of these Lee Sins were doing. I mean, you can just hear and you can just feel exactly all of those sonic waves, all those resonating.
Yep, Dragon Rage.
Yeah, and there were 290 wards placed. Talk about vision.
Wow.
There was so much on that map.
There is an irony to that, isn't there? 290 wards placed for 10 blind monks.
Yeah, exactly. One of the host schools that saw us yesterday got knocked out in that 1v1 in Lee Sin, so I think maybe he had something to do with the fact that, hey, we're going to pick this and I'm going to make it work. And in the beginning, he had some fantastic moves with Jankos, who is like a standout player on Team Ice, but they didn't manage to translate those early moves into objectives, given it is quite difficult.
Yeah, it's actually quite difficult when they're all melee champions, and I like the build paths of some of the guys. Everybody eventually picked up a Tiamat and was just going crazy, but the Black Cleavers, the early one for Levi, really helped them get ahead.
And the one thing to note as well is that, you know, blindness isn't important against smelly enemies. And that's something that Team Fire found out. They had an advantage from very early on. They really pushed that through, got that Baron. They won multiple team fights, and they closed out the game to get those 50 points.
Yeah, it was super impressive in the end. And we were talking about how Team Ice was better at the fun modes, but now they're starting to falter in this one also specifically. What does that mean, Zyrene?
It means a lot.
Yeah.
That means that they're going to have to pick up some more points. And the fact that they have 9 people left in the 1v1s, they're going to have to win some of those 1v1s. We actually had a conversation with Deficio about how they have 4 Chinese players left, and that's going to be big for them. Because
all right, stop. Sonic, wait, and listen. Jankos was back, was as bright as Lee Sin. He hit the Q, the kick, and more, but it wasn't enough to settle the score for Ice, baby.
Oh, that was amazing.
I don't know if you're actually laughing, or are you?
No, that was amazing.
That was great.
Absolutely amazing.
How long did you have that?
So, you know, all the times that we were talking about the game in my head, I was just trying to think of this and then. But my senses are heightened. Apparently, by not seeing, I get better at rapping, so I think I can live with that. But we got to talk about.
Try that.
We got to talk about. We got to talk about the points. I hope I'm not touching you in any. So. 500 points is that for Team Fire, 350 for Ice. Although, Trevor, you talked about if Ice can win everything, they can do really well. There are some chances. LMS is going up versus a GPL later. The one, okay, the 1v1 is coming up as well, so they're definitely not out of this one yet, but Ice has to do something.
They absolutely do, but luckily for Ice, they do have some very strong matchups in that 1v1. Also, NA, they got a bit smashed around yesterday. LPL's looking good, so that's going to be a tough matchup at the end of the day. And I just think that, you know, Team Fire, they've not earned the All-Star victory yet, but obviously a 150-point buffer is very, very good, very helpful for them. And I think the 1v1s they're going to follow, that's going to be very indicative of whether or not Ice can bounce back.
Yeah, super. Zyrene, how much do you think Ice can bounce back? How much are you confident in your NALCS and Fire All-Stars that they can do it?
I'm confident in the NALCS All-Stars as well as the Chinese and, you know, LCK on top of it. Like, I think everybody's performing really well, and that's why I'm really unsure of who's going to win this 1v1 tournament that's coming up next.
Yeah, it was super exciting, but as you say, we are going to take a quick break, but when we come back, we're going to hit up the Freljord for the round of 16 of our 1v1 tournament. Don't you go anywhere, because we'll see it.
Your will.
No, we won't.
My hands.
Quiero tener su pelo.
My friend, I love this guy.
You English good? Not good. Not good. Me too.
Oh, he's got Q back up. He got him.
He got him.
Oh my god, I'm boosted.
눈을 안 바꾼 것 같은데?
물론 안 바꿨다. 뭘로 했는데?
특성도 안 바꾼 것 같은데?
에이, 뻥인 거 담. 에이, 연기 너무 티남.
아, 근데 룬특을 안 바꾸긴 했어요.
아, 그것도 이길 수 있겠죠. 파워샷!
지지.
You face Mata now next round.
Oh, really?
Yeah, Mata won.
No, you play versus Mata.
No, you play versus.
No.
Might get the Q up again.
Whoa, you're so close. Oh, yes. Come on, quick shot.
Okay.
Come on,
fine,
quick shot.
Fine. Let's do it.
Let's go.
Let's go.
Not in my house.
Level 2, you're mine.
Yeah, with the Ignite and Exhaust up as well, it's over.
of watching people play that no one really has any idea how fast it's gonna end.
야스오나 뭐 사이온이랑 근접 챔피언이 좀 준비되어 있는데 因为我们去年的 solo 冠军1、2胜都赢了。
没有的，我看他们的单挑都很强，所以我觉得应该舞台。
Smeb is a great player, but to become the greatest, you have to be the great.
Solo 赛还是有很多很有意思的东西还没有出来。
Welcome back, everyone, to the 2016 All-Star event, live from Barcelona. We have Pulse and Marcin Jankowski joining us as the 1v1 tournament continues. But first up, you played a fantastic Lee Sin. It didn't seem to be enough. What did it come down to?
Well, I do believe it's a team game, so no matter how good I play, it's about 5 people, and I do think my team contained a few really good listening players, so you know it's just about fun, and I had a lot of fun.
I see how you went from like it's about the team. I did well, so obviously the rest. Well, they also did good, and it's about fun, right? Because I still have to play with them later. But it just got close. But now we're going to talk about the 1v1 tournament. It is a round of 16. As a quick refresher, we all know what is at stake or how you can win a game. You got to get the first tower, you got to get to 100 CS, or you got to kill your opponent. However, guys, we haven't seen any 100 CSs yet.
Yeah, or somebody killing a turret. Basically, they get some chips on it, and they're like, this is never going to happen. So people keep going for the blood. But I like that. I think that's really fun to watch.
Yeah, it's fun to watch, but there are still champions available who can go for that 100 CS. But before we get to that, looking at some of the matches that we had yesterday, players are starting to evolve. Even in round 1, we saw Bengi actually go for that Tam Kench, played a really smart game, just failed a little bit in terms of execution, but he just played exceptionally well. Now we're getting to round 2, we're starting to see the meta evolve a little bit more.
Yeah, we do, and these are the people that made it into the round of 16. Xpeke, of course, after beating out Apramu up versus RonOp, who had a bye. Impact is going up against Clearlove after winning their first round, and then we have some more, I think, in a second.
Yes, we do.
Mithy is also out, and then Levi is going to go up against Weightless, and Optimus or Optimus is going up against Uzi. A lot of ice still there, a lot of fire still, a lot of chances. Albus versus Karsa, Reckless versus Smeb, which I think is one of the marquee matchups that we're going to have today. We've seen how serious Reckless has been about the competition. QTV versus Maple, and Mata versus Frey. Jankos, of course, doesn't want to see that name anymore because that wasn't too good yesterday. Well, it was close.
I mean, it was kind of close. I just had to all in. You know, it was first time Darius. I never played this champion in practice, but I thought, you know, like Smeb looked. I know Smeb is too good, I guess. Like, I mean, he yeah, he won versus his opponent. I tried the same. I didn't, but I hope Prey wins the whole tournament now. You know, so I don't look that bad.
What? No, but that would be a victory. You need those points for ice.
That's true, but I think my honor is more important than...
No, what are you talking about?
But throw him under the bus.
Never mind about the team game.
You did it. Also, there were a lot of big favorites that are already knocked out, and they were all on the side of Fire because Faker is no longer in that tournament. Bjorkson is no longer in that tournament. Doublelift is no longer in the tournament. Of course, Jankos is no longer in that tournament. But Reckless and for you guys, Xpeke are still in. How much faith do you have in the ELCS guys?
I mean, Reckless is taking it really seriously, so I think he can go very far. Checking the bracket, I think he has the final. I mean, maybe not the final, but at least 2 semis. He should be able to play through, and then we'll see. You know, he's waking up every day like 9 a.m., going gym, playing 1v1 for like 3-4 hours. Like he's really prepared. So
what have you been doing the last couple of days?
I was preparing some drafts against other teams.
Okay, well, we see out in game 1, rather. Very impressive. But now let's turn it over to Dash and Ibai on stage to welcome our first combatants.
Hola, ¿qué tal, Barcelona? Bienvenidos al torneo de 1 contra 1. Y en el lado azul tiene ojos de sueco, manos de coreano, pero es murciano. Hacho es de Murcia. Xpeke.
And in the other corner, his opponent. It's the GPL's All-Star support. The women love him and the men, they want to play like him. It's RonOp! All right, gentlemen, only one man can advance to the next round. Good luck.
Hello, everybody. Crepo's still here. First they had the Fischio.
Can't get rid of you.
Up and up, got Zyrene. Even better right now, Azale.
Thank you. I'm happy to be here. I love some 1v1s myself, and very excited to see how this plays out.
Yeah, I hope the crowd noise can be picked up right now, because the entire crowd is chanting Expect again. You saw him go for the little cheeky, let's just get rid of my headset real quick to hear my name being chanted, and now he's getting ready for another 1v1, this time against the support. So technically, should be easy.
Yeah, I mean, we haven't seen things go the way that they're expected to, though. We saw, pretty easy first match for Faker. Oh, guess not. Pretty easy first match there for Bjergsen. Guess not. So we'll have to see, because the GPL guys are very prepared for the 1v1s. They've actually been smashing across the board in the fun modes and the 1v1s, because they talk about how much they love to do this after their scrims. They're 1v1ing. They're playing these other modes, because that's kind of their love.
So yeah, you get people that prepare for the tournament. On the other side, you have somebody like Jankos, who goes up against one of the best players in the world, decides to play a champion he's never played before, and is then surprised that he loses.
Hey man, you gotta check those boxes. It's like, I never played it before. If I play one game, easy peasy, you know?
It's only in Korean. Anyways, we're back into game here, guys. For the first 1v1, it is, again, Expect versus RonOp. Pretty standard ban so far.
Yeah, definitely. And like we talked about on the desk, we haven't really seen Nasus. We haven't seen anyone kind of cheese it out and try to go for the 100 CS. Yeah. I'll be interested to see if people are still going to just go for kills, or if people are going to be willing to kind of play the more lame way, or whatever you want to call it, and just farm it out.
I think the resurgence of like a Darius and Olaf is being seen here, though, for people who feel just individually weaker. Yeah. They just kind of take the shotgun approach. One round in the shell and just go, and hopefully you win. If not, you get kited and you lose.
Yeah, and it works really well, because a lot of those champions, you get a couple levels and you can all in. It's super effective. So even with some pretty shaky execution here or there, we've seen people get like, what, 20 HP away from getting wins?
Yeah, 1v1s have been ending very closely. I was looking at what other farm champions there could be as well, because initially I was like, Nasus can do the same thing. I thought about Heimerdinger on cast yesterday. I didn't hear like any like negative points, and then somebody tweets at me, he's like, bro, you know like turrets count for CS, right? And I'm like, oh. Yeah, maybe it's not the best idea.
Lowy's off the board, Heimerdinger's off the board. Yeah. Farming tentacles, but yeah, there definitely are some. I guess we wouldn't really want to use Malzahar then either.
Yeah, because the Voidlings especially, yeah. You need perfect CS to keep up. Hopefully somebody told RonOp this. He won't actually lock in the Heimer.
Hey, I mean, none of them have gone to CS yet, right? Maybe you can get a kill, maybe you can get an all-in. Heimerdinger's alt rockets are actually a ridiculous amount of damage.
They're insanely strong.
Yeah, people underestimate that, but if you can land a stun and get a full connection, you will kill that guy. And Peke.
If you're just joining, by the way, guys, Peke played a mean Garen earlier. His build left a little bit too desired, but got the double kill.
If you can kill Faker, you can kill RonOp, so maybe he'll go with that Garen.
And it is Cassiopeia versus Draven. All right, that definitely needs to exhaust if you're expecting. You do not want this Draven coming at you.
Yeah, it's going to be pretty scary. I'll be interested to see how this goes, because Cassiopeia actually has a ridiculous strong, even level 2. Like, if you can hit your Q, you can just go for all-ins very early. The problem with this champion becomes mana. You run out of mana very easily, and that's why you need the tier. You need these kind of builds, and in a straight-up 1v1, that's not the kind of item you want. So Peke, I think, is really going to have to choose his moment and dump the mana there and win the fight there.
This may be one of those games where it's better that you pull the wave backwards on the first wave. You just let them push, then bounce, and then kind of the same thing Mara did versus Faker. You kind of ride the wave into the trade, then go for like a level 3 all-in with a full mana pool, because otherwise, again, just like you said, you're just going to run out of mana.
Yeah, and it's also kind of decision-making here. How much mana are you willing to spend on the creeps, on CSing and stuff? And none of it has gone to 100 CS, and if you go low on mana, the Draven can keep pushing you in, make you stay around, and they can go for that sort of CS win. So it's definitely a lot of back and forth.
And at the side of RonOp, he's basically looking for Peke to do a bad Q. You know, that's where he's aiming for both creeps and RonOp himself. The second that happens, takes that axe, throws it in the face, and just wants to keep, chain hitting them in Peke's face.
Yeah, he certainly does. And And it's also one of those things where he can almost play it a little bit like kind of those mana wins. You know, we've seen Tom Kench kind of do a similar thing. This is obviously a very different version, but assuming he is playing Warlords, assuming he is going to have that much lifesteal, if you can make Peke spend a lot of his mana, it'll be interesting.
RonOp, according to this, is right now playing Thunderlords on Demon.
Oh, wow.
That's actually going for an early all-in pretty much, basically saying, you know, level 3, level 4, going to use that Thunderlord's damage. Going to check what Expeke is running.
Yeah, that would be really interesting.
He's also running very heavy attack speed on his runes. So he's pretty much running a standard 80 page with a magic resistance on his blues, on his glyphs, and then for the rest he's running pretty much standard. Expeke, on the other hand, magic pen, health, and flat ability power. So he's just pretty much going all in. He doesn't really run any armor himself. Just selects for the only defensive stat in his kit being that health, also running the Thunderlords.
Yeah, and Peke is going to start E here first. Some people do like to start Q to try to kind of get some poke there, but obviously the E helps you CS a lot, and it is pretty cheap.
Yeah, definitely really cheap. Doesn't want to waste too much Q since he's going to be yielding the push anyways. RonOp in a good spot. Peke keeping equal. I think equal is fine for him. RonOp's not over pushing, just playing with a single axe right now.
And it is going to be scary. I mean, the first time Peke hits level 2, if RonOp is in a bad position, you could look to see Peke go for an all-in, because I do think if he hits his Qs, he probably could win it.
I mean, there's no better indicator of where you have to pop your Q than playing against a Draven. Like, the game literally spells it out.
Oh, there he hit
you.
it. Okay. RonOp, so that's actually pretty smart. RonOp levels up his W second to try to be able to back off when he does get hit by that Q instead of the E. So I do like the adaptation, but Peke's low on mana. Oh, he's going for it.
Ignite. Reset. RonOp has continuous damage, but Peke's...
He zoom.
One more axe is not enough, so it's at least 2. Peke's under his turret. RonOp is pushing, so we're waiting for the relics. Peke regretting that early E usage, even on the creeps. Even at 90% mana, you just really need to keep more gas left in the tank, and now RonOp can challenge the relic.
Yeah, and RonOp does take the relic away, which is actually really big for him. We talked about how problematic mana is for Peke, and at this point, I feel like he has to try to just get enough gold to have a decent back, and then wait it out, because he has summoner disadvantage, he has mana disadvantage.
Yeah, definitely all true, but at level 6, he gets an ulti with slightly more impact in these direct trades. Very hard for Draven to kind of dodge that ulti damage since it's 50-50, whereas Peke can dodge half of the ulti from RonOp. Ron right now dancing on the edge of the turret range. Want to harass. Mild Celestine.
Yeah. I do think Peke will have a chance to try to go for that, but at this point, I think you have to play it smart. You have to just try to wait it out for your summoners. You don't want to do a desperate all-in. It's so far away from actually getting to a CS win that you can kind of take your time. And he's going to grab double Dorans. That is going to kind of help him. I don't see him ever going a tier. If I were Peke, if he builds another item, maybe even a Seekers or something like that, could make a lot of sense.
Just some early armor to stop the kind of one-dimensional damage from the Draven coming out as well. He is back very quick. He had a good base timing there. He cancels. What? That was just short.
That was so close.
I feel like if you have Q, it's a quicker animation. I think the throw animation of W is a little bit slower there.
Yeah, and that would have actually been really big, stopping this buy, because RonOp had the extra CS. He gets the longsword on top of the double Doran, so he has the extra 350 gold in effective combat stats.
Yeah, but Peke has control over his side at least now, equals out rather the relic steal, so things not looking as grim anymore.
No, they certainly are, and as you said, 6 could be the time that we see him go for this. And I think, to your point earlier about picking up some early armor, but the fact that he has none in his runes kind of makes it that much more important.
Yeah, and also remember that if Peke goes at 5, he can easily win that trade. Draven doesn't get that much more damage anyways, and he was winning the trade earlier, up until the point where he ran out of mana.
But he is down a summoner spell now, so that is something that he has to keep in mind, and maybe what kind of holds him back from going for it. But we could definitely see that be the case.
All right, Peke, save your mana. Already dancing around the half point. Every time he lands a CS, obviously the Gorons is going to help him loads, but
yeah,
pokes are being wasted here.
I honestly feel like, especially if you are going to wait for the summoners, don't even bother trying for the Qs that much, because he doesn't have enough mana to win this all in here. He has to now base probably again.
Yeah.
And that's the problem. When you're throwing out those Qs, what are you going to do if you hit it? And if you're not going to kill the guy, he's going to lifesteal back to full, and you're wasting your mana.
Luckily for him, RonOp is running Thunderlords, not Warlords, so the sustain battle isn't as fierce. But right there, the W from Expect. He's so used to having these kind of mid-lane patterns in his play that he's not used to.
Yeah,
have to use so much mana going for the all-in.
Exactly, and it's not the kind of trading you're used to. With double Dorans, with the lifesteal masteries, it's still a lot. And that, in addition to the fact that you're not playing against another mage, right? And you're not playing with a tier here on Cassiopeia.
You're so used to getting higher levels. Peke is level 6 right now, but again, we keep harping on it. The mana is the limiting factor right now.
Yeah, I think, honestly, at this point, he doesn't have enough mana for an all-in, so he just has to farm to another decent item breakpoint. Base, he comes back with his summoners, with his new item, and he looks for that all-in, but we'll see if he disagrees.
Yeah, alternatively, you can drop CS while he regains mana and just goes for the all-in. Yeah, that Draven is pretty squishy, and you know he might just return to base and pick up a null magic. Super efficient early on.
Yeah, certainly. And if it goes too long, if he gets a Hex Drinker, that can be pretty devastating for that all-in.
But we'll need to see a lot of micro-rating from Ron, because he needs to juke the ulti from Expecting and pick up his axes at the same time, keep them flowing, and dodge the damage, hopefully sidestep a Q. It is so mechanically intensive for a support player.
Yeah, and the summoner disadvantage is no longer there. So Peke has everything available. It's just a matter of mana, but this, to me, tells me he's kind of basing. He's going to base for sure. You don't dump your mana like that if you're not. So he is going to be able to just kind of push this out, grab the CS, and he does have a 1,400 gold, so he could go grab a Seekers. He could go for a more aggressive option if he's worried about not having the damage.
Oh,
that is really good.
Max range. These guys, man, they play pro for so long, but they still have that greedy base kind of embedded in their playstyle. Ron right now suffering from being a Draven who's trying to push. Juggling those axes?
Yeah. No matter how good you get, you can always still have things to improve on. You can always still have bad tendencies. I mean, I always think it's kind of a fun example to look at Shaq in NBA, how bad he was at free throws, right? This guy is a legend, and he still can't shoot one of the most simple shots in basketball.
Yeah, but if you have enough to make up for it.
Yeah, it doesn't matter, yeah. See, I might base in the right place, Crepo, but, you know, the rest of it leaves a little bit to be desired.
Yep. What is your strength? I'm really good at basing.
I'm fantastic at basing. I communicate well with pings.
Yep.
That's all I got. That's all I got.
Watch the minimap a lot, especially when I'm dead.
Yeah.
All right, I think we're about to see action here, because nobody wants to play the CS game. Yeah. That's a good opener now. If you have the mana to spare, opening with W allows you to chain your spells.
What do you think about the Catalyst purchase here? This is pretty interesting. So this does give him more sustain, and it gives him some tankiness from the HP and the mana, but he may just look for the all-in here.
Yeah, he's going. I think this is the approach of the Catalyst. He knows he'll never finish an all-in, because the Draven will release it. However, now with the Catalyst, every level up, he'll actually have enough mana left to go for the second all-in.
And this is actually pretty interesting, because even if he can't all-in RonOp, with enough regen, he can push him back and win on CS.
Yes,
because he is actually up 5 CS now. And especially, he's actually zoning him off pretty well with the Miasma there. And I think this is actually a really intelligent adaptation for Peke, who's kind of saying RonOp is too smart to die to that all-in. But is he?
I mean, he has to fight back right now. This is the pressure that is forcing RonOp forward right now, because Peke, with the zone and the kind of the implication of a secondary all-in, is now winning on CS. There's about 24 CS to go before Peke just wins the game on 100.
Yeah, and if he forces that all-in, if RonOp has to engage into the cast, it gives you a super easy ultimate, and that's going to be lights out.
Yeah, at this point, Ron may just want to base and go for an all-in, because I don't think he has what it takes in his kit to deal. Peke's going low on mana again, though. This may be the crucial fight.
Oh, he
Peke stuns him. That's it. It's over. Peke low on mana, but just one more auto should be enough.
Oh, the E! He got him! Peke in front of the whole crowd.
Representing Spain here in Allstars, but it was so close. An additional Q being used on the wave just earlier. It just shows you how important mana is on this Cassiopeia for all-ins.
That has to feel so good for Peke. The sold-out crowd all behind him here. That's not a moment you soon forget, and everyone is hoping that this guy keeps going further.
I mean, especially in 1v1s. It's kind of tacky when, like, everybody starts cheering your name in a team because you feel kind of bad for your team. But when you're playing a 1v1...
Ooh, but do you, though?
No, you don't, actually.
You love that.
But yeah, look right here. He's so low. If there's like a Warlord's Draven here, there's a world where this gets turned around upside down.
Yeah.
But the second, like, the last E came up, the mana enough, and RonOp knows maybe it was better going Warlords.
Yeah, I think the Thunderlords was kind of questionable. I don't really think that it worked out very well. It's like, especially if you're not able to go for a straight-up all-in, what's the point of it? I think that kind of trading your life for Peke's mana with Warlords makes more sense.
So much more
and you can kind of grind him down that way.
Hindsight, though.
Hindsight's 20/20.
Because we weren't as sure about it when we came into the game, because we could have easily made that statement too. It's like, I don't know, man.
Yeah.
Thunderlords.
Yeah, and especially if he was able to kill Peke early on when Peke oomed with the extra Thunderlords or something. You know,
you never know.
It's hard to see, and we talk about how much these guys actually play the 1v1s, so maybe he's actually experimented with it.
Yeah, but it does confirm that actually sustain is a concept that needs more insights and research.
Yeah.
The Catalyst kind of came out of left field. Usually you always think about 1v1, what do we want? Like raw stats, raw power in a single exchange, but Expected took a different approach, went for more sustain and said, you know what, I'm going to win small trades on my terms, put you away from the wave, and then zone, as you were pointing out, under turret, RonOp was dropping so much CS.
Yeah, and I think that's one of the really cool things about 1v1s, because there is so much flexibility. You don't have to play a standard way. You can kind of suit it to your playstyle. Pick the right champion, pick the right rune and mastery setup to fit that strategy.
If you're bad, you play Darius and Olaf. If you have mechanics, you play 80 carries, and if you're just
and you take Ghost against Renekton.
Yeah. If you're really bad and you like Eyeliner, you play Ghost against Renekton. Yeah. Hopefully no more of that today.
No more Ghost Renekton?
No more Ghost versus Renekton, and hopefully no more quick shot.
You know what would be the ultimate, though, is we get all the way to the finals, and they recreate that 1v1.
The second is actually a best of 3 extended over the days. Anyways, guys, that's enough from us. So let's go back to the stage. Ibai is ready to announce the next players.
Hola, ¿qué tal? Ya hemos vuelto con estos unos contra unos y es que ahora tenemos un duelo muy pero que muy bueno. En el lado rojo, ayer se volvió loco y destrozó a su rival, el campeón mundial de la temporada 3, Impact. Y para el equipo hielo, a veces el amor duele, es Clearlove. Caballeros, tengan mucha suerte.
Now this one is going to be interesting for me because I feel like Clearlove is such a kind of plagued player. Even in the Lee Sin, like all one for all match, he was kind of struggling, lagging behind. Isn't really known for his mechanics, but he's still here, you know, in the second round.
And he beat Bjergsen, right?
Yep.
Like, so this is
out of all people, yeah.
Yeah, it's something where these guys, even though there are differences, the differences are not big enough that if you make a mistake, the other person can't win, right? And Bjergsen did make that mistake. He capitalized on it, and going up against Impact on paper, that should be a lot easier than Bjergsen was.
And it also kind of confirms there's this hypothesis that 1v1 is all about mechanics. But a single decision made at the right time will outweigh any mechanics to outplay it. You know, that is also why certain players that are seemingly weak are just much highly ranked in solo queue, for example. Because if you know what to do, you can put your opponent in a position where no mechanics can get him out of that.
Yeah, I actually think it's much more about intelligence within reason, right? If these two people, one person doesn't know how to click his buttons, obviously mechanics are going to matter. But I mean, within this realm of possibility, it's much more about intelligence. Do you have the right build, the right strategy? Do you know when you will win the fight? And a lot of times, these guys don't, right? They don't have the experience. They're just here having some fun. And other people are taking it super, super serious. You know, we know Reckless has been grinding 1v1s. He wants to win this.
Yeah, and he has the training partner in Soas as well. Clearlove does a good thing here, though, banning the Yasuo. That is a super annoying champion to play. If, like, that goes into the nitty-gritty of mechanics whenever you play with the Yasuo. Right now, they're hovering. Guys, remember, if you are just tuning in, there is a giant, massive screen next to these guys, so they can just glance up, see what the opponent actually has selected, and which runes and masteries he's running. They can also talk to each other in-game.
Yeah, and some of these players will agree to just play a mirror matchup, and they can be pretty fun. Varus versus Varus could be kind of interesting. It could also probably just come down to CS.
Can be boring.
Yeah.
They can't actually see runes and masteries. I'm wrong there, but they can see which summer spells rather that they're using.
And Impact, to talk a little bit about how he played yesterday, he actually played against Mouse, and he was actually able to tower dive Illusion as the Olaf, take him out with last possible swing before he died to it, and oh boy.
That'll be interesting.
Urgot!
I love Urgot, dude. I am so happy whenever an Urgot gets into the game. Takes me back to like the good old days. Champion is so fun to watch. However, I think we may have a similar conversation here about mana.
Yeah.
Mana. Ziggs is so mana efficient when it comes to pushing.
That's the thing, is it's like, great, you hit your E, you better get all those Qs off, or you're not going to do much. And Ziggs could just drop his satchel, wash away. That's so easy for him. You can jump yourself away, you can knock him away. And honestly, the biggest problem here for Urgot is range. Like, Ziggs never has to get in range of you. So Ziggs can go for CS wins, he can poke you out, try to force you into bad trades, bad positions.
There is still that Ghost on the side of Clearlove. I don't know if he changed it. We'll have to check once we get into game, because I feel like Ghost on Ziggs is a bit of a lost summoner.
Yeah, I mean, he had Ghost, he had Heal.
Yeah.
Well, I'm not sure if he is going to actually stick with that, but...
Because the range is pretty... Once the E is applied, say, like, when do you want to pop Ghost? Only when E is kind of applied already. You're not going to Ghost out of a flying E anyways. At that point, it might be wiser to just walk up to him and exhaust him.
Yeah, I think, honestly, if he is going with those summoners, he's 100% just going for a CS win.
Yeah.
Like, he's basically just saying, I'm going to run away when you run towards me. I have Heal to survive any all-in, and it is going to be exhaust barrier. So super defensive masteries makes more sense than the Heal, I do think, and the Ghost. But still, I think it's the same principles that are going to apply here. I do think we're going to see Clearlove trying to stay back.
And we were researching Clearlove's runes earlier already, and we looked at the pages like, what the hell is this going to be? It's ability power galore, 26 in total, flat armor, but then attack speed out of nowhere on like a mage. It actually shows you that he's like, he was ready for Ziggs. This is the champion that he wanted to play. This isn't no reactionary pick here. Now look at his match history as well. No Ziggs game either, so he was hiding this pick very, very well. Showing some Rengar and some Eve in his like match histories. But he may have, I think he doesn't have masteries.
Oh no.
I think he legit forgot to build masteries. He has 0 pages active.
Oh boy. Yeah.
Oh,
Clearlove. That is unlucky.
That's unfortunate.
That is very unlucky. And Clearlove, you talked about his unfortunate streak. Well, apparently it continues. We'll see if it's going to come into play or not, if he's going to be able to make do without it. But obviously not having masteries is a pretty insane disadvantage if we do have that right.
All right, let's see what he does then. Uphill battle if it's true.
Yeah, I mean, I think going for CS win then becomes kind of more the only option, but it becomes much more difficult. You don't have a mono regen mastery. You don't have really much.
You don't have anything. No Tunnel Lords. There's no mana regen. There's no Green Farthest Gift, which is super strong on Ziggs, especially
on this map, right? Yeah. Where you can non-stop just be jumping in and out. And it's the only mastery on that tier that's really going to do much for you. So
Impact actually had a quick glance at his runes. He's running mana regen on his blues. On 6 blues, 2.0 mana regen in total. It's a page that some supports tend to use. He'll need it because, as you'll see right here, that trading pattern is going to be costing him quite some mana later on.
Yeah, I think that's actually really smart. And on these champions that have relatively low cost abilities like the Q and stuff, even just a couple of those mana regen blues can make an insane amount of difference.
All right, we just got confirmed he has Tunnel Lords.
Okay.
It was just a glitch in the system. Yep. Refresh the page, thank God.
Okay.
He actually is running a page.
This is really good. Still, I'm a little bit interested to see that he is actually going to be going for Merciless instead of the mana regen challenge. There's 4 points in Merciless there, and look at that trade. But I just don't see you really winning the fight by killing the Urgot. So to me, you'd rather have the mana regen. You'd rather stay back, be able to have the additional wave clear. But there is an argument for both sides.
I mean, you need to keep some threat at least. You know, if at one point you can never fight back, if this guy overextends to the minion wave, you need to be able to punish him. He probably has good rally control anyways, and may just build more doors.
Yeah, so we will see if the mana does come into play, but still, obviously, there's arguments on both sides. I just think 4% extra damage under 40% HP is not worth being able to spam out a couple extra spells, right? You know, if you hit 1 extra spell, 1 extra satchel, that can be more than the difference there.
Yeah, definitely if it's kind of a death of 1,000 cuts. Really good connection here by
Impact. The Ignite!
Too. Good barrier. Nicely timed, just not enough. That should be final tick. Yeah, Clearlove lives. But he loses the zone and the base timing, and he's already behind in CS.
If Impact had enough confidence, he actually maybe could have got that last auto in there, but it's really risky because the turret was there. He would have had to wait for the Ignite burn.
I think if he could play this again to Impact, he would have exhausted, so he could stay close enough to get that final auto. But remember, there was still that barrier that could have soaked more damage.
I think the tier is a little bit silly. I mean, yes, it does have that mana regen, but I'd rather honestly see build something else, like even like a Forbidden Idol or something random like that, just get a bit more mana regen that way, because this feels like this is something that is not going to be as useful right now. I'd rather see an extra Doran's, things like that.
It just gives you, it gives you good mana stats though. Like it allows you to do so much. If you need to like unload a full mana bar on the Ziggs, Clearlove has shown that he can't even be competitive in trades. Like the Ziggs counter damage is not big enough, and this is just Impact's wheelhouse. And the beauty of Urgot as well, that he can poke so much while freezing a wave. Because spells will not really draw the aggro for him.
See how it does work out. If he did just have 700 gold, I mean, there's not really a great buy that he could grab there, unless you want to go Doran's Longsword, Doran's Boots, something like that. Because Boots can be pretty effective. You can get in range for the E, can be pretty big. And he's able to just keep landing.
He's going to go here with the slow from W.
Clearlove's in trouble.
Clearlove has to run.
He should exhaust him. Oh, okay.
So that's really important on Urgot. When you connect, you really want to get that slow applied from when you pop that W. Keep Clearlove in range. You are walking headfirst into Ziggs spells though. It's very easy for Clearlove to answer. And on level 6, there is more damage that comes out of Clearlove than Impact generates. He needs to kind of swap for the resistances as he sees the bomb coming. I think that's the correct play to do.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, with that ultimate, it's flat damage reduction now. You know, it's a percentage damage reduction. That on top of the exhaust is going to nullify so much of the damage. And we have seen, it seems like, oh, this would never happen, but you can swap them into the turret. We've seen things like in the Smeb game, right, where we saw a pull onto the turret, end of game. The same thing can happen here if Clearlove kind of slips up even for a little bit, or even if you can swap him into a cannon wave of yours, for example, and make him fight you there. The cannon retaliating could be the difference in a fight.
Yeah, definitely very important, but at this point, doesn't look like we're getting any fighting. Impact really just parking the wave in the middle of the map with a soft freeze. This will eventually push out, but it'll take a long time, and every time he gets close,
oh, here he goes, he got 6 first.
That's an exhaust. Good satchel blocked out. Impact still whacking away here. Good Q connect, that should be it.
He needs one more Q. Oh! He got the barrier out though, thankfully enough. So Clearlove, oh no, he walked back in! Oh! The E dot takes him out as Impact wins again, and that was scary because if the poison didn't burn him down there, he might have been too close to the turret.
Yeah, he might have just kept on walking.
Yeah. Just run it down mid.
Run, Impact, run.
Yeah. But Impact comes up big again, and with a non-traditional pick, wins on the Urgot here.
Clearlove's not happy. He's like, this champion should be dealing more damage.
Yeah. I mean, that's the thing. It's champions that you don't always play against, you don't always see. Urgot definitely worked out very well. Impact was able to hit so many of his E's and constantly shoot out those Qs.
Yeah, and also, like, Urgot's passive, to my knowledge, did not get changed right. So he still has that innate damage reduction. He's one of the best 1v1 traders in the game because when he applies his passive, any damage Clearlove wants to retaliate is just awesome. Maybe Clearlove practiced all these trades on Ziggs and has a certain damage in mind, plays against Urgot, it's like, wait, this guy's really tanky all of a sudden.
Yeah.
Because of the passive.
And once again, we talked about not respecting the ultimate. He was too close, right?
Yeah.
He's not kind of counting the minions. He's not really keeping in track. The fact that Impact had more XP, was ahead there. He hit 6 first, lands the ultimate, and then it's so hard for Clearlove to really win from that situation because Impact got on the right side of the satchel, so he can't satchel them away. As long as you stay with the Ziggs, he can't separate you.
Definitely. If it's double satchel, same direction, you're winning out. And that goes back to the way Impact played it earlier. Had a really couple strong pokes and zones, which got him a CS advantage in terms of solidifying the first base, but also I think he denied a little bit of experience, which means if you hit level 6 first, you have kind of half a level of buffer combined with a frozen wave there. That's what he got from zoning so well in the early game, and that forced Clearlove to step up because he was getting denied much more XP. Every single minion that was dying got too close, just like you said, swapped, and then Satchel did not work out.
And Impact has been known for crushing in these 1v1s in the top lane. Obviously, most people I think are expecting the mid laners to be the ones who are smashing through this, but it hasn't been the case so far. And Impact is in the quarterfinals now, and he's doing very well.
That's one thing where AD carries and top laners have a little bit more knowledge. It is in just trading in the wave, honestly. On bot lane, obviously, there's support interaction, but on top lane, you're playing on an island. You definitely are more cognizant of what an auto attack does to the wave positioning and how much damage minions deal. Because in mid lane, so often you're playing mages rather, they kind of AoE with spells. Spells do not draw minion aggro, auto attacks do. So top laners, technically in that instance, have a bit of an advantage.
Yeah, definitely. And I do think that there are a lot of mechanically very difficult top laners to play as well. Like, obviously the famous ones are more the assassins in the mid lane and stuff, but there is still a lot going on in the top lane, like as far as mechanics, you know, even playing champions like Echo and stuff, there can be some pretty impressive plays. But I believe we are going to send it back to stage, and we're going to find out who's coming up next on Murder Bridge.
Y en el lado azul, el nuevo sheriff del abismo de los lamentos, venido de la GPL,
And 2 days ago, Doublelift didn't know who he was, but he definitely does now. It's OLS! Enough chit-chat. To the game.
I can't get enough of these intros, man. I think it's absolutely fantastic.
I'm just worried where it's going. At one point. So like they run.
Where is the line? Where's the?
We're done. We're out of intros. Where do we go next?
I guess maybe we'll find out. You know, still got another day and a half or so of 1v1s. So
I mean, luckily towards the end, it's going to be best of series, which requires only one intro for up to 3 games. So maybe they can really get some value from their script writing right there.
Yeah. Did they peak on day 1? You know, that's the big question, right? Can you top the rat-a-tat-tat?
Yeah, if you walk into a crowd and you get cheered on, sometimes you use your best material far too quickly.
Yeah, there you go. Peak too soon, Gremo. Peak too soon. But we are going to be having another good matchup here. It's Levi and it's Wayless. Wayless obviously kind of put the smackdown on double lift, and
which was really satisfying to see.
Yeah. I think it was. Honestly, I didn't really think double lift had much of a chance in the Twitch versus LeBlanc matchup. So
I think he was in a good position. I think he would have won if he just kept it.
If he just went for CS?
Because I talked to him. He's like, yeah, I didn't want to lose. I didn't want to win on CS. I'm like, dude, you're playing 1v1 tournament. Just bloody win.
Yeah, because I don't think that you can win in the all-in in that situation. No. It's like, once LeBlanc hits the chain, it's pretty brutal.
Especially if you walk into a rush. Anyways, he's out of the tournament. Doesn't matter anymore. LeBlanc, Urgot, and Tom Kench banned on the left side. Draven, Caitlyn banned by Wayless.
Yeah, so LeBlanc taking off table here for Wayless. And Levi, we just saw him crushing on Lee Sin. That's going to be available. Maybe he could bait Wayless into a Lee Sin 1v1.
Challenge him to a 1v1. That would be cool. He played a mean Kha'Zix as well, IWC8. I think it was in the Assassin's mode where he had something like 17 kills.
Yeah, so you know, if you're thinking of the kind of some of those jungle champions and stuff, we could even see Rengar. We saw Rengar work out, but I think that was kind of one of those things where if you respect the Rengar, if you stay far enough away from the bush, it's a lot harder for him to win those all-ins, and it's...
Definitely agree. You can drop like 10 CS to him early, and it's still a Rengar. Like, all he has is a brush.
Yep.
Just stay away from it.
Just stay to that right side of the map, pretend the left side doesn't exist.
Yep.
It's going to be A-okay.
Safety and relics. All right, time's ticking down again. These guys are not considering a 1v1. There's too little talking. I don't see them communicating too much right now.
Oh, they are. They both are talking between Brand and Lee Sin here, but
they're just waiting for the last moment to switch their picks, obviously.
Yeah, let's see if they do end up locking it. Okay. Lucian Varus.
The crowd goes mild.
The crowd goes mild. Yeah, I don't know. This is one where it's like seems pretty hard for Lucian to me.
It's really
that seems like really hard for Lucian because Lucian has lower range. He can get poked out. It's like, sure, if Lucian gets in on the Varus and is able to have some sort of an early all-in, great. But Varus can sit back. You can poke him out with the E early, the EQ early. Like, it's going to be very tough for Lucian, I think.
In a traditional meta, right, when we see bot lane 2v2s and we see a Varus lane, why don't we see it very often? Well, because it's low mobility.
Yeah, you can
get squashed by ganks or by like a melee support closing gap. Guess what? It's not here. Yep. Junglers or supports. It's 1v1. This guy has no weakness in terms of mobility. Lucian Q harass through the lane is dodgeable because it's shorter range. Varus can always land that E harass over time. If Lucian starts dodging with E, he again is capped in his mana pool, so it's incredibly hard for the Lucian. I think it's a matchup, honestly, where you may even run Cleanse, dodge out of the ult at level 6, and you put a Culling in the face. I think that's the win condition for Lucian.
Yeah, that actually makes a lot of sense. I mean, Culling is not something that he's really going to be able to... He can't flash out of it. He can't really react to it very well. And if you do connect that full Culling, but it's actually interesting. They both swapped off of Ignite, so we're going to have Barrier, Exhaust for both players, which is kind of the more defensive route. And it could be something where Levy could kind of just sit back and try to just actually CS and say, hey, I'm actually just going to farm better than Wayless, try to win it out like that. But it becomes tough because if you bring this to CS, Wayless is going to be able to get some mana, he's going to be able to get some items, and he's going to be able to start trying to poke you out.
But I really like what Wayless has done with his rune page. So he runs the traditional armor on his yellows versus an AD carry, but he's full mana regen on his glyphs. So that is 3.0 mana regen per 5 seconds that he's running. He's spec'd very heavily in attack speed, so all his quints are attack speed, which means he really wants to go for the triple stack proc and then proc away one of his abilities, then get some more and do it again, and really play around that % damage. And he really understands that he doesn't need to kind of itemize or spec against the weaknesses generally, where you run maybe like CDR glyphs or you run magic resistance glyphs. Like, he's really built for this 1v1.
Yep. And I also think that having that 19% attack speed allows him to push that much easier. If he wants to push his opponent and harass him under turret, this is going to help him to do that. So both players have elected to start Q first. And we are going to see that and just going to start kind of farming it out here. But I think the mana regen, once again, it's very intelligent. He doesn't want to get up in the face of the Lucian. He wants to sit back. He wants to be able to poke him out. And the only kind of risk there is if you get pushed in, you have to start CSing under turret. And just like that, you can fall behind. So Wayless needs to make sure he's using his attack speed, keeping the wave at least more even, so he can be able to pick up more of this farm and kind of keep it more neutral.
Yeah, always be auto-attacking the minions, and when you harass with your spells, you want kind of double value, so you want to hit both the Lucian and the creeps, but that's why they start E as well, because if you use Q through an entire wave, one, it's hard to hit, and two, it's going to do much more diminished damage.
And you can see Wayless is actually kind of scared of the Lucian dashing in, so he's sitting very far back. He's using his auto attack so much less. You can even just see, like, he was strafing back and forth with the 3 main range minions there. Well, Levy was pushing up, hitting his Q, using his passive on the minions, and he has been kind of in control of this wave.
Yeah, but Lucian spikes much earlier, much better early trader.
That level 2 power spike, Crepo. Tell me about it.
Was he backpedaling? Wayless, is this the equivalent of backpedaling, what he was doing, canceling some autos?
Well, the E does not land there, and so far, Levy's doing a really good job with the CS, and it would be interesting to see if he wants to go for something like, he has Warlords, I do believe, so if you pick up the Warlords, if you go something like a Vamp Scepter or whatever, and you just try to kind of push your opponent really, really quickly, and just kind of try to heal up and outlast him in that way and win on farm.
He is running armor on his glyphs, so he's not running the mana regen that Wayless is. That's kind of the only difference in the build. Both are indeed running Warlords.
But he is running Perseverance as well as all of the HP regen talents. So he has the lifesteal talents, he has the flat regen talents, he's 12 into Resolve. So this means he can kind of sit through a lot of the poke, and I think that stacking lifesteal with a build like this makes a lot of sense, because you can get that push, you can kind of tank through and hopefully just heal back up over and over, and I think it's a really smart strategy, actually.
He's also just playing it very well. Whenever there's a window for him to go aggressive, he does up into it, so he's not super tunnel vision focused on this push as a mild CS league. But as we'll see, as this matchup progresses, Wayless, once he gets access to more spells, is going to be much more comfortable dealing immediately with these larger waves.
Yeah, but Levy is controlling the runes. He picks up both the runes, which is very big there, and he is going to be able to get an advantage from that.
But that's a mistake. Wayless was playing on the left side for burst control, but at the same time, he could have easily been playing on the opposite side and gotten that relic right there. So that is Wayless leaving an opportunity for Levy, and he is definitely punishing where he sees them fit. Right now, he's playing more in a defensive posture, but he's definitely on top of his game.
Yeah, certainly. It kind of talks again about the fact that these guys practice these modes.
Oh, I love this.
Yeah, this is going to be a slow push for his opponent, which is going to deny a lot of the minions there. So I think this is really smart. Most people would have tried to shove it in. I don't think they would have got it in time.
Yeah, I need to look at what the range creeps are doing. If you're wondering ever how a freeze becomes to be, it's basically because there is a slight advantage, especially in range creeps on the other side. Just look at them. They're all going to focus a creep. Melee creeps are really good at soaking up damage. It's the range creeps that you want to keep alive. And then when the next wave comes in, it just kind of stacks up and up and up.
And if you're asking yourself, hey, well, he's missing some minions, why did he do this? It's because the opponent has more minions that are going to kill off his minions. So even though he misses a couple CS, his opponent loses way more and must push forward into him and kind of in a more vulnerable spot. And I do like the purchase here. I think Cloth Armor is actually pretty smart.
Especially in AD carry matchups, because I feel like, as we see the relic being taken, really good punish by Wayless.
But look how little damage that is.
Damage helps you part on your abilities and part on your auto attacks, but it's kind of scaling. But armor, I feel like it works against the base damage of abilities as well. Therefore, it's kind of more beneficial. It's more useful. It does kind of suck in all-ins, but if you're playing CS game, armor is a good choice.
Yeah, it certainly is. And this is kind of my understanding of what Levy wants to do. That looks like a not-so-good trade, but he has more regen. He has more lifesteal. He has these defensive masteries, and his plan is, hey, yes, I lose that level trade. Oh, he has the culling. Is he going to go for it? Oh,
barrier, no exhaust.
Not quite enough.
Really well timed there. He went back, got the last CS ready. As he was dying, he walks up with the dying CS.
This is so smart.
And this is honestly super well played by Levy.
This is so smart. The cloth armor, the defensive masteries, the way he is playing this. He's now going to be able to deny minions. He's up 14 CS, gets a better buy. He's basically tanking his opponent to a victory.
Yeah, he's just like a pseudo bruiser, I think is the closest we could call it. I mean, he has one cloth armor. We're not going to call him a bruiser, but I definitely agree.
Two cloth armors, Crepo.
Two cloth armors.
Yeah, what do you got to say now? He's practically Mundo with 6 items.
This is as close as we'll ever get to a Renekton again. But it is just so super efficient because like any physical damage that is already on the base damage of an ability now gets negated a bit better by the cloth armor. Obviously, there's Warlords, which rewards you on lower HP. I love that he's proactively sweeping every time. He can cancel the back, but instead he's just going for that freeze again, pulling the wave.
Yeah, and I think since the back has gone off, He's just trying to group the minions now, and he's going to be able to pull them all together. They group up. He actually puts the ranged minions behind the melees.
That's really important. He rearranges the wave in a sense. If you wonder if he's pulling the minions, why did he kill one then? Because he needs to stay sustained. A little bit of lifesteal here and there. Still, there's a massive advantage. If there's a 4-stack of range creeps at the back, and there's a cannon creep, you have control of where you want the wave to go. Now he can pull the wave to him again, and then when crawling is up again, go for the all-in with barrier on cooldown.
Exactly, and he's going to be able to pick up most of these CS, because he has a lot of AD. He has double Dorans, he has double Longsword. This is super free to last hit under their turret, and okay, he misses one, but still.
Say that, of course, Massacres.
Still, I mean, he's up 10 CS, he's doing very well, and for Wayless, he needs some lifesteal. He picks up the Vamp Scepter, but then it's like, well, you're not going to have enough mana. You're not going to be able to really do a huge amount of damage to poke this guy out. So where is your advantage? Where do you win here? And it starts to become a bit desperate for Wayless.
Especially if you see that Wayless opts in the same style with the Vamp Scepter.
Exactly. You're trying to do what your opponent is doing, but you're doing it worse.
From behind, and that's how you never win. So Wayless needs to make a tactical shift and honestly go for open with an auto attack into Q. Try and outrange and go for the ulti, but there's really good side switch on Levy. Again, he dodges it, turns it into crawling. Wayless right now tanking creeps. Exhaust is there too. Levy can dash again real soon, and that's it.
Oh, the exhaust. Oh, he canceled his auto. He had to back up there. He stuttered the auto because of the exhaust, the attack speed reduction. Levy would have had it, but don't fret too much. He's still up a lot of farm. He can push it in, and both players have the barrier, but that should have been game.
Yeah, that should have been game if he went slightly more optimal. He still has an entire barrier, and he can definitely outplay
Look
this
at his lifesteal. He's already back so much of this HP. He's being able to heal back up. He's being able to regen back up, and he can look to go aggressive on Wayless if he sees the opportunity.
And the problem is Wayless needs to get a couple auto attacks in before he uses abilities. Levy, the only way he loses is right now if he gets sucked in and kind of greets for the last few CS.
Yeah, or if he can get baited into an all-in. Like at this point, you don't even have to. You can use Cullings on the wave and stuff. He's 20 CS from victory. His opponent basically has to get almost 3 full waves advantage in farm. And at this point, Levy has the item advantage. He has kind of the CS advantage. If you keep your opponent in lane here, if you keep him stuck in this, then how do you lose?
I really like that he's trading just every time Wayless uses either an E or a Q, it's being traded for the gap calls are on the side of Levy.
Yeah, very smart. He's going to miss that CS, unfortunately. That's a bit unlucky, but should be able to... okay, well, that was a little bit careless. I mean, he should have at least got 2 of those.
I think he's trying to decide, like, am I getting baited into an all-in? What's the cooldown on Varus ultimate? Should I base? He's trying to run the numbers here. And Wayless is taking advantage of that confusion. I think the best thing to do for Levy here is just base.
Yeah, part of the problem here is that because he's hesitating on what to do, now he's going to lose a lot of minions to the turret when he does base. And he is eventually going to kind of come to that conclusion where that's what he should do. But when you give up the minion advantage, when you give up the wave, then you're not auto-attacking, you're not using that lifesteal. And wow, look at this buy. He picks up a Warden's Mail as well as the Caulfield. So
super efficient.
Super efficient, super tanky. And because it was a cannon wave, he's actually not losing as many minions as he should have, right? The cannon tanks it up, it allows you to get back there.
Because Wayless also hesitated. He hesitated on the punish, and obviously it's really hard for him to like kind of tear through that entire wave because he's running so much attack speed and doesn't have that much raw AD to enhance his abilities.
He's 10 CS away. I don't think Wayless could have even afforded to back here. He's going to get this full free wave, then he's 4 CS away, and culling is up. He just has to...
coming in.
He just has to cull the next wave. Wayless must all in now. Wayless has to all in pretty much immediately. And even still, Levy has his barrier and he can just culling the wave. I mean, what is Wayless going to do?
90% over, but we have been wrong in the past. So Wayless, I don't even know why he's going for CS.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter at this point.
Needs to get out there and start fighting because the minion wave is coming.
Oh, no sweep. There is almost an exhaust. He really wants to get that exhaust up too. Wayless pops the elixir. Levy can just let the minions do the talking for him. There's 12 CS away and look at Wayless. He wants to deny as much as he can. He's ready, though.
I think the thing is, if Wayless tanks a full culling, then Levy can just win the all-in, but he just needs those minions. He's going to go for it.
Put a culling on a wave. 1 minion, 2, and 1 more. Levy's Wayless blocking the culling. It's over.
Got it. And we talked about it. Is it mechanics or is it intelligence? And Levy, he outthought Wayless. This was so smart. The crowd a little unhappy it's not a kill, but I got to give this guy credit. He
Screw the crowd.
His opponent.
If you get to a CS victory by building efficiently, they can boo all they want. This was very well played by Levy, especially if you look at the early game. This guy was reacting well in every single scenario. He was dashing out of abilities, trading mana, playing very cost efficient. You know, the cloth armor, everybody's tunneling on damage all the time.
His masteries, his item build, his play, everything spoke about the planning that he had for this matchup. And Levy walks away with a very well-deserved win. And a guy like this, to me, is someone who's a threat to take the tournament, to take the 1v1s.
Yeah, the only issue I feel is if he reveals a style like this and he goes up against somebody like Uzi, kind of, you saw Levy hesitate, right? In certain scenarios of like, should I base, should I stay, should I go? Well, Uzi just, he doesn't even have to think anymore. That's like embedded in his like 80 carry DNA. And that's the problem I have. Also, if you're
just too good, just like Uzi, same problem I have, you know, it's me and Uzi like this.
Just like that. What are you going to do? No, or if you face a Darius or an Olaf and he's actually unfamiliar with the matchup. So that is maybe something that can happen. However, we have our first 100 CS victory.
Yep.
And he still gets the applause that he deserves.
I
like that.
Definitely deserves it. And
because that's the suck. You watch Xpeke win a 1v1, crowd goes like, Peke, Peke. You win, you take off your headset, and the first thing you hear is like, boo.
Yeah, I know. That doesn't feel too good, but...
No, definitely not. So we're honestly getting ready right now. Luckily, the next players should be ready. They're preparing in twos, so there's 2 booths on stage, or pods rather. One match is playing, the other guys are preparing. In a CS victory, they should be ready to get going quickly.
Yeah, I would think so. And then speaking of Uzi, he's going to be coming up next. So Uzi is going to be playing against Optimus next, and that should be one that is very exciting. Uzi, I think, is a player. You know, Mata was even talking about him in an interview yesterday, saying he's the best laning AD carry in the world, right? And AD carries are incredibly good in 1v1, and it's not just one. It's Caitlyn, it's Lucian, we've now seen win, and it's Varus, right? There's a lot of them.
And it's honestly, the beauty for me about Uzi is not how good he is, but how early in his career he was just so good at that style where you weave in auto attacks in between pushing and then being able to last it. Because like a lot of AD carries kind of caught up to that style in Season 4 and 5, but he was doing it already from the get-go, already in auto space.
Yeah.
All right, guys, that's enough talking about Uzi, though. We'll see him on stage soon. Let's keep the day rolling and send it back to Dash.
On to our 4th match of the evening. Now, yesterday he put the BB to bed, but he's looking to do the same to his opponent here. Put your hands together. It's Optimus! And on the other side of the Howling Abyss, representing Team Ice, well, his bullets, they never miss. It's Uzi! Time to lock and load, gentlemen.
All right, so Optimus versus Uzi. You know, you heard it. Optimus took down Bebe, or BB. I always do that. It's so terrible. But it's actually the worst, too, because I'm a former player, and I used to get super tilted when people would say my name wrong. And now I'm that guy, and I'm just like, damn it.
Screw that guy.
Why? Yeah.
There's a lot of players. Now you know. Now you get to see at the other side what's it like. Right? Azil?
Yeah. I know exactly what you're talking about, Creepo.
Creepo.
So,
That's the problem with my name, man. Like, they find like so many unique. Either they go Creepo or they go like Crapo, and either way, like you correct them, it's still wrong.
Yeah. All the Europeans would call me Azil.
Azil?
Azil.
Because they're used to the item, or.
Well, I mean, it wasn't in World of Warcraft, but it could be that. Maybe they're seeing it in the future.
They were ready for the superior.
Exactly. We all were.
Welcome to the mothership. All right, let's see. Caitlyn, Varus being banned. Draven on the other side. So these guys do not like AD carries, it seems.
No, definitely not. And I don't think that you want to play an AD carry duel against Uzi. So
probably not.
It makes a lot of sense that you're going to take him off the table. And he could even leave Lucian up if you wanted. Like, if you have a plan against Lucian, I don't think that Lucian is that dominant, but that's going to be taken off. So this is, in my opinion, probably the 4th strongest in this mode of AD carries.
Yeah, it has to be like a LeBlanc ban. I would argue that like Ezreal is just a fine 1v1 champion as well that we really haven't seen. It's a little awkward to build him maybe.
Yeah.
Because you're so mana-centric, but Ezreal has one of the highest damages, in my opinion, like level 1. Even just straight off the bat. If you can like kind of get around the mini wave somehow, you can really deal really good trades with auto queues.
Certainly, and if you do get into all-ins and you do have your passive stack, the extra attack speed that you give is something that can be underestimated a lot of the time. People aren't always kind of taking that in consideration, but all AD carry bans, LeBlanc, like you said, is on the table.
If you're playing versus Uzi, blind, I think you should go for the LeBlanc. The counter would actually be like a Nasus who can perform.
I think Nasus, you build tanky, like you build MR and stuff, a couple Dorans, then you just build a Cowl or whatever, you can farm it out. That could be quite effective against the LeBlanc, but LeBlanc actually has so much damage, and with the chains, you can kind of lock down even some of these tanks and eventually take them out.
Especially against a champion with a slower kind of gap closer animation. Like Arcane Shift is very like loaded on the front side. I feel like you can always connect a chain. It's not large enough for you to get out of chain range either. So in that sense, it is a good matchup.
Jace.
But we won't see it at the end.
Okay. So we have seen Quinn before. We did see Quinn once. I believe it was actually, who was it? Who played it?
I totally did not cast all these 1v1s and should definitely not know this.
I'm totally speaking out right now. It was Mad Life. I'm pretty sure Mad Life actually did play the Quinn, and we did see Bjergsen obviously play Jace. Jace is definitely very strong in the 1v1s. Quinn's all in, though, cannot be underestimated. And this champion with the Harrier procs, I believe it is, are so much damage.
The problem is that Quinn doesn't get usually the problem is that Quinn doesn't get value from her ulti as much.
Yeah.
The same thing kind of can be said from Jace. They have really interesting trading patterns. Jace is good in 1v1s if he can hit both the range creeps with a Q or an empowered Q and the enemy champion, and then can speed up through his own gate, walk up, triple shot in the face, switch forms and hammer time. That is kind of what he wants to do. But it is hard against a good Quinn playing around with that vault.
Yeah, certainly. You can actually vault the Jace Q, I believe, and stop that. Yep. So that is something that's a really unique interaction. And if you do try to go aggressive as Quinn and you try to use the vault to refresh the Harrier proc and get the extra damage, then the Jace can Q onto you free, basically. And it's kind of, there's a back and forth there.
Yeah, I wonder if damage...
Jace E?
Well, the Jace E can knock her out of it for sure, but she'll still bounce back far enough. But I wonder if the damage actually still sticks on the Q. It used to be like super flashable, but I somehow feel that even if the Quinn gets the kind of the leap off to dodge the Q landing, she'll still take a significant amount of damage.
Yeah, I'm not super sure about that interaction, but either way, it is pretty interesting because you spoke about the Shock Blast, right? You spoke about hitting the back range minions and everything, and Quinn, it's kind of similar that you're dealing with, right? The Quinn Q, you can push, you can hit the range minions with that as well, and you also have to, both champions want to keep minions in between them and the other champion, but not get too close to those minions to get splashed by the abilities.
Yeah, and you spoke about this kind of hybrid AD style last game where yes, you are an AD carry that can go all in, but you're focusing more on sustaining, become a bit of a bruiser. Uzi's doing something similar. Very heavy on mana regen, 1.7 in total. He has a lifesteal Quint as well built in, and he is running 18-0-12. 12 points in resolve, really going for a more sustained approach here.
Yeah, I think this is really smart, and it'll be interesting to see if he is even going to go like one step past that to do what Levy did and kind of start building some armor and that kind of thing.
And if we contrast that to Optimus, he is definitely much more around the kind of all-in aspect. He's running 7.5% CDR. So basically what he wants to do is get a good trade and go back in again and kind of outpace the cooldowns from Uzi. But that generally means stylistically that Uzi's approach is safer for basically a 1v1 holistically.
Yeah, I would think so. I think going for a CDR is pretty risky. It's something where you have to constantly get those trades. You kind of have to constantly do it, and your opponent can play around that and back off.
Yeah, we see that in the Masters as well. Yes, both of these guys are running Warlords, but there are 12 points in Cunning.
Yeah.
That's the middle tree for people that actually don't know what they're called, which is basically the all-in aspect, you know, where you run things like the Green Father's Gift or Merciless, which basically gives you much more execute damage.
Yeah, and even, I believe it's Assassin Mastery, which is the extra damage. So he has the Ignite too. So everything speaks about the fact that he wants to all-in. But the problem with that is it becomes pretty choreographed. When you see your opponent is running CDR, if you click on them, you see that kind of thing. You see that, you know, he is running Green Father's Grace, all this. You just know that you have to play a bit more defensively.
And then stylistically, how do you beat that? Well, you just pressure him and you get some allies, right? And those allies are the minions. And because as Uzi, you can have more liberties when you're pushing. You can take some damage, sustain it back up, whereas Optimus, he really wants to hold himself for that one big moment. Pretty poor Q in there from Optimus, honestly, allowing Uzi to bounce back. Uzi, all he needs to do is keep his range and avoid the EQ combos around level 5.
Exactly. Uzi has more sustain. He has the defensive trees. He has the lifesteal and the mana regen in the masteries. And he is, honestly, in my opinion, a much easier win condition than his opponent. And it's kind of the same sort of thing that we saw Levy force his opponent into, where Optimus is eventually probably going to come to the realization where it's like, crap, I have to all in, don't I?
Oops, I didn't goof. Strong trade here in between from Uzi. Gets a CS advantage. Sees a way in. Optimus, even though these styles are like nuances, these are still champions with a lot of high base damages, so that in itself is honestly the first layer of decision making. Can I hit this guy in the face? Yes, then go for it. And we've seen a continuous minion advantage here from Uzi.
Yeah.
Versus a champion that's generally known for pushing on Jace.
12 CS up already is pretty big. He is going to be able to close the gap a little bit, but Optimus is getting relatively low on HP. If Uzi can get there, he got the Relic. And he gets both summoners from Optimus, which is brutal.
Oh, close there, though, because if that relic goes to Optimus, suddenly all our theory goes out of the window, and Uzi gets smashed in the head. And even though he was so confident he was getting that relic, that he did not even want to use the exhaust on maximum range
the barrier,
to slow Optimus.
Yeah, and that's the fact is, it wasn't even really that close because he still has both the summoners. He did get a little bit low on HP, but now he bases. He's going to have a much better buy, I would assume here. We'll see what he decides to spend all his gold on. So it's going to be pretty aggressive. Not going to go for the cloth armor route. I actually think that after
you could argue with it.
Yeah, I think that when you're already this far ahead, your opponent has already kind of blown his summoners and stuff. You can definitely afford to go for those more defensive routes.
Yeah, unless you're Uzi and you just feel so confident in like knowing the damage range that you can optimize your style. This is probably like a higher yield but lower variance if you go for the sword. Yes, you get screwed if you mess up, but if you keep the push going, then obviously you can lock this Jace on a turret and he has nothing else to do.
And the fact of the matter is, when you're 2 summoners to 0, Uzi might just want to kill this guy, right? Like, people, yes, winning on CS is super legit, but you'd rather kill the guy,
I mean,
right?
in front of the crowd has definitely shown us what they think about somebody who plays for CS.
The crowd wants blood.
Like gladiators.
Yeah, exactly. It's just like the Gladiator movie, except in this movie, they don't respect the mercy. The mercy of leaving your opponent alive and killing only the minions.
Thumbs down every time.
Thumbs down every time, yeah, exactly.
This is actually like a hidden thing that's overlooked as well. There's no safety in brushes versus the Quinn, obviously, since you have that reveal.
Map hacks.
Good poke from Optimus. Answers there on Uzi. Uzi looking for some sustain before he goes in again. Good vault. Good answer on the trades. Every time Uzi vaults, he's getting a shock blast in the face. He's going low right now, though.
There's the exhaust. He's looking for the kill here. Should have it. So well played by Uzi. I think that this is like what Levy did, but one step better, right? He had the win condition of the 100 CS. He outthought his opponent. He had better build. I think he had better runes and everything to set up, and then he just kills the guy.
They were blocked by the cameras. Like, how do I get this? Yeah, anyway, okay, walk around, walk around. Yeah, and it basically, like, it was very seamless. It feels like he was kind of
outthought,
like
outplayed.
second nature. Like, I don't think he, as a player, is thinking about, oh yes, right here, because if I make that trade, obviously it's for this like big, broader concept. You see the final trade again. It's at this moment Optimus knows like he's going down. There's not much he can do. Even for good measure, showing that his barrier was still up at the end from Uzi.
Yeah, and it's like you said, it's instinctual, right? Like, you don't think about every single little decision you're doing. The very best players just know that it's the right decision, and that's why it's kind of funny talking to some of the amazing players. And you're like, oh, I'm gonna talk to this guy. He's gonna teach me how to be good. He's like, oh, so why'd you do this brilliant thing? Because that's what you're supposed to do.
Yeah, that's what you do.
That's
like,
what you
who
do.
wins this matchup?
That was the
this
smart
guy.
thing to do. Yeah.
Why? Like, no, he just wins the matchup.
You win.
Yeah, because he wins.
Because you win.
But yeah, that was really fun to see that we finally kind of unveiled like a more nuanced approach, because I feel day one it was all over the place, but right now we see 80 carries, but we see this like slight shift that Resolve is the better secondary tree. Yeah. That you definitely want to go for sustained talents as opposed to just like level 3 raw, like shotgun at each other. Whoever dies like is the loser.
Exactly. It's even if you're going for the kill, I still think Resolve is better, because unless you're doing a full straight up all in with no trading before, Resolve is going to give you more effective HP, right? It's going to give you that difference, that advantage.
Yeah, and there's no such thing as a 100-0 all in so far in 1v1s. We've seen
hasn't happened.
Maybe like an OAF game is like
Impact one.
Yeah,
maybe.
is where you can describe it. But more than it, it's kind of a war of attrition.
Yep.
Definitely so.
Yeah, definitely. Even if it isn't all in later in the game, it's like early in the game, oh, you forced them to base, so you got an item advantage. Then you could all in, got an XP advantage, these kind of things. So it is always coming into play, but that is Uzi moving on, and he's going to be in the quarterfinals as well. It will be Karsa and Albus.
Yeah, Albus next.
So.
Albus had a bye, so he's had time to kind of just look around, see what's going on, figure out what people are doing. Hopefully he picked up on the Resolve hype, and definitely also Mana Region on blue seems very good, because you generally spec into kind of magic resistance there, but there's very few ability power based champions in this 1v1 circuit.
Yeah, there certainly are, and just the early CS and the wave control and stuff is so important. So if you're forced to base because of a lack of mana, that's so problematic, like even more so than in a regular Summoner's Rift game. So it definitely is coming a lot into play.
But we're not done yet, so let's check in with Ibai to see who's on stage. Spoiler, it's Albus.
Volvemos con este 1 contra 1. Y es que en el lado azul tenemos al jugador con la victoria más rápida, Karsa. lleva 2 días calentando y está listo para su nuevo objetivo. Tenemos a Olbish. Caballeros, muchísima suerte.
All right, so Albus, as you said, had that buy. It didn't work out so well for RonOp. Nope. Had a buy earlier. We'll see if he can do a little bit better for himself.
I wish Ibai would call me Caballero one day. Maybe we can get there. Maybe I should challenge him to a 1v1.
Yeah. But then again, it didn't work out so well for QuickShot.
Yeah, but I don't play Ghost into Renekton. Nor do I have an obsession with eyeliner, so I hope that it would go a little bit better.
Yeah, maybe we can bring out the Bard. You
Bard 1v1?
Bard 1v1, you tell him about it, you get the meeps, you start doing some damage.
Did they even spawn on this map? I don't even know.
You tell me, you're supposed to be the Bard expert. I guess he's a fraud after all.
A giant shell production whispering in my ears. Yes, they do, Crepo. By the way, you're fired.
Exactly. It's like at the end of the Wizard of Oz, the curtain parts. There was production telling you all the Bard facts all along. It was
actually
one
giant marketing ploy. Half my salary has gone to like a marketing firm. Like, you need Bard in your life. Okay. Anyway.
If you'd like to subscribe to Bard Facts, text 305 to Bard.
That's my next venture. Bardfacts.com. All right, we see weird bands. They may be spelling something out here, so.
All right, D-A-M.
No.
Twisted Fate.
So it's going to be a mirror. We know it's going to be a mirror when these random bands come in, but usually there's a hidden message in the bands, but I'm not seeing it. You have to go deeper.
Yeah, I'm not seeing it either.
No.
I would be pretty hyped for a Ribbon 1v1. I would be less hyped for a Xin Zhao 1v1.
I don't know. You never know.
Oh, okay, Draven. So Draven, I know if there's an enemy Draven, you can catch their axes.
Wait, what?
You can catch the other Draven's axe. I'm almost 100% sure.
Axes are neutral? Axes belong to no faction. They belong to the war.
They belong to no man, Crepo. They fight for the man who catches them. Yep. But I'm pretty darn sure that you actually can catch your opponent's axe. And you can take that away, which would be pretty hilarious.
I think we're about to find out. Do we believe, then, that this is also one of those games where the hybrid bruiser-style Draven reigns supreme? I think I've seen 1v1 Dravens where if you spec into a little bit of armor, you actually end up outweighing because it's so physical-centric.
Yeah, I would think so. I mean, it would make sense to me that if you can get it like an early cloth armor buy or something, but my guess is this is going to be decided in the first couple of levels, and we're probably not going to get there. I feel like when you agree to a Draven 1v1, you're planning on fighting.
Just pre-minions. Maybe it's like a no-axe, last-hit only 100 CS game. I mean, Froggen pulled that stunt on us last year.
Yeah,
no.
That was the Zillion, right?
Yeah.
Zillion, no items, no masteries, no runes.
Final destination.
Yeah, that was Afromu in there, I think, who did fight it out against him and
poor Afromu,
ended up losing.
Got baited in, was like 5 CS off.
Yep.
Only Froggen would do that. Froggen would show up to a tournament and do that. But yeah, that was a Zillion. They actually spelled out Zillion back then in the bans as well. That's why I'm always looking for the hidden message in the mirror match. Let's see if there's any.
Oh, here we go.
Oh, we go.
Yeah, they're catching each other's axes. Look at. See, he caught them both. He has both axes.
It's over.
He has both axes.
Oh, they were testing it. They're talking to each other right now. So they're on comms, by the way, guys. They're on the same team, and. That's really cool. Sportsmanship here. Just testing the mechanic if it's true.
Yeah, so that's exactly what it is. So when you both have one axe, if you catch your opponent's axe, it's now 2-0, and the other guy is so boned. So this is definitely going to be a fun one.
All right, real quick before the mayhem starts. It is Resolve second, so 18-0-12 on the side of Karsa, and pretty standard AD carry page. I'm going to look for Albus real quick right there. He is running Resolve as well, slightly different execution of it, but also super standard page here. So they're actually just complete mirror.
It's the manliest way to play.
Yep. Your axe? My axe.
Yeah.
You threw this? I threw
My axe and your axe.
Yep.
What happens when you already have 2 axes and you catch their axe?
I think you just reset it. Because like you can technically have like re-throwing 3 axes as well on a Draven, right?
Does he just debut a third hand?
It was a character from Street Fighter called.
Oh, the guy with the 6 arms or whatever? Yeah.
It was me all along.
They all just start popping out.
All right, Albus actually reached his level 2 spike earlier by pushing. And definitely got a couple of good trades here. Karsa sustaining. You said it would be an all-in, but I feel like you have so much time to opt out. Because it's quite obvious which direction this fight is going to be trending, right? that you just like end up getting out sustained and then you base and then it goes for I think a forced all in due to CS.
Yeah, that's certainly possible. I was just thinking more, it seemed kind of like a fun champion among teammates.
Yeah, mano a mano.
We're like a support and a jungler, let's just level 2 and then kill each other and see who wins. But it depends how hard they really want to try, right? You can have fun picks and stuff and still go super try hard.
Double cancel here. You really, in the Draven versus Draven mirror, you want to...
Oh, here we go.
Hang on. Karsa's winning early. Albus is dying. Karsa wins. I was about to praise Albus. He had relic advantage, better positioning. You want to use your E to knock the other Draven astray so he doesn't pick up his axe. But I don't know what happened there, if there was a lot of minions involved, because suddenly that... Maybe it was a bad exhaust timing. You do need to go over that again, because that swung very quickly towards Karsa, and they're running identical setups, so... Late exhaust, that's it.
Yeah, it was a very late exhaust. The exhaust was even still on him once he died.
If you die with your exhaust still on the opponent, perhaps should have popped that a little early.
Maybe a little bit of an oopsie, and we can't really give him a pass because he's a support.
Yeah, we can't. I mean, supports don't really play that often with Draven anymore.
No, I'm talking about exhaust.
Oh, that way. Yeah, okay, that's fair. But you don't really know Draven damage that much, you know?
Yeah.
Usually as a support, you click it on the enemy.
You're just trying to look out for your support brethren, I understand.
As you're dying, that's your dying tribute to your AD carry. You throw it on them and then you
Summoners on cooldown, nothing I can do here. You see it, check, press tab.
No, you just like let your AD carry 1v2 versus an exhausted target and then he gets all the glory. That's usually what you do.
There you go.
There was no AD carry.
Ghana. You know, you just sit back in the bush, you pretend you're not even there.
I'm helping.
Yeah, I am helping. Yeah, there you go. I'm also getting Elo from playing Sean.
Yep, and then somebody calls you, says you have no mechanics as a support, and you get triggered.
Yep. Then you bring out the Zed support. And prove them right.
Have no mechanics. People always ask me to play Lee Sin support. I'm like, no, it's not a good champion.
It's just not meta right now.
No.
Don't worry, guys. When it becomes meta, I'll be the first one in there. I'll be waking up early, getting on the servers.
Has nothing to do with the fact that it's just too difficult for me to press all those buttons at once. But anyways, that was a surprise. Yeah, from the same team. They just really wanted the best Draven to advance.
Yeah, I think it was just going to be a fun one, right? It's your support player playing against one of your buddies, and he is just deciding to just kind of duke it out. It's works out for Karsa. I mean, he's won 2 in a row now. So turns out the buy was not an advantage for either player.
Buy was a lie, man. Definitely don't want to go for those buys. We got Reckless versus Smeb left, QTV versus Maple, and then Mata versus Prey later on as well. So we have definitely some exciting matches coming up. I saw Reckless, because he's in my eyesight right now, setting up on stage, and he looks fierce. He looks ready.
Yeah.
But let's get over to the stage right now. Next 2 players are standing by, and Dash is about to introduce them.
Now for our next match, our first challenger looked a friend in the eye yesterday and without mercy took his reign over the Howling Abyss. It's Reckless! And his opponent, in a battle of top laners, he flipped the tables and with the help of a turret, executed a successful 2v1. Ladies and gentlemen, Smeb! Lock and load, gentlemen. Let's have at it.
This is one I'm really excited for. I think this might be kind of the highlight of the day here because everyone is kind of expecting LCK to win a lot of things, and they've already kind of been smashing in Summoner's Rift. So this is a time where a Western player could take down Smeb and maybe go all the way.
Yeah, this is kind of our last hope. Aside from maybe Expeke as well.
Yeah.
Reckless definitely needs to perform, playing versus Smeb. I think the combined fan following from these guys as well probably is like the most hype match. There is Mata Prey later, but let's look at their stats here. Reckless, 4 solo kills, Smeb 26. There's
You know, it's only because of 30 support players like you stealing the glory. You can't get the solo kills. He's about to get it. You shield him. You take it away.
I mean, Reckless is really good at not dying to the point where it became a meme.
Yeah.
So maybe that helps him in the 1v1, but in the solo kill department, he's definitely lacking. Maybe we give it to Smeb for that reason.
Yeah, there you go. But we have seen Reckless showing up on the tournament. We saw him play a little Vayne. You know, I wouldn't mind seeing a Vayne versus Vayne matchup here, but I'm not sure if Smeb would want to agree to that one.
Vayne versus Vayne is kind of only fun if they run, for me, if they run Flash.
Yeah.
Because you get the E Flash and you can change the angle while you buffer the E, but I don't think that's really going to happen.
No, neither will.
Because Exhaust versus Exhaust Vayne is like, it sounds good on paper, but it gets boring really quick.
Yeah, that's true if it just becomes a farm fest. But Smeb, we've seen a lot of people running the Darius. We saw it inspired Yankos to varying success there. But You know, that has been pretty popular, and he could ban out some of the kind of safer AD carries and just go Darius again. We'll see if Reckless is kind of expecting that, has some other types of champions prepared, or if he just has another AD carry prepared, because you can't ban out all of them, especially if Reckless is not going to ban any himself.
Yeah, definitely so. Kind of a joint effort here. Ryze, Cassiopeia, Rengar banned out by Reckless.
Yeah, so
doesn't want to get caught in all in, it seems.
Draven is still available for now. Lucian is going to be available. We have seen Kalista sometimes Quinn. So there's a lot of AD carry options here.
And there are also two champions that are very kind of Reckless-centric. Yeah, at All-Stars he's played an abundance of kind of cannon.
Oh, insta-lock.
Ooh, the insta-lock. Smeb just forgets the fact that there's a screen right there, buddy. Like above you.
Yeah, Reckless can just look over and be like, oh, I guess I'll play Nasus. But he's not looking up. Let's follow those eyes.
Yeah. He's so focused. See, that's the problem. Sometimes Zell, you got to step back and look at the bigger picture.
Smell the flowers.
Yep.
Look at the giant screen.
Yeah, literally.
Counterpick.
Literally the bigger picture.
Yeah.
He's thinking like, I don't know, what is Smeb going to play here? I wonder if he might be playing the LeBlanc here. Might have to go for a safe AD carry. Ends up in a pretty poor matchup, I feel.
Yeah, I think he probably has to take barrier and try to play this a little bit more defensive. I don't think you want to kind of opt into the Ignite and that sort of all-in fight.
There's no sustained like advantage either. Like it's not like LeBlanc's going to regen a lot. I think the barrier exhaust is something that sounds exactly like what you're saying. Also very predictable. The damage output from LeBlanc is very like burst-centric.
It's
so you can
super predictable now, especially with the change, right? You literally see the circle around your character filling up, and it's like, whoa, he might do some damage now.
I wonder what's coming here. 3 chains. All right, focus on the eyes. Reckless is ready. Smeb seems quite relaxed.
Yeah, he does, and it's something where a lot of these really good Korean players like on the ladder, they actually play a lot of different roles. So even though he is a top laner, it doesn't mean that he doesn't have other champions in his wheelhouse, right? Faker obviously famously plays a ton of Phil, and Solo Q has reached the top of ladder just playing Phil and playing different roles. And Smeb is another guy who was top of Korean Challenger and obviously can play a lot of different champions, not just the ones he showcases in competitive play.
Also, he has to play different styles. Top lane meta has evolved from kind of a bruiser meta into a tank meta later. There are distinguishes.
Yeah, standard Ezreal versus LeBlanc top matchup.
Yeah, super standard.
Lots of reps in on that.
There actually has been a time where LeBlanc was played in top lane. It's kind of this 80 hybrid top. I'm sure they've all played Ezreal. It's not that hard of a champion. Even I can play Ezreal. Just not that well.
Yeah. I mean, you can play it.
I'm physically able to select the champion. All right, let's dive into Runes of Masteries real quick, guys. There's armor on the yellows for Smeb, and the rest is just raw AP. So that's 26 ability power right there and raw magic pen. So Smeb is as all-in as all-in can get. Masteries as well. Ferocity 12, Cunning 18. So again, playing very, very forward and all-in centric.
And Reckless, we can assume it is into Resolve as into Defensive Masteries because he doesn't have Biscuits. And he's actually playing Ignite. He didn't decide to go for the barrier, which I'm pretty surprised about. So he's not actually going to be able to have that kind of defensive advantage. And I would have thought he'd want to kind of out-sustain his opponent, poke him out with Qs, sit back. LeBlanc's not going to have the life steal.
So we just checked. Barring any errors in the research and my spelling, Reckless is running 12-18.
Okay, so that's very aggressive, actually, especially in addition to that Ignite. Yeah, Reckless obviously has a very different way, a different idea of playing this, and it certainly can work, and if it becomes a straight-up 1v1, like all-in damage type battle, it's going to work, but you would think that the AD carry would want to try to poke at his opponent.
Yeah, we'd have to see if we can spot a Thunderlord spark. Like, we're not in-game in our clients here, but that could definitely confirm the fact that he is running the 12-18. It would make sense, like, fight fire with fire. You don't need to go for the sustained kind of play style in terms of minion push, because you're going to be generating that anyway stylistically, champ versus champ, so you may just want to be able to punish him after a bad trade, but that damage right there.
Speaking of bad trades, I mean, that's the thing, and it gets pretty scary. If that W connects, that's pretty brutal, right?
So that's 2 mistakes from Reckless already. He walks up in clear path with no minion blocking the potential counter chain, and then he doesn't land the Q as Smeb dashes in because he's a bit too slow.
Yeah, the chain is really what it's about. You can't allow yourself to get that full chain because the chain itself will proc the passive, and in goes Smeb. I think he wants the all-in.
Oh, that was well played by Reckless. He steps forward because he knows the chain would otherwise hit him, trying to hide in the creeps.
Yeah, that was really close. And it's a trade of summoner spells 1-for-1. It's the exhaust for the ignite. So Smeb does still have his aggressive summoner, and Reckless does have the defensive one.
Yeah, definitely so. But Exhaust is just so valuable here versus LeBlanc if she ever dashed in. Again, she's super telegraphed.
Yep. Reckless also did use his potion there, so doesn't have that available. Smeb is holding on to his. We may see him pop that if he does want to go for the all-in. It could actually be kind of what gives that away.
Definitely, but Reckless on first base definitely wants to pick up a null magic mantle. Just get that somewhere in, because again, it works against the ability so well. A couple of extra points in MR, just having you survive, and then later on your attack speed will give you much more value in extended trades.
Yeah, I agree. It'll be interesting to see if he does like to do that, though, over the double Dorans, which seems like pretty much everyone goes for.
Yeah,
we haven't seen too many people elect for those kind of more pure defense options. Maybe Reckless will be the one to kind of break the mold there.
Yeah, he will get a minor CS lead here, barring any issues. He is an AD carry. They can lost it on their turret.
Doesn't have his support to help him, though.
Aha. Even better. No support to screw up that CS. Can I get the cannon relic stack, please? Oops. My bad. Running around runes. Happens. All right, Smeb is going for a freeze, I think. Nope. Actually, he wants to follow down. That's interesting.
He just wants to be able to bounce the passive, but he actually procced the passive on the cannon and then used the Q on it, so it didn't bounce everything. So he did kind of mess that up, and as a result, not going to push in quite as fast, but I don't know if it really would have made a difference as far as minions denied. I don't think so.
No, I wouldn't.
Might be able to stop the base, though. Does he want to?
Smeb gonna punish that. I think he's scared of like an EW combo because Smeb was pretty high on health. If you're wondering how that would freeze, it would basically just mean you keep the wave at that side of the map and then you bounce it. But
yeah,
it's probably still better to clear if you can. Gives Reckless one relic advantage.
Smeb also going for Lost Chapter, so is picking up something for his mana regen, able to kind of play a little bit of a longer game in that way, and is able to sidestep. And Reckless is actually pretty low on mana here. It looks like he may, nope, he's gonna bounce back. Trade his summoners again.
Yeah, but they're not double popping him on the first trade, so they saved some for the second. Reckless right now, this is the problem, is if you go low on the first engage, Smeb will threaten you for a secondary all-in here.
Yeah, and when he's getting zoned off the mini wave, he can't actually go for much, and the chain is there.
Oh,
the turret shot! Oh, he got him.
Argentino Blanc versus 80 carries, man. And I wonder if Reckless actually peeked up at the screen, and if he actually went for a blind generic strong Ezreal pick that would be okay into everything, or if he was aware of what Smeb was playing there.
Yeah, I mean, I was looking at him on the camera, and yes, that doesn't tell anything, but didn't look like he ever looked away from the computer screen, right? So I'm not sure that he did actually know. He may have been told by Smeb for all we know, right? He may have been fully aware of it and confident in his abilities, but
I can't believe we were like just encouraging ghosting. Here, the final trade again, Smeb holding E. So that's the problem with Ezreal as well. You can't, because your gap closer is that slow, and it's at that moment Reckless knew.
Yeah, especially with all the effort he put into this, right? Yeah. But I have to say, I do think that the more defensive masteries, the barrier might have been more effective in this matchup, because he couldn't actually be in position to even fight the wave once he gets chunked out once.
Yeah, why ignite for burst when you can barrier to survive the burst longer, then fight it out? Obviously, crowd applauding them as they go off stage. And to finish up on that point, the problem with Ezreal into LeBlanc is because your gap closer isn't instant. There's like a front-loaded animation on the arcane shift. You can't wait for chain. You pretty much have to guess. Like, is he going to chain? Yeah, I'll shift out of it. But if Smeb goes in, he can use that knowledge to force you to shift. Then you're standing still, and it's really easy for a good LeBlanc player to then connect the chain, especially in open field.
Yeah, definitely is. And I mean, landing that chain was the difference there, right? It could have been turned around because the turret shot was landing as he won that 1v1. And I think the turret shot actually might kill Smeb there. It was pretty close. Turret shot got immune because he killed him before.
Yeah. Definitely he needs another hit afterwards.
Yeah,
but
probably one auto.
If he has like a barrier there, then I definitely agree with you.
Yeah. Yeah, it's tough though. It's really easy to kind of look back and think, hey, I should have played it the other way, or for us to say watching, oh yeah, it didn't work out, I should have played it the other way. But obviously he was practicing it a lot, and he has a very specific idea of how he wants to play. He wants to play it aggressively. He wants to be able to kind of just go toe-to-toe with his opponent and take him down.
Yeah, maybe like he did something wrong level 2 that we didn't spot, and that kind of threw off the case of the... Because that's very often so... When you see somebody die, it's a manifestation of things that happened maybe a minute or 2 minutes before very often too in League of Legends, because it's all one big snowball effect.
Yeah, and I think a lot of that could just be pointed to the fact that, hey, a lot of his Qs did not hit. If you hit enough Qs on the LeBlanc, then he goes for the all-in, you can match him and probably win that. But we're going to head it over to eBuy and find out who's playing next.
Buscando una plaza para cuartos de final. En el lado azul, el hombre que eliminó a Soaz, QTB.
And as a mid laner, he's already dominated on Katarina, LeBlanc, and Syndra. Somebody take him off of these champions. It's Maple! All right, gentlemen, let's do this.
I almost thought we were going to see, the village people, YMCA there for a second. I was starting to dance a little bit, but then I realized it was just his name.
It's just QTV right there. Dash may have to go full on charades later on because he is seemingly slowly getting affected in the voice department.
Yeah, I mean, everyone has their limits. He's still got a full extra day. Maybe you could get up there, Crepo. Your time to shine. What do you think?
No, we established this day one with Officio. People with girly voices stand here. People with manly voices do the stage. Anyways, let's focus on the game again. Enough about us. QTV versus Maple. QTV took down SOAS.
Yeah, he did. And that was one where I think SOAS would like to have it back. SOAS definitely was another guy who was prepping a lot for the 1v1s.
Yep.
And really wanted to do well, and he made some mistakes. And QTV was there to quickly capitalize on it. Definitely did really well for himself. And Maple on the other side has been shining throughout this tournament. Even in losses, he's been looking great.
So he's just so fun to watch. Maple is probably one of the kind of consistent value delivering players. Whenever you see Maple in any mode, game or tournament, there is a quality bar that he will bring to the table.
Yeah, he's fantastic. This guy can go toe-to-toe with the very best, the likes of Faker, and come out looking very good. Both in his last LCK, as well as his wins, against NA, he looked incredible.
So he can do it against the best and the worst.
There you go. There you go, Crepo. I got nothing to say to you. I'm just going to accept that, and we're going to move on.
God damn it!
Sometimes you have to laugh.
Yeah, you got to take
better
the
laugh than it is to cry.
Yep, definitely so. I'll take that in mind. All right. We will not be seeing many more Caitlyn's, I feel, Azale.
No. Caitlyn is so good in this mode, I think, and it's something that especially works very well with the kind of more passive modes, and it's like, especially if you think that your opponent is willing to play the 100 CS type games.
Yeah. Caitlyn with a resolve spec, like you were pointing out earlier.
Insta-lock Syndra.
Insta-lock, though. Again, guys, here at Riot Games, we don't want you to cheat, but if there happens to be a giant monitor right next to you, maybe just take a look-see. Although this pick looks okay. Although for Syndra,
it's what he played last time, is it not? I believe he actually did play Syndra. I want to say he played against Bengi, unless I'm confusing that, because it was a Syndra versus TK matchup. And I think it was Maple playing that against Bengi. And Bengi made some pretty big mistakes in that one. He actually was looking like he was doing pretty well, kind of trying to trade his HP for mana. And he ended up all in inning. Oh my god.
Okay.
Ramus. Okay, Urgot. Interesting.
Urgot's fun to watch, because if there's a champion with a really high all-in, maybe we finally found the answer to Syndra. All these Reddit threads about man, she missed all her spells, threw a bunch of spears in my face and I'm dying. Well, were you playing Urgot?
Were you?
Because you're passive and your shield can protect you.
Yep. And then you're going to have that one guy who's like, I have 700 Urgot games to lose to Syndra.
Yep. Maybe it's because you're bad.
Maybe, right. Crepo.
Let's see. This does feel like a match where Syndra just had such an easy push.
Yeah, I agree. And I think that if summoner spells aren't changed, it's pretty interesting because we did see the fact that Maple was not running Exhaust, which you might be like, well, why? Exhaust is so powerful in these 1v1s. It's because he's not expecting to get into melee range, right? He's trying to use his range to kind of poke out his opponent, to keep throwing those spells from a longer range than the Urgot can get into. He never wants to actually be in range of exhausting, right? He wants to stay very far back unless he's trying to go for that all-in kill and use the Ignite.
Yeah, that's definitely what Urgot wants to do. He wants to get up close to the Syndra, hopefully dodge some spells somehow, get that reduced damage from the ultimate, because to my knowledge, just going to make sure I'm not messing it up here, it stays on you 2 seconds after the ultimate, right?
Yeah, I do believe so. I mean, I don't know the exact timing, but it's a flat damage reduction.
Yeah.
It is a buff.
With a lingering effect.
Exactly.
So that's kind of the... If we're looking at if it ever gets to level 6, QTV wants to swap before or during the ulti. Ideally, you want to swap mid-ulti animation, so you soak the ulti, and then have a trade right after on the second round of cooldowns from the Syndra, that you also get double reduced damage, one from your passive and one from the R lingering effect. Yeah. But that is if it gets to level 6, because it could just be an early push Fiesta for Maple.
It certainly could, and the thing is, for QTV, if Syndra gets 6, you have to either ult or exhaust that ultimate, or you're probably just going to take simply way too much damage. And that's how Bengi ended up losing this matchup, getting a full unexhausted ultimate on him, and it's just too much to take. You got chunked so low, and Maple's going to try to stay out of range, going to try to poke him out, hit those Qs, hit those Es, and look for the trades on that.
And definitely initiate the ulti out of exhaust range, just
Exactly.
like we were talking about earlier. You do not want to get that ulti exhaust, and for QTV, it's paramount that he does exactly that. Again, just like any 1v1 starts, people hit the first creep just a ton. Want to get that down, focus on single creeps, single melees. QTV is kind of already looking to yield a push just a bit. Maple can get those range creep down.
And Maple is starting the W, actually.
Oh, that's
so he took the W. He wants to just be able to kind of harass this out, try to get some early poke on the QTV, and it does have very good range. So it is interesting to see that he is electing to go for that. QTV, I mean, level 1, you're not really looking to do too much. You are much more hoping for that level 2. You hit your E, and then you start to get really, really good trades.
Yeah, QTV is running 0-18-12. So he's doing a Thunderlord's Urgot with then a Resolve side spec.
And the full mana regen there. So he has all the HP regen talents and the mana regen talents, which I really do like quite a lot. And it may allow him to kind of skip something like a tier that Impact went into, right? You can go for something like a Hex Drinker instead. You can go for more defensive options because you may not need to itemize as heavily into the mana regen. And that can help you to survive an all-in that may come from Maple. And if you can live through that ultimate, if it gets there, obviously, and kind of get up in his face and really start to kind of get that fight close and personal, you could win.
Yeah, definitely so. Maple right now, honestly, wants to get the most out of his spells. That's why he's last hitting purely with auto attacks. Doing a decent job so far, not dropping too much CS, still feeling a few ahead. That's a good connect here on level 3, obviously. Sidesteps to counter damage, that's a really beautiful trade.
Oh, he's looking...
Notice how he's not getting any minion aggro.
Yep.
He did not weave in an auto attack there. He can walk in between the range creeps and pop Q because Q is a spell, and again, spells do not draw minion aggro here. He also sidestepped the counter W from Maple, so that was, in that microcosm, perfect play by QTV.
Yeah, it was very well done. Maple, though, has the push advantage, as you said he would. And he's going to get that early base and likely pick up a Doran's or something. So he goes double Doran's, he gets the Fairy Charm. So it's all mana regen. He wants to stay out of range of his opponent, spam out these spells, and try to just win it out and probably either wave control or just an all-in from out of range of his opponent. And QTV is so behind on the push, so he is going to be late to back. But it's very interested to see, I'm very interested to see what he's actually going to be able to buy. Like, does he go defensive here straight off the bat, or does he go double Doran's into a longsword? Oh, it's tier anyway. Wow, I'm actually shocked.
Yeah, he just specs really deep into...
And Fairy Charm? I actually think this doesn't really make super a lot of sense when you have full mana regen masteries, because I don't think you're actually going to
Oof. I mean, Urgot ooms very quickly. Soft freeze here before we kind of go back in the build here. We saw a couple of minions denied, but obviously you don't want to let the Urgot arrive on a full push, so you want to strike this balance where you deny 1 or 2 creeps by pushing the wave into position, and then still get the push back.
Yeah, well, QTV, we'll see if it's certainly not going to have any mana problem now. I mean, Fairy Charm, tier,
surprise man.
Mana regen masteries. Look at that damage, though. Even without really any AD, that is a massive amount of damage that he's able to do, and every time you connect.
Beautiful E placement as well. That was at the edge, so just like, this guy, like, if you miss your E on Urgot, you get counter-traded so hard because you're utterly useless. So this is one spell you need to connect because it sets everything up.
Yeah, the cooldown is pretty long here early on as well, and gonna connect another. And if you're wondering why he's using the shield when he does connect that, it adds the slow. So it does put the slow onto that.
But if we bring Hyder Critical, he would not be in range for a second hit after the slow, so technically that was a wasted shield, which got him poked right after. So we're really judging like these micro trades here, but it can always mean the difference in the end.
Yeah, it certainly can. A lot of these matches have come down to very, very small differences, and QTV able to absorb a lot of that damage. And you know, if this does go further, will he pick up the null magic mantle? Will he build more defensively?
I mean, sure.
He has a lot of mana regen already. And he could just kind of turn himself into a semi-tank.
Yeah, and the thing that we kind of overlooked with this heavy kind of reliance on mana is that he can use more spells on the wave now.
That's fair.
And then leverage the push. We see a level 6 on Maple right now. QTV hit him as well. He has control because he has a zone control from E. I like this from Maple.
Yeah, that was really nicely done. He lands a stun, pushes him back, able to take away that health relic, but does get a trade on the way out. Procs of Thunder, what does it look like?
QTV has to be careful because a lot of Urgot players, they get so sucked in and they're walking in range to do another Q. They forget that E is dot, and dots draw tower aggro. And so you can really like mess yourself up right there. Maple is slowly learning this matchup, the cadence and kind of the timing where QTV wants to use that kind of poison charge. So he's been dodging a lot more lately.
Yeah, he has been doing very well with that. And the CS is very close. It's only going to be one separating these two players as they do base once again here. Maple actually taking a pretty safe base there, but QTV will go back, and now he's building towards the Hex Drinker.
Yeah, complete reset in the middle. I like the Null Magic Mantle. You do not want to get a position where you make a mistake, you know? It's kind of a safety net. Maybe you can survive it with perfect exhaust, with perfect ultimate, but you don't always have the guarantee that you will get into that position.
And Maple as well, picking up the cloth armor, right? That's at least something. The E8 from Urgot, I believe, does shred some armor as well. So there is the armor shred there, and you're not going to have a lot as well already. So just look at the damage. It does get quite high if you can connect a couple of those Prey Seekers. Like that is a Thunderlord proc right there. The double Q plus the E, the first instance of that E counts. So you can proc it pretty easily.
And obviously no need for Warlord to sustain because he's so zone reliant, keeping Maple at bay here. It is slowly turning into a CS match, so we got to keep tracking that. There's a 2 CS lead here in the end if everything plays out well.
And what do you think? Should QTV have bunched the minions before he based, you know, to try to kind of get that pushing against him to deny a couple of minions? So is that worth the time that he would delay his base? Because Maple had left first. He had the option of doing that. I'm just not sure, you know.
I don't think he knew Maple was basing. That's under the assumption. I think you can work from that under the assumption of perfect information. But you never know if this guy's in the brush waiting to push out anyways. Because if you stack a wave and the guy fast pushes you, then you just got, yeah, you just got played.
Baited and outsmarted.
Yeah. Good old baited and outsmarted. Good poke here. Basically predictive movement. You know, as you know somebody has to walk up for the final CS, put a Q in his face and he walks straight into it. It's those little things that mid laner's so good at.
And QTV double popping the potions. He's going to be right back to full HP.
Yeah, we're looking at level 9 spike for Maple if he keeps control of this matchup. If this is perfect CS, he is trailing by 1, right? So there's 4 more CS in there, so they're equal. Now he's 1 CS ahead on the side of Maple. QTV falling behind.
Yeah, I did miss the melee.
And it actually doesn't matter if they're equal or not. It matters who kills the last wave first, right? Even if you would equal out the next wave.
And QTV is actually quite a bit behind that experience. I mean, he still didn't get 8 off of that wave. So, you know, we have Maple has been 8 for a couple minions here.
The problem is QTV is never getting the push. So he needs to technically be ahead 5 minions for this playstyle to scale. So I think what we're going to see is on the next wave that meets that's not a cannon wave, QTV might be prepping for an all-in.
Yeah, I think he's going to have to because he's been giving
right here. This might be it on this shield here.
Oh, it's kind of tough now. Maple is just reading like a book. He backs off anytime he comes close, and Maple is playing it out very intelligently, not really giving QTV the opportunity to get in range.
I think the correct play for QTV is to fake the all-in, forcing Maple to spam these Qs on max range and managate him. Put him low enough that he can't actually win the fight anymore.
But with the Lost Chapter, with double Dorans and the Fairy Charm, does he actually do?
Yeah, he has to go for another base because he can't actually commit to a fight anymore. So it's a smart base by Maple. It's forced from QTV not going for the actual all-in, but the threat of the all-in is enough. The wave full resets as well because Maple was pushing. There's 15 creeps remaining.
What do you think about Sork Boots here? Because I mean, there already is some flat MR from the null. So
I think the fact that he like has to face a Hex Drinker makes it good, and the fact that he actually mobility is a big component here.
Wants to dodge out the E's.
Dodge out the E's and just get back in the lane quicker.
Yeah.
This is just a push. Like right now, because of Boots 2, he's here already. He would probably arrived like a few seconds later. He's setting up for 9 more CS. Just like you said as well, dodging the E's. I think Maple set up for victory here.
Yeah, I mean, QTV has missed.
Oh, this is it. He has to go. He's going all in right now. All right, connects E, misses. No, he gets it.
He didn't ult.
He didn't ult.
He needed to ult there.
He could zone though. He could go for zone play. Maple's low. Maple has to walk back in. The next E from Maple is crucial.
Oh, good connection there.
Side steps from QTV. QTV is no boots right here, so he could have probably went for more movement speed here. Juking out the Q for 1. This is good. He can walk up.
Also bought a second Fairy Charm instead of health bots.
Yeah.
And now he's quite low, so I think that was a bit of a silly decision here, but
I think QTV should have forced.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, he was in range for the ultimate. It's now 1 wave away from this being game over.
And he's basically pushing the wave. Maple can let the wave go under turret because QTV can no longer swap under turret because, yeah, he'll be tanking the bloody turret. So
I think Maple has this. There's a lot of minions.
Yeah, he's safety under turret. Remember, there is still a Hex Drinker.
Yeah, there's 4 minions. That's all the minions he needs.
Oh, 1 CS going under turret, but it's so much damage.
Oh, so close. QTV needed to all in earlier. We had the chance.
With that trade in mind, seeing how it ended in the final exchange, QTV should have just popped that ulti earlier.
Yeah, I mean, he used both the summoner spells Maple did, right? And he got 2 tower shots from his tower onto QTV, and he still almost lost.
1 Q.
It was so close. So I think that QTV, when he hit the E there, he had to go for it. He had to commit to it, use the ultimate, pop the summoners, and go for that kill.
The second Maple missed his disengage with his E was the moment where we could go on. Like, because look at it ends. We don't care how he got in the situation. Like, in the end, Maple, he got his barrier burned through. That was not a full duration barrier, and he was still 1 hit away from dying.
Yeah, that was insanely close, and it just came down to that. I mean, QTV did not pull the trigger when he had the chance, and Maple playing to his win conditions, playing it very smart, avoiding that all in as best as he possibly could, and he's going to move on again.
Yeah, and we also learned that
Syndra.
The crowd just wants to see blood. They don't care about the nuances of positioning, cooldown rotations, you know, missed abilities. All they want to see is somebody die.
It's true.
Just really, really sad, man. There's some beauty in League of Legends. They just need to appreciate, you know?
Yeah. Yeah, take him on a magical journey.
Take him on a magical journey about minion wave placements.
Yeah, exactly.
Anyways, Dash and Ibai should be ready on stage. Maybe just Ibai that I see standing there. Our last 1v1 is ready to go, so let's send it over to them.
Time for our last match of the evening, and our first contender, he complained that the 1v1 seeding was unfair, and he was right. Unfair to Faker, it's Mata!
Y en el lado rojo, machacó al rey del mate y ahora ha venido a por el Mata Reyes.
Well then, how do you follow that up?
You got something?
I got nothing.
All right. Luckily for us, it is the last 1v1. They don't need to trump that one, the last intro. But yeah, unfair to Faker. We heard in the intro.
Yeah, I mean, I saw in the highlights from yesterday, Faker was saying his masteries were messed up, but I mean, Mata was telling him, oh, no excuses, no excuses.
I love how Mata was like, no, no, no. And we finally get an insight in the way Faker approaches his games. It's not just a rift. It's all a big mental war game.
Yeah, there you go. He's already lining up the excuses, you know? Come on, Faker.
Even Faker blames like external sources.
Yep, exactly.
Teaches us that we can always blame our teams in solo queue.
That's really the lesson to walk away with.
Yeah,
from
All-Stars.
Yeah. All-Stars, if nothing else, has taught us you can blame your teammates. I mean, Yankos was in there a little bit, you know, halfway.
Yeah, shade at his team.
Faker definitely, you know, making some excuses with the masteries.
Wrong runes. I mean,
maybe that's the key to becoming good at League of Legends.
I mean, if European solo queue has taught me anything, it is exactly that. All right, I'm very keen to see what's going to happen here. Mata versus Prey. They definitely can talk to each other. These are also super. Look at them. Like, Mata's hopping in his chair left and right. Prey is pretty much always smiling. So they kind of can bet your money on it that they will be talking to each other.
Yeah, I think these guys are looking to have a lot of fun. I mean, Mata has really been one of the few guys who I think has really been embodying All-Stars. You know, really having a lot of fun with it, joking around. He's not taking anything too seriously, but he's also coming to play and performing, and that's kind of what we really love to see.
And he's also just like really damn good player. Not just on support, like he's like a legacy player. If Faker didn't exist, then Mata could probably apply for best League of Legends player of all time.
Who do you apply to?
Huh? The fans.
The fans? You apply to the fans?
Go
door to door, start knocking on doors, kissing babies.
The court of fandom definitely decides that one. Sadly, no wards on this map, so Mata can't show.
Yeah, we need new mode, really, you know?
1v1 ward showdown?
Yeah, exactly. Who can have the most vision control? It's 2 guys, 1 bush. Who can control the wards?
It's like rock, paper, scissors with sweepers, wards, and control wards.
Exactly.
All right.
It's like Minesweeper.
Find the wards. Rengar eliminated. Somehow Prey thinks that Mata is going to whip out the Rengar.
Well, Kalista is still available. 480 is off the table. I don't think we've seen Kalista yet, actually.
No, we saw her at IWCA.
Okay.
Basically, where the approach they were taking was stacking up the Ren stacks on the creep. And when it's low, you kill the Q, and then obviously you kill the minion with Q, and then you transfer over the stacks to the opponent, hopefully behind it.
Yeah, just max Q and E. You don't need points in W or ultimates.
Yeah, don't have somebody to throw around. The one time you do want your support there. But it's been nerfed too much. I feel like Kalista significantly weaker.
Yeah. Oh, well, it's going to get locked, so we'll see. Oh, Yasuo comes in.
Oh, something.
Mata hit the table so hard the camera got knocked off. Well,
Mata's gone. He's actually been replaced right now. Is that Froggen right there on stage? No, it's still Mata.
Well, it is going to be Mata with the Yasuo. Can he make magic happen twice in a row? This one is going to be very exciting.
Oh, the crowd rallying behind Mata. It's really fun to see just so much personality kind of come out of him right there. He's just super excited. It's a good matchup too. It's very hard for Kalista because all our spells, yes, you can rend execute, but to set that up and both the Q, they're all projectiles. So wind ball is super strong.
Yeah, it definitely is. But I mean, Prey, I think he's going to have a lot more experience on Kalista than Mata has on Yasuo.
I mean, Mata is rumored to have quite a few accounts that he plays in like different roles, as like role-specific accounts. Like, wouldn't be surprised if he's spamming like Yasuo mid or top. And Prey probably hasn't been playing too much Kalista lately.
That's very fair. I mean, Kalista has been making a little bit of a comeback, I think, with the Blade of Rune King buffs and things like that. So I have been seeing people at least trying it out more. But
also, it's super fun to be a support thrown in by Kalista, and you actually have
Courage of the Colossus. There you go. Increased chance to not die.
Yeah, safety? Yes, please. Sign me up. All right, this is where we want to look at Runes and Masteries. Yesterday, Mata was like running a 1% crit. He no longer is. Oh, yeah, he is actually. Okay, 1% crit, 14% attack speed. He has running. Mata's running magic resistance.
Ooh, that's a bit unfortunate.
That's just unlucky.
He's preparing for the static shift, Crepo.
Yeah.
He's thinking about the late game.
Late game. He is running Zale's favorite page, which is 18-0-12.
But he's not taking Perseverance. And I do kind of like Perseverance over Insight. It's like, how many times are you really going to get advantage out of the summoner cooldown? Like, are you really going to get in all in with your double summoners, then walk out, then get them back, and then all in right away instantly?
But if you're as good as Mata, how many times are you going to be low enough for Perseverance?
Ooh, there you go. Yeah, you don't take damage.
If you don't take damage, maximize
when you
that
get
shield.
to a certain skill level, the auto attacks apparently do not deal damage to your character anymore. That's fantastic.
That's what it feels like playing against some players. Prey super standard 80 carry page, guys, but he is not running MR. Masteries, Prey is running 18-0-12 as well, and more importantly, he's running Perseverance.
He's got my vote.
He's got the seal of approval from Zale.
Perseverance for 1v1s.
But we're looking at the screen here again. Mata full HP, Prey on 60%, so maybe the theory does apply.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely true. We'll see. Prey should hit level 2 here faster.
Yeah,
we'll
7th minion. First melee creep for the second wave, right there. Pop.
But this is actually pretty scary, though. I mean, when Mata hits 2, it's a lot scarier because he could just dash in on him and look for the trades, then dash out.
Oh, yeah. I really like the concept of like exit creeps on both Yasuo and Aurelia. And he also did an auto Q right after.
God. This could be an all-in. I think Prey's in trouble. If he hits the Q, Prey's probably dead.
Oh, that's a bad barrier.
Oh, this is really going to be close. Friend? Oh, we've done. The crowd loves it, and Mata is pumped up.
I mean, you called it at that point. He wove into auto, bad barrier by Prey. Yeah, you did not want to stick around when Yasuo has a health advantage on you.
Yeah, and he was sitting on the tornado. He had the third Q ready. He dashes in right onto Prey, and Prey not respecting that all-in.
I love both these players, though. Like, Prey goes out with a smile. Mata is just, like, jumping around like a little kid. This guy, like, he's seen it all. He's done it all, and he still gets, like, so excited about League. That's just, like, really fun to watch.
He obviously loves it, and I do too. It's so much fun to watch these players playing at this level, and Mata taking out Faker, taking out Prey. I'm not sure who he's going to be playing next, but at this point, like, you have to be scared.
A little book backstage, knowing certain names written into it. Here we see, the final Q connects. Prey's barrier could be optimized, but it does get slashed in the end, so didn't really matter. He needed one more auto for that Ren to be guaranteed execute, so and production struggling to keep Mata into frame. First he knocks down the camera, then he jumps up. Look of defeat. With a smile.
Yeah, he's still got a smile on his face, having fun. There they are congratulating each other, but this has been a really fun day of 1v1s, actually. And we're going to have a lot of really strong players moving on to tomorrow, and I can't wait to see what Mata has in store.
Yeah, I mean, if he's, well, probably Yasuo.
Yeah.
To predict the future, you got to
look at history. Do you ban him out?
I think you ban the Yasuo at this point.
Yeah.
Or you see if you can get him to level 4, maybe. Like, we haven't really seen what he can do in terms of ulting, because it hasn't really gone that far. Mata probably has the shortest game time at this point. But I love the fact that we could dig a little deeper, We could figure out what the more ideal masteries were. Like we definitely, and by we, I mean you figured out that Resolve is the way to go here for a lot of these AD carries, and that it maybe a hybrid style trumps just a raw all-in power.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, obviously in a game like this, it doesn't come into play, right? If the match is that short, your regen is not kind of outpacing what the flat damage and the flat abilities are going to give you, like Assassin and Merciless and so on and so forth. But I think you have to give respect to your opponent, and you have to play to the play style that you're setting up. If you go for regen, you got to play for a long game.
No, I definitely agree. But that's our 1v1s for today done and dusted. To take a closer look at how it went down, let's check in with the analyst desk.
Thank you guys so much. I love that. You know, of course, we're going pretty in depth on okay, what picks and what counters what and what masteries do we take. But in the end, we did see a couple of players that got quite nervous there, and I think you can speak to that. Like when you're sitting there and it's only about you, you don't have your team, it gets pretty nerve-wracking.
Yeah, I mean, it gets. I did get pretty nervous, you know, especially that everything is on me. So every mistake that I do is mine, you know. So players that are actually taking 1v1s very seriously could get affected by it. So I hope Reckless is fine after that.
All right. Yeah, because he was trying so hard. He was here one of the earliest people this morning practicing as well. But hey, that's life. We're going to take a look at all the victory moments, starting off with the first one. That was, of course, Espeke on Cassiopeia defeating RonOp on Draven. It was the first time we saw RonOp because he did get a bye. Guys, break it down.
Yeah, this was really interesting because there was actually an opportunity for Ron to really get an upper hand in this early on when Peke had run out of mana around level 2 or 3, and then the Ignite stayed up, but ended up getting it turned around on him.
And here, impact on the Urgot pick we saw.
Yeah, Urgot has been evolving as actually a really good pick in this tournament, but Levi as well going up against Waylist. There was like so much going on in this matchup.
That was the sick 100 CS finish there with the culling. And Uzi, I think he actually played cleanest out of everybody here.
Insane. Uzi is insane player. His mechanics on AD carries, his mechanics on Queen, that's flawless.
The Draven matchup was a bit of a mess. It was all, actually the highest mechanics was the level 1 trade they had when they both giggled and went back to base, but this was just like, oh, I got the Exhaust Ignite down before you. And
now poor Reckless, poor Reckless.
Oh, yeah.
I'm pretty sure we practiced this matchup already, but I think LeBlanc just has too much damage for Ezreal.
Yeah, and then this one just came down to a war of attrition. Right there, he actually should have done that way earlier. QTV with the Hex Drinker, and the fact he gets through a barrier and he's taking so many turret shots and he almost still kills Maple.
Yeah.
Like, should have done that way earlier.
This was my favorite one by far.
Oh my
right
god,
at the very end. You've got to love he was dancing in his seat going into this one, and then he just really had the mechanics going into this, and even though the caster desk was saying less than optimal setup coming in from the runes and masteries, he just executed in the 1v1 actually on the Howling Abyss and completely destroyed him.
Yeah, definitely. And I think if we kind of correct it, we can take a look at the bracket. It's 4-4 for Fire and Ice, but I don't know who will end up versus each other if the bracket plays out. So let's take a look.
I believe it's 5-3.
Oh, is it? Yeah. Xpeke, Impact. Because
it is Xpeke, Impact, Levy, Uzi, Karsa, Smeb, Maple, and Mata.
On the graphic. That's okay. Yep. And Karsa versus Smeb, of course. Reckless is out. And then the final one, we have Maple versus Mata. That's Ice versus Ice as well. It's going to be very exciting. Let's talk about front runners for the entire thing and who has the full package. I'm going to stay with my choice. I think Uzi is someone who has it all. You know, he has the mechanics. He's definitely not going to miss any CS. He knows how to time everything on Howling Abyss, which is that one health relic. So
I do believe there's too many AD carries to ban, so you cannot outban Uzi. I think this player has a lot of potential to win the 1v1. I do believe in Pekka though. He's the only European player left here, and he's playing pretty good so far.
I said it yesterday and I'll say it again. I'm fully behind Mata coming into this one because even though we've only seen the Yasuo from him, he performs actually on stage, and that's like half of the battle. You can go in with so much preparation, like Reckless, and then just kind of choke on stage and not get everything that you want to do. But however, Mata, he's performing flawlessly.
He is.
Yeah, I absolutely agree with both of you guys, but I actually have to give it a little bit to Uzi more because the way that he was just CSing, it looked like he could have played a CS war. He could have played the war where he's actually going for the kills there. So Uzi overall gets my vote, but Mata, if he has more than the Yasuo that he's able to actually execute on at that high level, I think that we give it to him because he's looking like a god.
So that's Ice, Mata, and Uzi. That is like 400 points or something. So yeah.
Yeah.
It's 250 for the first one and then 150, so it's looking good for Ice, even though you guys dropped the ball versus the LCK. You are going to play in the Assassin mode after the break. Let me say that again. Jankos is going to play in the Assassin mode, and he's going to go up versus the likes of Faker.
And Bjergsen on the same team.
How are you feeling?
Oh, well, I think we can win this one. No, we can't actually.
No, you can't.
Come on, man.
No, it's fine. We got this. We have to solo kill Faker. One of Team Ice has to solo kill Faker, like Peke almost did tonight.
Yeah, okay, well, I wish you the best of luck in that Assassin mode. We are going to take a quick break, but when we return, the All-Stars from LMS and GPL will be taken to Summoner's Rift. Don't go anywhere.
That's it, it's over. Picking low on mana, but just one more auto should be enough. Oh, the E! He got him! Oh no, he walked back in!
Okay. There's the exhaust. He's looking for the kill here. Should have it. Oh, here we go.
Hang on. Karsa's winning early. Elvis is dying.
He can't actually go for much, and the chain is there.
Oh,
the turret shot! Oh, he got him.
Oh, once the S is going out of turn, but it's so much damage.
Oh, so close! If he hits the Q, Frey's probably dead.
Oh, it's a bad barrier.
Oh, this is really gonna be close. Well then, how do you follow that up?
You got something?
I got nothing.
Answering to God, you can call me killer. As you look into my eyes, nothing but a sinner. You won't get away this time. You won't get away this time. You won't get away this time. You won't get away
Welcome back, everybody, to Barcelona, where I'm joined by Decisive and Spain's very own Enrique Expectacedeño Martinez. We're getting set for our next regional clash, pitting the LMS All-Stars against their Team Fire opponents from the GPL. Bienvenido. ¿Qué tal?
Muy bien, muy bien.
¿Dónde son sus pantalones cortos?
No, I came with no pants this time.
Okay. Oh, you obviously are wearing pants. He's just trying to bait you guys. All right, now let's take a look at the players lining up for the...
Yes.
Do you have anything to say?
Why do you never speak Danish to me?
I am still learning Tulsa language. All right, we're going to take a look at the players for our next matchup. We're going to start with LMS representing Team Ice with Ziv in the top lane. Karsa, who just won his 1v1, so he must be feeling good. Maple also won his 1v1. Then Baby and Albus. And then in Team Fire, we have the GPL All-Stars with QTV, Levy, Optimus or Optimus, Celebrity, and RonOp. RonOp, you just beat him in the 1v1, so yeah, he must not be feeling that.
No, he's probably gonna lose because he's tilted now after that loss.
Yeah, probably.
For sure.
Yeah, let's talk about what we can expect in this matchup. Yesterday, LMS had a really good showing versus North America, and I think it was probably the sign that they are the strongest team within Team Ice. Is that fair to say?
I think it's very fair to say there's a guy from Europe obviously next to us who might disagree, but honestly, LMS look like the most stacked team so far. And they're kind of carrying the rest of the guys.
Yeah, I think so too.
Good.
I was not listening to what you were talking.
No, I'm glad we agree on this one.
Thank you.
Yeah, the troll is going. No, what do you think of the LMS squad and how good a teammates are they in Team Ice?
I think the LMS team is pretty good, especially the mid jungle. They're playing super good every game. And yeah, I think that's the main difference compared to the rest of the Ice team. The mid jungle synergy is not there, or the skill, or the practice. The practice. But I mean, I'm impressed. Like you said, against NA, they played really good. When they were playing against Korea, they were also showing like a really good play. And I don't know, I think they're probably going to win this game. No, they're going to win this game.
Yeah, they should good because you guys gave up 100 points earlier in the day, so they can deserve it back if they beat the GPL squad here. So how good do you think the GPL stars are? They have not really shown it on the Summoner's Rift 5v5.
No.
What kind of a chance do they have?
I mean, I think only like Levy can kind of carry the team at the moment. Optimus didn't really show up. He can actually, yes, he can. I think GPL is obviously the weakest of the 6 teams here, which is not a big surprise. So LMS should take this one pretty easily, honestly, because Mabel and Castle will just do what Pekka and Yankers couldn't do and actually go off and carry the game.
All right, we'll see what happens. We're ready.
My best, okay?
We're ready to roll, so let's hand it over to our casters.
Thank you, Sharks. Hello all! Pulse here, joined by Zyrene and Papa Smithy to get into this game and this 5v5. How are we today?
Doing great, Papa Smithy.
Yeah, feeling good. I did the first game of the day, and then we had so much of the fun modes. It actually feels like it's already been a long day, but still 3 regional clashes, so plenty of action on the Rift.
Yeah, today is going to be a long one, and I had word that this is Carcer and Maple's 100 professional game as well coming into this.
Oh.
And as well, having a stacked team up against the GPL, this will be a fun one to remember.
100 in terms of professional is actually really interesting because Maple, he goes all the way back to the Gaminia Bears.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, was very, very young at the time, but has been around. And history is an important thing. It's good that you bring up history because, of course, you got the fact that the GPL, of course, used to encompass all the LMS teams as well. So I imagine there's a little bit of regional beef there, just given how everything ended in terms of those situations.
Exactly, and you know that the guys from the GPL, they want to actually win and then be like, hey, we are actually to be taken seriously. It's the whole wildcard thing over again, except now they're playing kind of the region that took, or I guess the league that took a lot of their top tier talent, which made it so the GPL was a much weaker region to watch.
I mean, we say it's weaker on paper, sure, but let's see how the Rift goes.
Well, it's going to be an uphill struggle because so far LMS have been handing it to everyone they've gone up against, and it looked like a very stacked lineup, as the analyst desk was saying. But we are about to get into picks and bans, ladies and gentlemen, for LMS and GPL in this 5v5. So let's see what they have for us. Bans coming through, thick and fast. Nautilus and Syndra will start this one off.
And I really liked watching the LMS team. The coordination, specifically around TPs, is what I called out in some of their earlier games. And just in general, the fact that they play very well as a team. You know, they are a very stacked lineup, as Deficio was speaking about. And they love running the double teleport. You know, EU fans obviously very familiar with that back to the Fnatic days, but they're very good at playing around the map. The Katarina pick was one that, okay, didn't win against the LCK squad, but was very powerful. For now, it's left available.
Exactly, it's left available, but the Cassiopeia ban also means that Ryze is on the table. So now you have to pick between those two or leave them both up.
And we have the next couple bands coming through here will be Rengar and Cassiopeia finishing off LMS, as you were alluding to there. Zyrene and LeBlanc and Poppy will finish up GPL's phase of banning. So that has left up a bunch for the mid lane, including the Ryze, which will be first picked by LMS.
Yes. Interesting to see they take the Ryze over the Katarina when they took the Katarina and accepted the Ryze matchup before. So perhaps learning from experience on the Rift. A lot of power left over. I like the fact that GPL didn't try to pinch, you know, didn't ban one and just give up either the Katarina or Ryze. They'll have their answer. We'll see if Optimus is fancying the Katarina, though, because I imagine, given the fact that it was a very recent change, probably not everyone is confident on their Katarina coming into this event.
Yeah, Maple, though, for sure, very confident on.
Yes.
We saw him on earlier, but he still goes to the Rise and values that power since there isn't a whole lot left that would counter him with the Cassiopeia and LeBlanc, as well as the Cinder off the table.
Almost feels like he's taking two things away from Optimus, because maybe he doesn't know how to play that Katarina. We know Maple can, and then it's like, what left does he have, really, for this next pick? What is for certain, though, is the Brand coming out alongside the Lee Sin there for Levi, but Brand maybe taking a leaf out of Liquid's book here.
Yeah, wildcard teams, Brand, apparently it's just going to come out here. Maybe it is the pick that they want to play up against the Rise. I'm unsure. Maybe it's support, but hey.
Feels like we're getting back to the Season 1, Season 2 meta of Annie's OP. Brand is the counter pick, so... I mean, I just can't see it. I think it's probably going to be support, but we've seen Flex pick supports. It was the Nautilus, a bit more prototypical around the top and support role, but wait and see. We'll wait and see on the side of the GPL.
We will, and LMS is back over to their side of the court for the next two pickups. They have around 20 seconds remaining before they have to lock these in. Lots still left on the table for them. They have picked up Rise, which will be their mid laner, so could pretty much go anywhere from here. We are just waiting 10 more seconds on the clock, Zyrene.
I think that these are the two picks that would get locked in here with the Graves and the Ezreal, because you don't want to pick your top laner here. I feel as though with the Poppy and the Nautilus off the table, the Maokai jumps up in terms of priority, but there are a lot of things that can play really well into a Maokai. You can even go and play Echo over again, right? Or even just change your picks up and have the Vayne. So I assume you last pick your top laner here if you are the GPL.
And BB going to be once again on his trademark Ezreal, but it does open up a pretty safe laning phase for the Vayne, and they could last pick a support or deal with the fact that it'll be Brand support. I don't really fancy Brand Vayne as a duel, and that sounds super risky. Obviously high risk, high reward, but don't know if you want to go for that. So maybe it's just a hover to show it off. But in terms of the 1v1 or just how the Ezreal lane works, Vayne was always seen as a pretty comfortable matchup into the Ezreal.
Yeah, very passable laning phase. I do think you would go for it here. Yep, Celebrity, he is going to pick it up right there. And the Twisted Fate for Optimus, a little interesting. He'll have to try to infect those side lanes, but once again, last picking that top laner. Very important here for GPL. You don't want to give Ziv a good matchup.
If it was solo queue, there'd be the outside chance of the Brand top. You do actually see it sometimes. If you see a melee matchup, he can just kind of E and annoy you with all the rest. I've felt the brunt of it, so I've been there, but we have to expect it's going to be a Brand. I don't even know if we've ever seen a competitive game of Brand Vayne as a duo.
The brain lane?
The brain lane?
You nailed it.
That's a good one.
What's the pinky in the story, though?
We were both going there. We went at different angles there, Smithy.
I was going to go, it's the brain and the bronze, but, you know, different pronunciation on that second word.
There you go. There we go. We'll get into it as we get into game as well. But GPL, one pick remaining on their side. LMS, thinking how they want to respond to this brain lane.
I think it's just safety. I mean, Ezreal obviously a very safe choice. Rise also. The Maokai we were alluding to. Maybe locked in yet, because they're just, I think at this point, they're very unsure about what's going on.
It's Kennen support. They're playing a Kennen support alongside the Ezreal here, so they have something that can auto-attack, lock down, double range lane to actually deal with it. Really interesting. I guess they don't want to play like a Zyra into the Brand or anything like that, but it is going to be the Maokai for Ziv as well, which, you know, he's such a carry top laner. It's kind of a shame, but...
I mean, it's not something you see every day coming into the bot lane. Ezreal Kennen up against Brand Vayne. We'd also had the Maokai lock in there for Ziv as well in that top lane, so he'll be facing off there, and that means that the GPL will have that quote-unquote counter pick for the top lane.
And they're going to have
what they want to lock in.
And it's complete freedom, right? Maokai, basically anything can lane into Maokai, much like in the mid lane when Morgana was the thing, you could basically lane anything. So it could be a carry, and the Fiora is one to consider.
QTV, he's known for wanting to play things that split push, that actually fight you like Jax, Aurelia, Fiora. These are really in his wheelhouse. Maybe a Yorick, you know, cross my fingers, but...
Yeah, haven't seen too much
locked
of that.
in.
There it is. There is the Fiora finally being locked in there from the GPL, and that'll be going to QTV. So that pretty much hits the nail on the head, as you were just saying, looking for that split push on the side lane.
I mean, this looks like the most feast or famine team you could ever hope for on the side of the GPL. Split pushing, duelist in Fiora. Lee Sin is still a very normal jungler, but one can get in ahead. Twist of Fate, and then Vayne Brand. I mean, this either goes spectacularly well or abysmal for GPL.
Or they're just like, just get one person fed. Somebody get fed. We talked about they're playing individually well, but not like, so much as a team. Every man for himself.
But if that's like an obvious strategy, the other two lanes are going to get pounded, Zyrene. Like, this is really, really tricky to pull off. if you super outskill your opponents, sure, you can make this work. But in this situation where we're kind of expecting LMS to be at least a slightly higher caliber, this is a gauntlet, let's say.
I'm going to change my mind here. It is Maokai support, not Maokai top. Albus is actually taking the Kennen to the top lane. This is a really interesting matchup, and it's kind of strange because Kennen can never actually get counter-stunned by Fiora. Fiora's riposte actually waits for a stun to come through and then will stun you. But Kennen only stuns on the application of damage, which then Fiora negates. So she doesn't apply, or Kennen does not apply a third mark, does not get a stun during Fiora's riposte ever, so she can never counter stun. So if Kennen actually wins that matchup at that point, but early on it is very painful.
Definitely something to keep an eye on as we get into game there, Zyrene. But we have the full lineups, the every man for himself composition from #Firewin. Of course, the GPL facing down the LMS, who are #IceWin if you want to get your vote in on Twitter. Vote at LoL eSports, show your support, see which team can bring it home, because it will be the uphill battle here for the GPL lineup. It's not going to be an easy one, but they have the tools to possibly make this happen.
Yeah, and the more I'm thinking about this, though, in the bottom lane, the brain lane versus, I don't have a clever name for this one. I don't know. Ezreal Maokai.
We'll work on it. We'll work on it.
Yeah, Easy Kai, whatever.
Easy Tree.
Nope, trying too hard now. Still, Treezy. There you go. It's Treezy. It's the Treezy lane. But the Maokai, all you have to do is point and click on the Vayne, keep her locked up. Even if she goes invisible, you know exactly where she is. You'll travel right to it, and then her invisibility will come off at the last second.
And while it's been a long time since there's been the support Maokai, actually way back when I was casting LPL back in spring of 2015, Allure, one of the supports that OMG had at the time, would run support Maokai very consistently with Uzi as AD carry as the lineup went. I think it was undefeated. He eventually transitioned out of the roster, but it is something that has been messed around with in competitive play. You know, the kit does lend itself to being a support, but it's optimistic, you'd have to say.
I do want to see what happens here, right? Because it's optimistic to think that he can W onto the Vayne, and then the ganks come through from Karsa or whoever, but also, BB, it lines up a Q and an Ezreal ultimate if you time it at the same time and you have that synergy.
Is it optimistic for Optimus to take the TF into mid lane, though, up against the Ryze here? Because we were like, oh, what's he going to pick? Because Ryze was taken away. Does he have the Katarina? And then we've got him actually picking the TF here, looking to affect those side lanes. But it's worth mentioning that Maple, once again, bringing out the Colossus.
No, not once again. He stole it from Bjergsen. He had never seen it before, remember?
And he was like, this is pretty good.
He's like, this is pretty damn good. I'm going to play this now. So doesn't need the Storm Raider Surge, and ends up taking it from him.
You talked about all-in trades with the Maokai. Courage is of his own. So
yeah.
A bit of shield to go in, but this should be a very painful lane phase, because to me, this should be Brand basically being able to 1v2 the side here. Obviously doesn't want to eat multiple auto attacks from the Ezreal, but otherwise, he might actually be the pressure in the laning phase to just get Vayne through it.
Yeah, and the fact that it is a Vayne lane that has double ranged against a melee in it, that's really favorable for the Vayne. They'll get her to that mid-game. Vayne doesn't spike like she used to. She's a 1-item, 2-item spike champion very, very early on. We saw it earlier where she got like a 600 crit plus the true damage bolts on top of it at 2 items. Like, that is absurd to actually have that much damage that early. She's really the only AD carry that can have those types of crits off a tumble.
And I'm a bit skeptical about the switch over to the Cannon in top, just because Fiora traditionally has done well in these sort of matchups. This is actually a matchup where, especially if we talk about 2 items, let's say a lifesteal item like, for example, Ravenous Hydra into QSS, Cannon can't really do anything. He can only run away. The all-in will not kill. You get a lot of value in this matchup out of Riposte as well. So I'm skeptical. Now, Ziv is a fantastic top laner. He's looked good this tournament, but it's a pretty big gambit to actually swap in the Cannon against specifically Fiora.
Yeah, the Fiora is a really frustrating matchup. A lot of matchups into Cannon like Fiora and also Aurelia go really well for the Fiora once she hits 1 item, and Kennen just, you're going after Proto Belt, not very good in terms of the effectiveness of that versus whatever she's going to pick up.
You get ganks, you get a couple of kills, you teleport out, it works out, but if you just kind of lane to lifesteal item, it's painful times.
Yeah. Now, with all that in mind as well, we were looking at the top lane, and Ziv did get the upper hand. It froze in an awkward situation for QTV, and he got poked down. So he'll go back to base, teleport back into the top lane now, and the wave is still frozen there.
But he also teleports back in with a Ruby Crystal. This is where it's a complete waste unless he gets something for this, because if he's TPing into this wave, now he's going to walk up, pick it up, he's going to have to waste time because it's slow pushing back towards him. And it's like, just count how long it takes for him to actually pick up a CS here. Whereas maybe he could have been able to walk it.
I mean, lane control's definitely been one of Ziv's strong points for a long time. This guy is certainly a colossus in his own region and one of those top laners that we've wondered how he would do in LCS regions or in other regions around the world. So re-signed though, so he is committed to AHQ for at least another couple of splits.
Levi looking for a gank in the mid lane. We saw him earlier in the all-for-one mode, put on a clinic. He's going to come in here, land a Q onto Maple, follow after as well. With the flash and with the Tempest, might be enough to finish off Maple here. He gets the shield. Will he be able to get away? There's a reaction from the bot lane. Levi, he will have to back off as Optimus is there. But Carter, he wants blood. He wants first blood, and that will go right to the grave.
Sometimes you want the kill so badly you flash into a smoke screen. That's one of those times.
But there's also greed, and there's very obviously 2 to 3 members coming to back up the enemy.
I didn't say it was good.
Yeah.
I just
the greed
there are
there
times.
was kind of insane from the side of GPL. They're feeling the pressure. They know they have a snowball lineup, but when you look for a snowball and reach too far, you kind of fumble what you had already, and it may start the cavalcade for the LMS.
Exactly. Now he ends up taking up the jungle there. Karsa goes after the wolves, goes after the Gromp. Now he has a way into the back. We'll see if he actually goes for something on the bottom.
So LMS starting this one off strong with that first blood. Top lane going well as well for Ziv. 10 CS advantage as he shoved this one into tower against QTV. We should probably visit the bot lane again as well, because we saw at the very early stages of that laning phase, RonOp was landing a lot of good pillars onto that bottom lane, but baby, he was focusing on hitting those minions, shoving it into tower, and right now it's an even lane.
I mean, it's a pass mark for Vayne, though. Yes. Any lane where Vayne goes even or ahead is certainly happy times for the Vayne, so not too much to focus on there. Levi's top really needs some help here, QTV, because the early laning phase, range versus melee, you can see how it goes.
He's got to be careful, because Ziv is going to hit 6. Ziv is going to try to kill. Nope, not going to actually go all the way in. So yeah, just kind of sticking around there. And now QTV with no teleport, with a Ruby Crystal, and the fact that Ziv hasn't back, Ziv gets full priority here. He could choose to use his TP to go to another lane with his ultimate. He can keep him under turret, try to keep pressure here.
Well, here's Albus going into the bottom lane.
This is what it is. Karsa's being called to the top side, underneath turret. Easy kill here onto the Fiora if you're able to get it there with the Graves, who's a level 6 as well. And this might be a surprise.
Oh, he's going to find his way over the wall. How's it going? Levi, he desperately wants these, and we'll get a couple there with the Tempest, but Karsa will finish the rest of the Krug camp off, and QTV will head all the way back to his inner tower there. Did not want to be in kill range. Bot lane RonOp low on mana, but was trying to find a combo onto BB. Albus just jump in there. Ron, very low celebrity, trying to find this kill on the Vayne. He's going to flash forward. The Ignite is ticking. Last auto attack is not quite enough. TF now coming in to try and save the day, but Optimus a little too late to the party, and there's the teleport you were talking about, Zyrene. Ziv coming in from the top lane, finding the kill onto Optimus.
You can see what Optimus wanted to do. The reveal was actually relevant given that Ezreal was juking into the brush, but by the time he'd committed, he'd gone too far. Kennen in the right spot. He had the teleport. QTV, who used it much earlier, still doesn't have it up and might actually spill over into a blue bar steal as well.
Yep, and they may be able to actually just sit around and give this over to Maple, which would be huge for them, because he'll pick this one up, and then there's another one that's about to spawn for the LMS.
Yeah, the tier's stacking up as well, so happy times for the LMS. We're going to see the replay. When they use everything on RonOp, you think in your head, okay, Vayne's going to chase down, but notice, Vayne is level 5. Level 6, this goes differently, and although the vision helps, Vayne just dies to the Maokai Q, and then it's Kennen with plenty of items.
Yeah, would have been dead anyway, and the fact that they just keep chasing him down the lane is the big part there. Got really greedy for that kill, but that will give Vayne a large power spike in this lane with the items that he has. Hold on, here comes the ulti, just a zone, and push him back.
Oh man, Optimus putting flows in from every single angle. There was no way to get out. Perfectly executed from LMS.
That was so good. I didn't see Albus coming in there either. Just delivered Albus in on the left side. Maple's coming up from the front, and then they have Karsa in the back.
But it's moves like this, and also the nice flank teleports they've made in previous games where you're like, I wish I could see this week in, week out. Now, that would certainly monopolize a lot of talent in the region, so perhaps not ideal there, but QTV trying to make something of this.
Levi was trying to set him up for it, but he initiates the grand challenge, but doesn't really want this challenge anymore. He'll jump back towards Maple, flash over the wall for the disengage.
I mean, he uses his flash. It didn't even have a phage, from the early game, so wasn't going to have damage to do much there.
Oh, Ron finding a nice full combo, of course, igniting that passive blaze as well on top of Albus, chunking him down, so it's a little punish there as he tries to make his way back into lane.
And now the question becomes, is there a world where Fire can bring it back? And usually you don't say that at 8 minutes into a game, but we went over and over in the fact in the draft, feast or famine. And the famine started early.
we cast UOL versus Flash Wolves. There's
It
been a
wasn't
lot
as
of
sad
times.
as this game.
There's been a lot of times where
it was,
at 9
it was
minutes,
much more sad.
we're like, this is rough. This is really
That was
rough.
9-0. That was a different thing. That was 4 people dying at level 1. This is certainly some more optimism, but it's just checking in with the fact that we noticed the draft, we knew the potential things went well, and we have to check in and say, hasn't gone well.
Exactly. It hasn't gone well. The way they come back is off of Celebrity. I think he's the one that would be carrying this game. Optimus 0-3, so, CS isn't going very well in the top lane for Fire, but Optimus in the mid lane, he has been feeding a little bit here. He has been focused out. Karsa and Maple have done their thing where they team up and they keep going after him. And that's what happens when they have both Flash Wolves members being the jungler in mid with that legendary combo.
And the item build certainly is the emergency, right? CDR Boots, certainly a normal rush for the Twisted Fate with Coast Flash, but Negatron Cloak, you desperately want Sheen for the cooldown reduction and just for the trades. I mean, you're ganking for a no-damage mid laner.
Here comes Levi once again, connects the ultimate into the Q, trying to keep him outside of that circle, but I'm out of there. Goodbye, see ya, nerds. Maple, he is being chased down by Optimus. He just have the damage coming out as well, but Costa's there to save him. Flash away defensively, collateral damage for the kill. And Levi desperately trying to escape, but we've got the bot lane reacting now. Here comes Alvin, the flash, the twisted advance, make that the double kill for Costa.
And I was just saying, you're ganking for a no-damage mid laner. The mindset was to pull back. By the time he committed, didn't have the damage to finish it off. The mid lane and the jungle were not on the same wavelength, and it puts them even further in the hole.
And the Infernal Drake going to go over to Karsa here, and now the LMS. Oh man, right now it's looking pretty bad. Pretty bad.
Well, you know what's bad? When you look at the enemy jungle and you're like, how many of our guys does it take to kill the 4-0 Graves? The answer's probably 2 to 3.
Yeah, actually, when Graves gets going, he really does do so much damage. He's so hard to take out here. Maple takes a lot of damage on his shield there. The Courage of the Colossus did come out.
But you just see Optimus, right? His first instinct is to pull back. Then he's like, okay, my jungle did quite a lot of damage. I'll go in as hard as I can. He doesn't have a Sheen. Would it have been the difference? Maybe not, but Sheen and Namtom, I think it would have been a different mindset. They would have actually committed fully for the kill, and instead, they just give over a couple.
If I had to give it to any player on the GPL to try and carry this game, it would have been to Levi. He put on such a showing earlier. He's been incredible in the IWCA and just a generally good member of the team, but he just hasn't really been able to make those plays this game because they just all went awry.
I mean, he's completely warmed up on Lee Sin, but maybe it's a little bit different when not everybody else is Lee Sin placing wards for you and hopping in. But I know that he definitely is a very good player, but they have to kind of stall, let Celebrity scale up, let QTV get back in this game. So he's completely out of this game right now. He almost has double the CS. Oh, this is Karsa with a counter.
I don't think I've seen this one before. Levi coming in, but this time the Graves is massive. Gets the kick onto Karsa into the tower, but there is no towers. Maple takes it out. Optimus blasted point blank by the collateral damage. QTV initiating the grand challenge in with the riposte, but it was mistimed on the predict. Doesn't get the launch damage. Maple, he's up against the wall, prevents the final vital from being caught. The extra damage from Q finishes off his opponent in the bot lane. Albus coming with the ultimate, the Ventral Maelstrom. Maybe taking so much from Celebrity. One more auto attack secures the kill. Albus moving on to RonOp. Nice arcane smash to finish that one off. But now Ziv, he smells blood in the water. Celebrity trying to escape through the enemy jungle, but the flash and the extra damage from the Proto Belt as well means that will be an early grave.
And it's a delayed ace overall for the side of the LMS. They managed to take everyone down. The mid lane was just a disaster, no other way to put it. Karsa's so smart, sitting out of vision. No one can see, and Levi's like, finally, an overextended rise.
Yep.
Sorry, Levi.
Yep, they knew the cleanse was down, so that's where he would end up going after the gold card is locked in. And you asked the question, would the Sheen make the difference? Right there it would. Yep. It would have been the difference. Karsa would have been dead, and then that wouldn't have been a complete cascading effect that now leads to a bottom lane turret.
Oh boy. Karsa is gigantic. 5-0-1. Levi tried the play again, and this time he basically got one shot by him. Oh, Ziv is just in the enemy jungle. Yeah, he's found RonOp. He doesn't have the stun up just yet. But he even burns the ultimate, adding insult to injury. Celebrity does find the stun against the wall with Condemn, but Maple being there, not a fight that Celebrity wants to take up.
He didn't even have to use the Proto Belt that he has in the inventory for a little bit of extra burst. He had that for an escape in the future, if necessary. And this is kind of the silly season at this point. This is the game very much just almost being completely out of reach. We're talking about almost 10,000 gold. It's about 8,000 at 13 minutes in, which after all the changes to gold snowballing in the 2016 season lets you know that this certainly is completely out of the way for the GPL squad.
Yeah, for sure, it will be an uphill struggle. We said this at the start of the game, we said it in Champion Select, that someone's going to have to go off, and it is still in Celebrity's hands, but trying to face down Maple when he's doing exceptionally well in lane, Carter's massive, Ziv is one-shotting the support.
Well, Ziv also got a Void Staff, so there's pretty much no hope here when you're inside of that Kennen ultimate. With the Proto Belt, 2 items. He has 2 items when QTV hasn't completed 1. He's still sitting on components.
And Optimus has got a couple of Dorans and an Amp Tone, so that's pretty cool.
He's got that going for him.
That's what I would call that.
Celebrity, he's 1v2 in the bottom lane. We saw the damage that Reckless could do yesterday on this pick, but slightly different circumstances. It's Carter and Maple pushing down this bottom tower.
When you're up against a Vayne, having 2 point-and-click CCs on your team is everything you need!
Oh, yep. Oh.
I like the disappointment in your voice, Pauls.
Well, I mean, I was looking to him to be the carry of the team, for him to go off, and then he just kind of got blasted. The tower.
Is that your GPL bias coming out?
Yeah, GPL coming out here, mate. Maple being kicked into the tower. RonOp, can he get the kill? No, he cannot. Finally shut down Albus and Carter. 2 men against the world. RonOp, he's very low, but Optimus trying to find a kill and return onto Carter. Wildcast lives up to its name and finds a kill. DB in there at the last minute as well, a 2 for 2.
But this game, you can see Ziv topside takes a turret during all of that. 5-on-4, still ends up going even. Still, LMS, they're getting further and further ahead. They have a kill a minute. They are just on fire right now. 15 minutes in, 10K up, and it's just going to get worse with this turret going down. Top lane, Minion Waves is up there as well.
But kind of the amazing thing is the first slaughter of the tournament, true slaughter, which is what we're seeing here, is in LMS versus GPL.
Did you see LMS versus NA yesterday?
Look, NA content. But
we don't
speaking
forget
of some slaughters.
QTV blown up by Ziv, but that was the end of his ultimate before he jumped onto Levi and RonOp here, and they will clean up the mess in the top lane. So at the very end, that was a 1-for-1, and there was the 2 assists over to GPL. So it's locking up.
Having assists
there's only one way, guys. There's only up for the side of GPL.
Happy mode casting engaged. Right there. Ends up going straight after Maple gets kicked in. Doesn't get that last Q onto RonOp.
Just a lack of damage, honestly. People like Optimus way behind in terms of itemization. Going Negatron Cloak as a Twisted Fate usually doesn't mean much because his base stats are so low that he doesn't really have the health to interact with the the magic resist. And now he has an Abyssal Scepter, which his wildcards very much outranges the Abyssal Scepter aura, so it's kind of an emergency purchase he was forced into.
And it doesn't help anybody else on his team. It feels bad now.
Uh-oh. Albus going in for the initiate. Levi goes in. Levi goes out. Back to base. QTV trying to get out of the way as well, and we'll have to hobble back to that spawn pad.
Well, we've been talking about how good the LMS have looked. Albus yesterday on the Sona, even today on the Maokai going for the redemption. They just look so good right now. And they're going to the left side. They're going mid.
Hey.
Duked.
The old switcheroo back into the mid lane, taking that one out, just styling on the GPL right now.
Well, Maple was one of the most creative users of the Rise ultimate back at World when we were first seeing this champion come out, besides Exile in the EU LCS, and it started getting picked up there by the end. But he's been very good with that ultimate.
And it's a skill cap that hasn't really been explored. Most people use it pretty predictably, but I love the people that fake it out, that don't take it or take it for a rotation in this case. Really cool to see, and it's something that will continue to be developed as we see more Rise. Because guess what, guys? Judging by games like this, and of course, just where Rise is, another Rise rework, another Rise OP situation, he's pretty damn good.
Yeah, he's going to be around until that next rework that we have scheduled.
Yeah. 4th time.
Is that 6 months from now? Or?
I'll keep you in suspense.
Thanks.
Let's get back into this one as Albus finds another kill. The point and click into death on Ziv annihilates the entire lineup of GPL. That was disgusting.
Kennen, baby, right into the back line. It's not even 20 minutes yet. They can't survive. They have families. They can't even surrender.
Well, at least Optimus found 1 kill. Pad out that scoreline. There you go. Good job. But this is 18 minutes in. As you said, they can't even FF. Albus onto this tower, the rest of his team.
This is going to be one of the fastest games of Professional League of Legends ever.
And LMS moving on to the Nexus here. Only Optimus to stop them. And they annihilate the GPL in 18 minutes.
Exactly what Team Ice was looking for in this matchup. We expected LMS to come in favorites, but GPL threw down the gambit. They went for the snowboard choices. The Fiora last pick, the Vayne Brand bot lane. And actually, you have to say the biggest defender, Optimus in the mid lane on the Twisted Fate. They didn't get it done. Really, really clean stuff from the LMS. They may have fallen down to the LCK, but they had chances in that game to take it. Lost to Teamfight and lost it. And then their next two, they've looked really good.
Oh yeah, the absolute slaughters like you were saying, the fact that they gave an LCK the run for their money, absolutely crazy. And we were talking about this squad from the LMS. This really is their all-stars. This really is, pound for pound, the best player in each role in that region.
And you're on stage looking very happy with that win, as they should be. The fastest win of the tournament by far. 18 minutes, just under 19 minutes there. And I think you really hit the nail on the head there at the champion select point, even, Papa Smithy, when you were saying this is either going to go well or be a complete disaster for the GPL.
Yeah, obviously you can use your intuition to work out which of those realities happened. When the meta slowed down, we didn't think we'd see pre-20-minute game finishes. They're very much a rarity, but just a complete slaughter by the LMS.
It is a little bit easier to get into those inhibitors, though, without the laser. That's the only thing that I can see really stopping
Really,
them
the laser was going to be
yeah,
the big answer there,
It was going to be the big thing, man.
Oh,
Can't
bring
die
back
with
the
it.
laser.
Bring back the laser.
Laser nerf GPL.
Make it slow again, you know, do all that great stuff, but no. That's like the only thing I can even think of, because there's so much going in favor of having longer games, of having things stalled out, and they only had, I believe, one Drake with them as well, so it was just a very, very quick game and all business there for the LMS.
I mean, we can keep talking about how hard they got smashed this game, but when we were looking at the GPL, we weren't looking at their prowess for the 5v5s. It was like they're going to do well in these fun game modes, and we saw them in the 1v1 tournament. Multiple members on that lineup have done exceptionally well. QTV was pulling above his weight class, honestly, in a lot of his 1v1s, so we weren't really looking at this. It was down to Korea to find them the points on their squad, and the GPL, they just had to look at those fun game modes and find the points that they could.
Worth knowing that the 1v1s, of course, went away from, I believe, only one member still, Levi, left in the 1v1s.
Which is still pretty good.
Yep.
Absolutely.
I mean, NA has one left, EU has one left.
All wildcards.
You just, like, everybody in this room, just burn them all.
Korea's pretty good.
It's true. That's true. They do have, who do they have left? They have
Smeb.
And that's it. Korea has one left, too.
Korea's a wild
Hey,
card.
there you go.
Confirmed.
If everyone's a wild card, who is really a wild card? That's the
some
question.
NA and EU thinking right there.
Well, we've got to keep it alive somehow because of how all this has worked out. Either way, guys, let's head back to the analyst desk to break down that win.
Thank you.
Great after game analysis there.
After banter. Thank you so much, Paul. Well, we are going to look about. We are going to look at the pick and ban because there were some crazy things. The teams are definitely getting a bit more comfortable. They're playing around here and there, but you guys thought the brand made some sense. And then the Maokai support, I do believe that's something we've seen a long time ago, but what did you guys make of it?
Personally, as an analyst, it actually disappoints me quite a lot when I see teams kind of have fun with the picks in a serious tournament like this, because I think every other team so far has actually been super good in the pick and ban phase. And as a former world champion, Peke, when you see like a pick like Maokai, it's kind of disrespectful.
No, I agree completely, because I don't know, we as Team Ice, we were having these meetings to discuss what we want to play every day pretty much.
Yeah.
And this really goes against it, because we didn't approve the Maokai, we didn't see the Maokai scrims, and it's just shocking. We are lucky we got to win at least. You couldn't take it serious.
So
I was not laughing.
I tried.
All right. On a more serious, you like the Maokai. What else did you like from the time of LMS?
I mean, I liked everything in this game except for Optimus and TF.
Optimus is not from Elements.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, except for, I mean, on the other team. But listen.
The Fisher lost it.
That
rare sight, the Fisher not knowing what to say.
I'm just going to say the TF didn't work out. It didn't work out.
No, it didn't work out. Of course, you don't want to flame him when this are players.
I just say it didn't work out. You know, the
it didn't
TF,
work
not
out.
the player.
And LMS was super strong, and one of those people who was really strong. You guys talked about it before, that jungle mid combo. And welcome to the jungle. We got fun. And Graves brought to you by Acer. Karsa was all over the map early, and you guys were talking about Graves as a jungle champion. Maybe not that fun, but very effective.
Well, Pega thinks he's very fun to play.
Yeah, I mean, I like AD carries in general, you know. That's always my dream to play AD carry.
Definitely.
So Graves is one of them.
Yeah.
So look at the damage.
What about
kill,
Karsa?
least assist, and most
Look.
as AD carry in summer. It's expected.
Shut up.
What do you think about Karsa?
I mean, he's playing really good every game. Like this game obviously was harder to really know the level of anyone, but in the other games that I saw, I think he was a great jungler. Like he was surprisingly good.
Yeah, well, Karsa has had, of course, a very long track record in Be Good. It does seem that LMS versus GPL might be the biggest discrepancy between teams in a tournament.
Yeah, no, I think it's fair. I mean, we said it before the game as well. Like LMS has this, like super all-star lineup, like the absolute best teams or best players that could even put on a team from the LMS. And
just like Europe.
Just like Europe. Exactly, yeah, with all-star mid lane.
This is weird. I've never seen the Fischio so out of sorts.
I know what it is.
It's because I don't have pants. I think he's getting nervous.
No.
I'm trying not to look down, but every time I'm like, oh, it's so hard.
We're gonna...
Next to you, don't worry. Keep going. I have some notes here if you want me to get...
No, we're going to put something else on screen. We're going to take a look at the points between Team Fire and between Team Ice because LMS has raked in some more points for you guys. That's now 500, 450, and because of the way the 1v1s have played out, and you amongst those also being in tomorrow, you have at least 50 points from the 1v1. So you guys got to win the Assassin mode today, and then also...
Next one, yeah.
That's the next one.
And in order for Team Ice to win, we've actually removed Pekka from that mode, even though he is a mid laner. He's going to be here on the desk talking about
And we got Jankos instead. What do you think of that?
Really, guys?
Are you actually mad that you're not playing
Actually, I wanted to play Assassin mode because, I don't know, it's way more fun than I had to play Teemo to have fun in that game, you know?
Yeah.
But I would have liked to play Assassin's mode way more. I think it's going to be more crazy and, well...
It can be crazy on the Analyst Desk too, if you want.
Yeah, let's get some popcorns.
Well, your hair's blonde now. You could just sit there before Jankos, so maybe nobody would notice.
Yeah, you too.
Yeah. Okay.
Well, someone will notice.
Yeah, someone would notice. All right, well, sharpen your blades. When we come back, Assassin mode takes over Summoner's Rift. Don't touch that browser.
Levi, he will have to back off as Optimus is there, but Karsa, he wants blood, he wants first blood. The Ignite is ticking, last order attack is not quite enough. TF now coming in to try and save the day, but Optimus a little too late to the party, and there's the teleport you're talking about, Zyrene. Ziv coming in from the top lane, finding the kill onto Optimus. There is no towers, Maple takes it out, Optimus blasted, point blank by the collateral damage. The points and click into death on Ziv annihilates the entire lineup of GPL. LMS moving on to the Nexus here. Only Optimus to stop them, and they annihilate the GPL in 18 minutes.
The world has changed. The war we're fighting today needs a different kind of soldier.
Get on your knees!
If you wanted me back, you could have just asked me.
Let me simplify it for you. Kick some ass and try to look dope while you're doing it.
I could definitely make that work.
This kind of love is never sober, and wandering eyes aren't meant for me. We're hypnotized and growing colder. This kind of love is not for me. I gave you all that I could
Welcome back, everybody, to Barcelona. We are about to bring you our next crazy game mode here at 2016 All-Star event, Assassin mode. And we also have Azael with us because the Fisha was so incredibly lost.
Yeah, we
Pick
brought
his
some back
eyes.
up here.
Help
It's fine,
me.
it's fine. I'll take care of him.
All right, well.
Okay. My new body.
All right, you should all concentrate and have fun, of
Yep.
course, because this is a very, very fun mode. Before we get into the rules of the mode, we're going to take a look at who is playing. First up, for Team Ice, we'll have Maple, Jankos, Mouse, Wayless, and of course, the jungler, Karsa. That is the rules first.
And then,
Right.
yeah, we got some of the champions on your screen right now. Guys, we can go over the other team right after, because as you can see here, these are the assassins.
Yeah.
There's no Lee Sin. Who's Jankos gonna play?
Jankos, is Lee Sin up? No, he
No,
cannot
Lee Sin.
play.
Pantheon.
Pantheon. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, no mechanics on Pantheon. Legit no
It's
mechanics on
perfect.
Pantheon.
I think he will go for Kha'Zix maybe. He likes it as well.
All right.
You know?
We'll talk a bit more about the strategy in a second. We are going to take a look at the lineups first for Team Ice. We have Maple, we have Jankos, Mouse, Wayless, and Karsa in the jungle. A very strong lineup, and their opponents looking to melt Ice down.
Peggy, you wanna
Representing
take this
Team
one?
Fire.
Team Fire. Team Fire Impact, Baker, Bjersen, Optimus, and QTV. Really great
You
lineup.
can tell he's Team Ice because he's not very enthused about the Fire team there.
Yeah. And there is the still successful mid laner from EU that went to an A, Bjersen, and then, okay. If you look...
He's homegrown NA
that a
talent. We've
Tempter
played
Yeah, it was really bad. If you guys look at those names without having seen the actual game, who should win just off the names?
Team Ice.
Team Ice?
I mean, yeah.
I mean, let's see. Bjergsen is probably going to carry pretty hard.
Faker is on there as well.
Faker is obviously going to carry pretty hard.
Yeah.
But that's kind of tough when you play against Team Fire.
And Team Ice has a couple of junglers and stuff where, well, there are some assassin junglers. I think that the mid laners kind of have a bit of an advantage in this mode, probably.
But we do have Mabel on Team Ice to
Yes.
take the mid lane. And then you have Jankos in the jungle. Like, that's a pretty good combo.
That's a very good combo. And let's see what they can work with. We saw it for a second before as well. Of course, you can only buy offensive items, AP, AT, 80, and attack speed. And then we saw the champions as well. Some special ones in there. Nocturne is available, and Pantheon is available. And we saw a lot of those at IWC because Nocturne is perfect to go in the darkness and then get anyone to kill everyone on your team.
Yeah, I mean, Nocturne is really, really good. Rengar, a lot of the kind of updated champions are very strong in this mode. Obviously, mid lane assassins, you know, Cat, LeBlanc, etc. are very good, but I really want to see some Shaco. I actually think Shaco is really strong. This champion is a very high win rate in solo queue. You can play it AP, you can play it AD, you can play it top lane, jungle. This champion is actually really good.
If I was here, I would play Seiko, but
Yeah, there you go. There
That's
you
why
go.
you're here at the desk, because Team Ice really wants to win. And I think we're going to see double LeBlanc, like both sides of LeBlanc.
Yeah, for sure.
High chance maybe double Pantheon in there. A lot of players have been talking about Kha'Zix as well. I know Karsa was talking about it. Jankos been talking about it. So might see double him as well. And then the rest can be kind of mixed. Katarina?
I think it depends how much fun they want to have and how tryhard they want to be. Because I think if you're trying to win, Nocturne is pretty good. Even just for the ultimate, like the Darkness ultimate, is pretty good when it's already that chaotic with all assassins.
Yeah, a sleeper OP pick, Peke.
I think Katarina, like he said, can be really fun, and everyone is going to be squeezy here, so Katarina can get the reset all the time, so I think she's probably going to be picked.
Yeah, and Maple already showed how he's really good on Katarina. There's 50 points on the line. We'll see what happens. The players are standing by to pick their assassin, so let's head over to our casters.
See you.
Nice one, Sharks, and g'day, mates. I'm Max Atlas Anderson, joined here by Devin Pyrotechnic Young and Joshua Jat Leesman. Gentlemen, this is the time we've all been waiting for. Assassin mode, arguably the best mode to ever be released in League of Legends history. I am so pumped.
I think you're right. I think Assassin mode is definitely the best, and well, we're going to get to see some of the best playing it right now. Super excited after Karsa Maple that last game. Oh, I'm so ready.
Yeah, it's going to be tricky, though. Like, it is blind pick, so we're probably seeing two Kha'Zixes in the jungle.
Yep.
You would be surprised not to see LeBlanc mid lane, but maybe a Shaco top lane into Pantheon or something like that. Azael was saying he wanted to see some Shaco as a replay of a dead Shaco was playing over and over again on the board. So I'm not exactly sure what we're going to see. What I'm really curious about is whether Bjergsen or Faker is going to get mid. because that's like a
they're
respect
gonna
play.
fight
Yeah,
over it.
this is exactly right. And you've got Maple and Wayless on the other side as well. Both of them definitely wanting that role. Maybe they'll say, well, you know, solo lane's a solo lane. One will go top, one will go mid. Something like that could potentially be it. But I don't know. I think that you're exactly right with the double picks. I think it's what gets mixed up that's going to be the really important thing. And we saw at IWCA some interesting stuff. For instance, the Diana mid being extremely powerful earlier in the tournament, then falling off a little bit. You know, we saw a casual Z top that didn't necessarily work, but Elvis did really like to play it.
I mean,
it was
he
very
enjoyed
casual, Jet.
Yeah, the Pantheons kind of took over in IWCA. Kind of expect that to happen again. But, yeah, I mean, who's going top? I guess will impact on one side. We'll see.
We'll have absolutely no idea until this champ select is done. But Maple, you can see, is at least in the top lane position in champion select.
Yeah, I mean, if the hovers are to be believed, we don't actually see any LeBlancs here. And it is all fun and games until someone starts losing terribly. Then they're not having any fun. Because that's the thing you have to remember with these guys. They're all competitive, and winning is actually very fun. So expect them to try and think a little bit about their picks and try pretty hard.
Yeah, we saw some interesting things as well as far as item builds. So Ari was almost considered a pseudo AD carry in this mode towards the bottom lane with some hybrid builds, with some flat AD builds that we saw.
Let's not talk about the Trinity Force, Ari. Come on.
Yeah, in the end, it was honestly just AP Ari that was a little bit more effective, but I'm glad that people have been playing around with it.
All right, we got one lock in here. Cars,
no,
we got more lock-ins. Oh, what, Mouse went Yasuo?
Yeah, Mouse is going to be playing the Yasuo. Wayless hasn't quite yet locked in. I really want the Diana. Wayless was a legacy Diana player, of course. His Kassadin's very good.
Exactly.
That's what I want, as Faker is thinking about
Don't do it,
the
Faker.
Master Yi.
He would. None of them have locked in on Team
Master
Fire.
Yi has played this in real games, or Faker has played this in real games as well. So that's interesting how everything is locked in on ice, and just now.
Oh
my
God. We saw one Akali. It didn't really work that well, but maybe QTV can make it happen.
There are so many massive damage dealers on the side of Team Fire, but it's looking relatively similar, but
This is
with
really cool.
multiple Yasuos?
Yeah, I was really expecting to see LeBlanc because it's the #1 pick champion when it's left up in normal games, but now suddenly in an assassin matchup. Everyone, I'm happy to see the amount of variety we're seeing here. Having Bjergsen on Katarina is super cool because I was hoping he'd pull it out because he's been practicing the crap out of that champion over in NA, so this will be fun.
I think the cool thing, though, is Faker's going to be jungling Kha'Zix, and Kha'Zix is pretty much like 100% for the jungle and assassin modes at IWCA, but now Faker's going to try his hand on it up against Jankos.
Well, we want to hear from you guys. Hop on to Twitter. Tweet at LOL Esports. Use the hashtag FireWin if you think that Bjergsen and Faker are going to be able to take it, or hashtag IceWin if you think it's Wayless and Maple as far as the mid lane off is concerned. I didn't actually see any smites on the side of Team Fire. We are going to hop onto Summoner's Rift now, though. It's winter time, but there is plenty of action ready to come.
Yeah, may not have seen the spike. Faker definitely
There it is.
bringing
He
though.
brought it back. We're
Jungle
fine.
Faker. There were two junglers
Taking you out.
technically on ice. I was wondering if Karsu was going to bring smite, since we did see double smite in the marksman mode, but he'll probably be going
casual support ring.
probably be going bottom lane or support. We'll see if anyone kind of bites the bullet. No support items early. Actually, a Dark Seal from Wayless.
Yeah, he is not pulling any punches. Ooh, clear the ward out.
I do like that from Wayless. We know him as a pretty all-in player. Goes with the Dark Seal, makes sure that he continues with that style.
It's a snowball kind of game, right? I mean, it's definitely going to suit longer this game goes on.
Bjergsen's practicing throwing his knives around. I like it.
Look at those mechanics.
Baker's getting intimidated right now. He's chasing him.
It's a good thing he's not on the same team.
Get away.
Yep, there it is.
I want a jungle.
I assume going for that leash, so that should be fine. Baker thinking about starting on a camp here as Impact is bullied to come down and help him out.
Minions have spawned.
Now, so looks to be going towards the top side of the map, despite the fact that he is in the middle of your screen at the moment.
So he might get a cheeky invade after all. Impact's going through, and Faker's going to be following him in there. Mouse, there's a ward on that. They don't see Jankos, but they should have seen him get into the brush.
Well, they probably know that there's most likely...
Oh, QTV. It's okay, he's fine. He's got a Shroud.
Oh, no. Taking Shroud first. That is not what you want.
Here we go.
Okay,
Faker and Impact.
Last invade.
Yeah.
Go right in.
Who's going to get the smite?
Pops
Oh
over,
my
surprise!
goodness. There it is.
On Jankos. Oh, man. And the blue buff gets picked up by Faker.
Yeah, Jankos had the smite to heal.
Oh, he's in trouble. Uses the flash, but not going to get hit by the tornado.
All right, and Karja comes out the bushes.
Kind of regrets it a lot of damage as in goes QTV. The exhaust is down on him, but he's back invisible again.
Oh, wait, hold on. Karja
Keep
way
jumping.
too low. He has to jump back at QTV.
Oh, but Deception does it as QTV. They're looking for the traders. Maple, one auto attack. It's empowered. He's running the wrong direction. I have a feeling QTV, this is almost lights out.
Oh!
Gets
What a flashy move.
Oh my goodness, he didn't have anything really. You thought he was completely dead. Maple had flash as well. It almost seemed like he was just kind of mannering him for that kill, and he ends up missing it entirely.
These are the kind of keystone masteries that you're looking for in any high-action game, gentlemen. A couple of Furas, but just Thunderwolves.
Yep, I like it.
Yeah, Yasuo mirror matchup up top, pretty fun. Impact Mouse. Impact has been a little better traditionally in the 1v1 solo top lane, but we'll see how Faker and Jankos affect that lane.
That's might be a bit of an understatement there, but he's got
Mouse has had his
okay.
day in the sun. Impact has just been
That's
much
true.
longer.
That's
and
true. Oh, charm.
Better.
I'm super surprised that Mouse didn't decide to go with the Echo, which is available, because one of his all-time, best performing champions during the regular split was the Echo. Did like to build it relatively damage heavy as well, and we saw it earlier on in this tournament. Decides instead the Yasuo is the way he wants to go. Bjergsen's fighting Wayless, but he's taking a lot of damage, has to Shumpo out. So Wayless just says, nope, I'm having none of that.
Smart move there.
He actually up in farm is Wayless as well, but we know that Katarina does struggle a little bit early for a melee matchup that may not necessarily be as much the case. These guys are just fighting all the time.
We've seen a lot of Yasuo on Yasuo for sure. Enough of it in that one matchup. See how Impact takes to it. Definitely punishing Mouse right here. Not giving him a chance. Fire one up on that kill, but I mean, it could have easily been another one equalized. QTV had that sick juke flash.
Oh, cute little knock up there from Mouse. Evens out this particular lane. Because I feel like we could just talk about Yasuo v Yasuo this entire time as they are continuing to fight forever.
Beautiful thing.
Yep. If this was directed camera, I have a feeling it would just be up top lane the entirety of this game.
This is the most interesting thing. We also did this come in off of 1v1s. The 18-minute game was about the length of 2 1v1s before that, so it feels like we're just coming right off that mode. No Mata in this game, unfortunately.
But we got Karza, we got Maple. They were pretty hyped in the last one. And here comes Karza onto Optimus, chasing him down. Jankos is coming through, sends his spikes out, leaps it, and Jankos picks the kill. Meanwhile, Maple is going to polish off QTV. No flash this time.
Yeah, not going to be able to juke any fancy maneuvers as Maple just slices him in half. There's going to be an extra couple back here for Ice.
Yeah, I'm glad we're seeing a lot of action in the bottom lane as well. I hope the gold can kind of equalize out. I kind of feel sorry for some of the people that have to duo lane in these modes sometimes. I'm thinking there's just not as much farm down there. And since it's such a snowbally mode with everyone on Assassins, they're just not going to have a good time. But when they get kills early, as we even saw in the one-for-all, it's actually the duo lane Lee Sin that had the most.
Whoa!
That was a
just
weird
blocked.
one.
Yeah,
Yeah, Mouse does at least charge up the flow one more time. Has it underneath this turret as Faker's not going to be able to get his way in. Big minion wave though. There's a dive opportunity up in the top lane. Level 5 is being gathered, but no level 6. It's now Mouse. He's in a whole host of trouble, and Faker just slices him in half.
Yeah, he had to run face first into that one. Nowhere to go close to the trap. So 2-2, fire to Ice right now. Let's take a look one more time at this bottom lane.
Shenanigans that unfurled.
Yeah, QTV trying to hide in stealth, but unfortunately he's not doing anything while he's there. It just allows the Jankos to run and kill the other guy. Then the invisibility runs out, and Maple's easily able to pick that one out.
Throws down the smoke screen. Can't see me, guys.
Turns out that Akali Rengar isn't that effective of a duo lane.
Not the best one. Although, I mean, I guess they're against each other, so we're not actually seeing that one just yet. There's a lot of invisibility, though. We'll wait until level 6 is hit so that
the Akali Ahri much better.
Well. Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying.
We saw a lot
Akali Ahri. That's exactly what
we saw a lot of the Ahri, but enough about that is Jankos. You know, we're finding a lot more Kazakhs on Kazakhs. Baker finds out that Jankos was already up there.
Yeah, whoever does the most buttons wins, generally, as Wayless does have level 6. That Riftwalk is there as Faker walks over this ward. Wayless gets in there. Oh my god! Instantly popped him!
Jesus!
Yep. The flash to the instant stacked up Riftwalk into all of his abilities gives a rather unreal amount of burst.
That was ludicrous.
Yeah, that I did not expect that to happen.
Well, not to mention the revolver he has as well, given the extra magic damage on hit. So really just everything he can throw at.
Meanwhile, everyone fighting here down towards the bottom side as Optimus just gets sliced by Karsa. QTV now looking for Maple. One more Q is going to do it. Get there. Does find it as now QTV.
Quick
I have a feeling once again running for his life, and Karsa's going to be able to slice him up.
He's handling things on bottom. He's got it on lockdown. Maple is just the bait.
Yep. Bjergsen, we haven't seen too much of him this game so far.
It's been quiet for Bjerg.
Yeah.
Yeah, Katarina takes a little bit of time. He should be able, now that he has his ultimate, to maybe make some plays. It's so tricky against Caston, though, because of that early magic shield.
Hold on, though.
So much damage. The Ignite is still there. Bjergsen, is he going to survive? Oh my god, yes, Wayless, the last tick. and he's going to even it out 1-for-1.
Yeah, he ignited them right as he died, and I couldn't quite see if minions were actually autoing him or not, and if he thought he was just going to be able to live through that. That ignite seemed to last longer than expected.
Yeah.
All right, let's take a look at this one more time, because Maple kind of instantly regrets jumping in, but Cards is like, it's okay, I got your back, it's all right, and never mind, I'm going to go kill Optimus instead.
Cat's up.
Oh!
Cat's in is Faker, who does land a W as well, but Caster's here. Faker's trying to make this a 1-for-1. Oh my god, Yankos just smacks him and gets into the brush.
Yeah, the 2v1 a little bit better than level 65.
Meanwhile, Yasuo off is happening again, but yeah, definitely when you combine the power of Rengar and Kha'Zix are normally fighting each other, but clearly they're powerful together.
Interesting maneuver there as Mouse wind walls absolutely nothing, and Impact just slices him in half, uses the flash just for fun.
Top dive.
Yep, that's not going very well for Mouse at this point. The thing about mirror matchups as well is there's not really much coming back when you fall behind.
It's like,
wait,
hang
it's okay,
on.
I outskate. Oh.
Yeah, we've got the same buttons, but mine do more.
Yeah.
Pure mechanics, Atlas.
Yep, precisely. Well, at least the first kill, most certainly going to be that. So now it's 0-2 for Mouse. Has the teleport, you know, almost has a Zeal, which is great. Wayless throws down a cheeky Q onto Bjergsen. Death Lotus now available, but remember, the Null Sphere does interrupt it. Doesn't necessarily silence anymore.
But he's got the damage.
Oh my goodness, look at that.
Yeah, no chance to get in and punish.
Bjerg was kind of hoping to bait out a Q, so to speak, so he'd be able to go in, but Wayless knew the game. He's very easily able to fly in that.
He baited out a whole lot more than that. Couldn't handle the health bar. All right, so let's look across the map. In these modes, obviously, you're going to see not a whole lot of towers getting taken right away. It's all about the kills as Faker and Yankos find each other.
Just switching positions here as Caster gets in. Looks like he was killed by the popcorn, but it is going to be the Rengar that grabs him.
What is it about Karsa just killing Faker in all of their games? You wouldn't think that it would happen as a jungler, but Faker just keeps opting in accidentally to these 1v2s against Yankos and Karsa.
He's looked good on that Rengar.
Well, massive kill participation as QTV.
Oh, invisible!
What?
That
Don't
doesn't
move.
help. That
They
actually
can't see
doesn't
you.
do anything. It's invisibility. It's a controller does not see it.
Oh!
The Shadow Dance flash gets him out. Now Optimus makes his way back in. That was cute. As, yeah, control ward a little bit embarrassing.
Yeah, a little unlucky. Still thinking it's a ping. That's okay. Now Bjergsen's tagged up top, and he finds Mouse. Oh, the Death Lotus, the hop! And Bjerg claims one.
I feel so bad for Mouse right now.
Oh, finally!
Hey, this fun game mode.
Finally, the Yasuo's gone. I can.
At least Mouse had a great world, so he can.
Oh,
no.
Jack.
Wow.
That's called twisting the knife.
I'm sorry.
And you don't do that.
Yeah, Bjerg had enough of
twisted
it.
enough already. The LPL guy has to defend. Top laner for EDG.
Go for it.
It's a rough
doing
one.
the best that I can. It's been a rough year. Yanko's now just going to clear out this jungle. Stealing it away from Faker as Faker grabs himself his own blue buff. Handy thing about not having a mana user in the mid lane means that you can get away with this. Bjergsen lurking. As the Death Lotus almost back off cooldowns, about 3/4 of the way through.
And Mouse should know something's up by now. There's no way I get a free lane
always
this long.
more people
Oh,
in his
wait!
lane.
There's always something up.
Oh, God.
Fade away ignite. Oh, God.
Oh, that's...
And
dear.
Wayless is going to be dead.
Super dead.
That situation up top lane where you're thinking, if there are two people in this brush, I am dead. Let me check it.
Face check it.
Yeah. He did
Surely
try
my
and
day
ward,
couldn't get any
but he
worse.
just had no escape. So it's just not a good situation. He's getting no help, and he's already just...
He's got that trinket up, though, so we can spot it next time.
Hey, if he dies enough, though, it'll be worth no money.
Very true.
That's my solo queue strategy, Atlas.
Wouldn't surprise me, Pyrotechnics.
Hey, feed to win used to work.
Yeah, don't worry, I'll utilize that one as well. As Maple's just going to hang out here in this circle.
He can
Throws
only
down
go
the
one
ward.
way.
No funny business to be done as another Shadow Dash gets QTV out of the way. He just really likes going the wrong direction, however. Doesn't have the flash, so he can't get over this side. Yankos just comes in and says, thank you very much for the kill.
Luck ran out.
That's that one. 9-8 now in favor of Ice.
Always seems to be these Kha'Zixes that just get pretty ridiculous, and it just comes down to whose Kha'Zix is better. Is it Kha'Zai? Is that how that works?
Plural is, personally.
I don't know. I'm not really up to date on Void Grammar, unfortunately, and Mouse is just... Oh, man. He's fine for now, but
Help
still.
is not on the way, so he should run very far.
It's just like an EDG game.
Oh, dear.
It just
Please!
feel good.
Goodbye.
Just tanking up the turret, but just so much damage. from everyone in this mode. Now it's a decent charm. Optimus flashes himself out of the way, but Jankos comes down, and this is why Kha'Zix is just busted in this mode.
Yeah.
No one has any health, Jack.
Exactly, and you're not allowed to build it either.
In he goes again.
Still gets fed.
Up. Well, does he have his flash up this time?
All right, he's been a magician this game, but I don't think he's getting out of this one. He's going to try. Oh!
Whoa!
Almost
My
did it.
God. Bang, boom goes the dynamite as Wales is going to come in, looks to try and clean up Impact. The bowl is going to land. He makes it under the turret, but Maple with the fadeaway shuriken's going to grab the kill.
Yeah.
Just disregarding towers this game.
And they're also winning despite having the 05 Yasuo. Even if everyone's camping Mouse, as you mentioned, he actually is worth diminishing gold.
Yeah.
So all the people are resetting their bounties, going off killing Yasuo, and then basically Yanko, Skarsa, the rest of Team Ice is just picking up a ton of gold on the rest of the map.
Yeah, you talked about a 05 Yasuo. They've got a 5-0 Kha'Zix there. And they can just keep going on this, pick up the first tower blood as well after the end of this play. They're looking good.
And it's not like there's much that can stop the Kha'Zix once it gets rolling. You're very familiar with this when we see everyone play Kha'Zix jungle in IWC. Watching this one more time, QTV really had no way out. Impact tried to fly in 1v4, but not very advised. He's just level 9. Can't necessarily get the one shot off yet. And Maple easily able to pick up that kill.
And there's not many champions in this mode that have CC as well. But Yasuo is one of them. You know, he has that tornado, can get the knockup, can hold them then in the air as we do have more action. As Jankos is looking to try and take down Optimus, so much damage with that Q. The instant pop double kill from Waylon.
Oh, here comes
He does get his life sacrifice, but Casa just tears them up. It's a double kill for Jankos. I don't even know who did the damage there, but a lot of it happened.
Yeah, all of them did the damage there. 4 people dead for fire. Bjerg's super close to getting those resets, but the cooldown refund on Jankos, if he's able to hit the isolated Q, is just so quick that he's able to continually kill them.
7-0-5 now, and he's like, wait a minute, I'm up against Faker. That's okay. I'm still Kha'Zix. I'm still
the knockup!
He's taking the tower, but it doesn't matter. Jankos dies in the end, but they still get him.
Position, but you know, that's exactly what you need to do. See your death, embrace it, be ready for that gray scream, because he knew that he took down the king.
Yeah, we'll try and figure out who did the damage. Everyone burned their AoEs on QTV, which gave Optimus what we thought was a window. Then everyone did all the damage. Wayless comes in, uses Force Pulse, and here Bjerg was just trying to pick up all those daggers. If he could just basically Shunpo to all of them, he'd get the very quick reset.
You could see the triple kill sitting on the ground right there.
It was about like a 1/10 of a second away from happening, but that's what happens when you have nothing but assassins.
Yeah, there's very few tank options. You can already see on Team Ice. You look at Maple, he's got the Maw completed. You look down at Karza, and he's got his Hex Drinker. Maybe that helps you a little bit of the ways, but it's not going to last very long. And it's pretty much just been health bars blowing up. QTV, he's lucky to have survived as long as he did in that fight.
Yeah.
Well, QTV, speaking of which, has just finished his Gunblade. If anyone thinks back to when Akali was a champion that people played, certainly was looking for that item before she started doing anything.
It was back when both champion and item were very different.
That is very true. However, still very, very good Akali item in her current position.
It's consistent.
Yeah. Yeah, I also just want to call out the Team Fire guys from the GPL. In the fun game modes, they've actually been the carries, especially in the one-for-all. This game, their KDAs aren't that great, but they're also the ones doing the dirty work. The Sightstone support Ari actually will help them get picks down the road because they're actually going to have vision.
Yeah, and as that kill happens, good point about the Sightstone too. Of course, they do have to convert it and do a damaging item, so we will have to see Eye of the Watchers completed on it, but I mean, somebody's got to get some vision, right? Otherwise, you're going to be blind checking those brushes all day, but maybe that's the fun.
Casa going back to his jungling ways, despite the fact that he doesn't have Smite, looking to try and pick a 1v1 with the Dragon. Optimus spots him out and says, no, 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 no. Cat versus Dragon not happening today. Maple split pushing off to the side, much as Zed is wont to do. But Waylon continues to get strong. I mean, he's got a stacking Rod of Ages now.
Yeah. And the hybridized items are actually the ones you should be going for. That's something that Jankos is doing really smart right now. He's got the MR item that can activate spell tools as well, and he's probably building.
Yep. He's just going to get blown up. Invisibility is not going to help him much longer.
Yeah.
Oh, wait.
He's super dead.
That was like the longest
Teleport.
space between kills we had all game. I think as Faker's going to find Maple, who's going to flash, and the damage is too real. Runs into Optimus. Bjergsen does get a shutdown on Karza as it's happening. All of a sudden, Wayless tags in, and he's out.
Yep, just good escape. Bjergsen easily able to help pick up that kill with the Death Lotus. As Mouse gets a turret, look at this, doing work.
Jankos goes up there, is able to get the turret, 1 assist. The more CS he gets, the more his bounty is. That's actually the change that was put in when you had the like 010 proxy sins, so they're actually worth gold. The CS slowly increases your bounty up over time, so he will be worth gold.
Here I was thinking that it could just be worth, you know, a glorified cannon creep, so they could just send him in.
Yeah, I think essentially every 100 CS counts as an assist. And it's a gradual scale, so.
Helping to balance that out a little bit.
I'll quickly shoot in some actual facts in between assassins so I can still
important.
educate.
Just in case those people think they can keep feeding intentionally. No, you're worth golden. Now it's even worse. All right, QTB.
Now we saw an example of the fact that you're not invisible if you're seen by a turret.
Yeah, well also, if they hit you, you glimmer. So like they'll kind of know where you are if they hit you with an AoE ability. They can't target you, but they can AoE.
Yeah.
Even more knowledge being dropped.
It's like we saw with the other day.
I read the patch notes.
Oh, man. Smart man, Jad.
Bjergsen killed him.
Yeah. Yet another pick up there with the Foxfire, I believe.
Wayless almost got a double out of that, though.
He did.
It was real close.
It was a cute jump from Faker just to make sure that he was disengaged.
All right. So, 18 minutes in. 19 to 14 kills. Bit of a slow game for Assassin mode.
Yeah. Only 33 kills. Pick up the pace.
Come on, guys. It's all right. We'll get there. Bjergsen still yet to reach max power. He does have that Rylai's Crystal Scepter to complete after his Gunblade, which is, of course, already done.
Optimus going really utility. He's got the Seeker's Arm Guard, too, so he's working his way towards the Zanyas. We actually didn't see, like, any of that, and I'll talk to it in a minute, because there's a fight going on. Okay, we didn't see any of that in the IWCA. They want full-on damage.
Yeah. And, ooh, nice little wind wall there, just to block the damage from the Spirit Rush from Optimus. Doesn't have that ultimate to help him get out now, as Bjergsen just bouncing around underneath this turret.
Yeah, he's starting to get pretty comfy on this Katarina. He's getting to the point where if he's able to get a couple of the W's off by picking up the daggers in the fight, he will be able to kind of one-shot and just fly through the fight. And as you mentioned before, there's almost no CC that would stop him. That's why I really expected to see the Pantheon, because he's kind of he's like the fun police in assassin mode. You try and jump in and assassinate you, and he just stuns you for 2 seconds.
I thought that was why we weren't going to be seeing as much Master Yi as well, but there's no Pantheon.
Yeah.
No Master Yi.
And therefore, we are all very happy.
No, I wanted the Master Yi. I wanted it so
Really?
bad. Yeah, I was so excited, so ready for all of the Master Yi mechanics and
There's a lot of
Pantheon mechanics.
Fair enough, there's a lot of mechanics.
I know. We saw the Garen mechanics today.
Yeah.
Oh,
It's been a
just want
good day,
all of
hasn't it?
The high skill cap champions like Garen, Master Yi, and Pantheon.
In one game.
I was joking earlier that I specialize in easy champions. I was dropping all this Garen build knowledge back in the caster room.
Yeah.
I wish there was a champion filter like there are for Marksman for just easy.
Yeah.
And then you know
That's
what I
want.
should play.
It's like Morgana, Garen, brilliant. As Wayless manages to run himself away using that Rift Walk. Impact now feeling the wrath of the 2v1. Good knock-up as the last breath does come in. Gets himself into the brush with that E as Jankos looking to try and chase him down. Remember, that doesn't slow anymore as the flash does come in, and Impact's looking to run around. Wayless is in there, gets knocked up though, even though he does make his way through, and Casa, as he turns up to the fight, is able to pick that up. But in the meantime, this tower's going to fall down.
They've had a lot of time. That gives a chance for the rest of Team Fire to kind of take down a mid-turret that'll give them a little extra gold. It's now 3-2, 20 minutes in. I mean, you want to open the map up because even if you're not going to be the greatest at taking towers, well, those objectives can start falling fast. Baron's on the Rift, a few more minutes, and they can start doing it fast.
The honey fruit.
Yeah.
Optimus, why would you do that?
He's wasting fruit.
He doesn't want the other guys to be able to heal.
That is ridiculous. Come on, guys. Food shortage and stuff like that. You can't just be wasting resources like that. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, I wish there was like an announcer, like if you ever played Gauntlet, where it just like insults you for wasting food.
Yeah, I hate it. That's one of my biggest pet peeves. Wasted food.
Unlucky.
Well, looking to find himself Optimus, but it's a good charm. Bjergsen's waiting in the wings. And Jankos, Optimus gets himself over to the side, and Bjergsen gets knocked up by Mouse. Now Optimus underneath the turret as QTV wants to try and make himself relevant in this game. I'm not sure whether he can.
He stays alive in all of that. Wow, that was a close touch and go for Ice. They get two out of nowhere there. Bjerg and Optimus are down. They're going to look for mid-tower.
Yeah, this is trouble, too. It's very easy to turret dive when no one is tanky. Except Impact did build a frozen mouth, so he's trying to sneak in there as much as possible. Just a refresher on the rules, like the reason Jankos is able to sit on the cloth armor is technically that builds into an offensive item in Seekers. He's probably never going to move that cloth armor,
Well, you can build
but
any
he wants
component.
It.
I mean,
exactly.
he can fill his inventory with Glacial Shrouds if he wants to.
No, his Glacial Shroud, the Iceborne Gauntlet doesn't have 80 or AP on it.
Oh, okay.
But if it did, he could do that.
Neither did she. So if it had like, if it was the old one, you'd be able to, but
yeah.
not anymore.
Look, Cars.
Hey, got one.
Getting close. UTV's gonna die.
Now he's dead.
What? In all chat.
Yep, definitely. 23-15. I mean, Ice is still leading the charge, and there's a decent goal difference. But I mean, come on, you come down to like a big team fight, you're able to pick everybody off, and it's pretty much madness the entire time. Still pretty wide open.
There's so many resets in this game mode. It's just ridiculous. So as soon as someone starts winning a fight, it just gets a little bit insane. What with Kha'Zix running around, Katarina running around.
Yeah. Kha'Zix is a pretty big, important part of that, though. I mean, you got 10-1 and 7 on Jankos. Wayless is in a world of hurt.
He has Wayless now.
Yeah.
To make that joke again.
It kind of, I laughed at that, but it kind of hurt me.
You get one. You get one of those a game.
Yeah.
Job is on the line here.
Yeah.
Maple now clears out the Rift Scuttler. Maple throws through. Shuriken's clear out this minion wave. Haven't really seen too much of Maple with his friends. He's sort of split pushing up to the side. Of course, Zed definitely pretty good at that. Has himself a couple of items at the moment. Now Impact gets jumped on by Casa. Roll is in. Close the wind wall though.
What's interesting is the split pusher is you feel like you're missing out sometimes because there's just fights everywhere.
Yeah.
But actually getting the minion gold oftentimes can just turn you into the carry. And also, actually pushing side lanes is kind of how you win the game a lot of the times in this mode. If you're able to avoid just full wipes when you're off pushing the side lane. So
I like to think about it like
just
the
because
guy
they're
that
all
stays
assassins.
home from the party instead of and does his homework instead. You know, he is going to get a better score at school. He's just not going to have as much fun. So of course that CS is going to help. I feel like that could be next better. You know what I meant.
I understand.
He's all on the same project team. He's doing all the hard work while his teammates are out partying.
There's two ends to that, though. You call them tryhards.
Yeah,
but
exactly.
then
You don't make friends.
You know what they call tryhards in real life?
Winners.
Successful.
Exactly right.
I think it's a good metaphor there. All right, Ice is bailed out. Faker's hopped onto Maple, and he's going to Viz. Can't chase that one any further, but you can see they're sticking together like glue. Looking for the Dragon. I mean, this is a big one. Infernal Drake, 8% AD and AP is pretty hefty when he starts stacking it on all of these players.
Big minion wave towards the top side as well. You can see Pink's coming out from fire, so he's looking to try and deal with that. His Impact is now
Oh, Willis, that was dirty.
Yeah, well, he's got the Lich Bane and the gun, so that's a lot of on-hit damage.
And we only saw half of that on screen, but I'm pretty sure that's illegal in 8 countries.
Well, Bjergsen, he's going to be dancing in the mid lane. He's like, well, there's not a whole lot I can do. Now we've got a problem with Jankos.
no.
What the damage?
He's got a problem. Okay, he's dead. Faker's trying to push back hard, and the tower shot.
That's pretty big. I mean, it does keep firing the game a little bit. You always worry that these games are going to snowball out of control and not be nearly as much fun.
Yeah.
But when Jankos jumps in between two turrets and dies instantly, it keeps it interesting.
I feel like you still need to play really smart though, so because even if you're super far ahead, you've only got more damage.
It's true, and it's like Jankos tanked up almost as much as he could. He's the Steris Gauge, which is hardly an offensive item, but it still counts because it's like 10 AD on that thing. But still, he basically gets one shot by Katarina when he flies in there. So not much tank here, and that's going to keep happening.
And Bjerg, for his part, he's also got a little bit of tank stats too because he's built the Rylai's, which of course is allowed to do because of the AP that's on it. And the slowing effect is also going to help when you start chasing people down. I mean, that can mean the difference all the time. So Katarina's going to get really, really scary as well. Jankos, even though he's super fed, it doesn't matter if you get popped.
Yeah. I love Katarina in this game mode as well, just because you really want to build all of those sort of hybrid defensive, offensive items.
I'm really glad we got to see it. I was really worried that people would be afraid of picking it just because they think they'd have to lane against the Blanc, but
nah.
No, able to do it.
We've been converted last week. Vedius just wouldn't stop talking about it. It's sufficiently convinced that Katarina is a good assassin.
Well, we thought that LeBlanc was going to be a huge deal as well, and then Diana was picked in the first game.
I went like 12-1.
Dumped it.
Yeah.
Naru was 100-0ing people while they were walking to lane, and they didn't even see their champion die. You know how it does the snap back when you do damage? Snap back to a gray screen. That's not what you want.
All right. So everybody's kind of decided to move around the different lanes and try to grab a bit of control. Wayless is in trouble here as Optimus is coming down to help QTV and Impact.
Oh,
What was that? He took one with them! Oh, man, that Kassadin.
That was that green gum thing again that he did with his sword.
Oh my goodness, that gotta be a little careful when you're running down assassins.
He has his Zhonya's, man. He should just press it next time he goes in.
I don't think he had time.
Yeah, that reaction. Holy moly.
Yeah. The best CC is death, and this Kassadin seems to have the best CC.
It's effective. Can't deny that. Yeah.
Jackson clears out the minions very expertly. Maple shoves another wave in, but that tower still stands.
Rengar ult, they're going to kill this pretty quick.
Yeah.
I like the Rengar ult beforehand because technically people want to run away a little bit, which means the response time to the Baron is a little bit slower. No one has their blue trinkets up, but they get one in.
No one keeps you big.
Faker going for the steal, buddy.
Gonna go for it, goes in.
Oh, he steals it! The god himself as the Twilight Shroud's in. Jankos just jumps his way out as Mouse. Once again, the sacrificial lamb, but Bjergsen's going to fall to Maple. In goes Casa one more time, jumping out of the brush. It's a double now for Maple as Optimus says, well, all my friends are gone.
Yeah, we saw the Kazakhs took the Baron. I didn't realize it would be a steal until we read it, but you guys got it right away. Optimus tried to go in 1v4. Not much doing right there.
Well, Faker bought 2 Barons for his team right now. If Optimus can stay alive.
Can Wayless close?
Not going to go for it, but Impact goes around the side.
Boy.
Gets the whole last breath, but it's the last of his breath for Wayless! Optimus,
dear.
he hit his Nanyas.
How much fear did you see in what Optimus just experienced? It's like, oh, no, not again, not again, not again.
7 fear right there.
Yeah,
That was a lot of fear.
All right, let's take a look at this again. That was such a sick steal.
Just as Yasuo Tornado was hitting him too, so basically just gets it with the smite. Good timing right there. Bjergsen got soloed by Zed off on the side, and then Mouse actually gets a really nice fight in this one as Maple's able to collapse in. So yes, they get the Baron steal. No, it doesn't necessarily pull them ahead.
Well, Optimus as well. Going for it, doesn't find the end of that charm. Just missing. Wayless, he's most certainly a glass cannon. That's exactly what we expected from him. That's why I'm so happy with this game. If there's anyone that represents the heart and soul in assassin mode, it's Wayless, who says, I just got hit by an ultimate. Maybe now I should try to escape. But no, he goes in, tries to kill someone.
It worked
against
last
all
time.
odds.
Yeah.
So
Exactly.
You know, the fights are like really cool in and of themselves just because of all these assassins, but you get like some of these like beautifully choreographed replays. That's like my favorite part.
Yeah, and now 4 times legendary chance as well. Thank you very much, Fake Baron Steelers. Now, Mouse, what is this? Oh, gets the final breath to get himself out of there. Spirit Rush is going to miss out the right way. Oh my goodness, he always seems to be a possible follow-up kill to even these things out, but not anymore.
I think Mouse got a little too excited about the 4 times mystery gift. He wasn't looking at the screen. Checking the store. All right, so now they get to siege down bottom. Assassins are great at sieging, so this shouldn't take very long.
That was sarcasm, everyone.
You actually can't tell with me sometimes.
yeah, they don't they have one ranged champion on the side of Fire who can hit the turret from far away, and that's the Ahri at 30% health. Karst is ulting, but it would be a 4v5. It would not be smart.
I don't think so. Bjerg's gonna get bullied.
Okay, correction, everyone. Also, it's only a 2 times bonus.
Just read
because
the
it's
graphic.
assassin mode and everything just seems to be super amplified. We had to write down 4 times.
I'm disappointed.
Not true.
Oh,
now Maple, he's managing to get out, but his friend Casa is most certainly not. Maple now still running.
Faker's coming for him though. Oh, he flashes!
Oh, God, repugnant damage.
Fire pulled even too with all of that, so
he evolved afterwards as well.
Yes, that's what happens when you level up sometimes.
Yeah. Most likely going for the W, the evolved R. I haven't been a huge fan of it. Just gives you a little bit of.
Well, he did actually pick up the evolved R.
Did he really?
Yep.
Well, he's gone red.
Completely corrected.
Not sure whether it's better, but he does look cool.
Which I mean, at the end of the day, that's pretty important.
Aesthetics, the man who doesn't wear skins really cares about the in-game aesthetics.
And it also means that when you now run into the brush, you get that free invisibility, which is super fun.
Yep. Wayless. Oh, he just goes right back in.
Super golden now.
ETB's like, do I want this? No, he doesn't.
Doesn't pick the right side as Wayless makes it a 1-for-1. Mouse now tries to fight someone, but remember, he's got barely any items because he's been dying all game.
And death does not help you
do it.
acquire gold.
Death not great in this game.
Promised how it's going to teach. You want to stay alive, get gold, kill minions.
See, continuing with
we have plenty of assassins.
High-level analysis, chat. Thank you so much.
The ones with the most gold are usually the most effective.
So Ice is going to be able to knock down this mid turret. Finally, they get Optimus and a knock up. The Bull Cars is not going to care about that. All right. So, go deep for him, and he gets tagged in now. Here comes Faker. Maple picks up Optimus, and he nails out of there.
Oh my God!
That shield.
Okay, calculated, everyone.
All right, a Hex Drinker's a pretty good item.
Most certainly is. Now Impact unable to close the gap onto Jankos, and they get out. Not sure how, but they did.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh man, this is
my
a good
God.
one. We have.
I want to replay just of his health bar and the number on his health bar, what it got down to, because I think that was a relatively small one.
I think you might be right. We're 32 minutes in. It's like, it's just bang on
20
even.
HP this just in.
Wow.
Not very much.
Yeah, I think
less HP than the raw kills.
If someone had breathed on him, he would have died.
Less than half.
56 kills in this game so far. And only 7 turrets taken down, so that's always a good sign.
Yeah.
This is the dream.
Fire does have 2 mountain drakes, though. We should definitely not hesitate to note.
Yeah, it's true. If they do get an ace, that means they'll just plow through the
Oh my
turrets.
god, the damage. Once again, Wayless just stacks up the Rift Walk and Rift Cruises on top of the Akali as Impact finds Jankos. But remember, he's now isolated, gets knocked up as the last breath goes in. Impact, that was an odd maneuver, and he is going to fall down as Jankos gets his revenge. Faker now gets exhausted, but still kills Carter through it. The Deathmark comes in. Maple doesn't quite know where he's going. Deathmark, not enough damage, and Optimus is able to grab the kill.
2-2. Looks really good for Ice there, but Fire was able to tag a few more members in.
I'm gonna ask a question. Okay. Did the interaction for the 4th evolve when you kill Rengar? Was that removed from the game?
Well, you shut
Faker
it
gonna be able to get his 4th one?
Oh, that's true. I don't know. Is the quest there? I don't think it is. On Tournament Realm, as Mouse is going to be able to kill Bjergsen. Does have the Hex Drinker, remember, so Optimus' damage not so high as Wayless. Oh my god. What did Optimus do to Wayless? Like, off stage? Because that is all he seems to care about, is killing this Ahri.
He goes in with like 100 HP. That's okay, I got this.
Maybe it's like flashbacks to Cool. Of course, Cool from OMG used to play a lot of Ahri. Wayless and Cool, you know, played against each other a lot. Might have been something to do with it. Now
Going deep there.
Faker and Jankos. Faker's so low. Oh my god, that damage.
He's a bigger context.
Really, it's just the isolation that matters. And
so silly.
In that one, Faker got a little bit ahead of himself.
Poor Faker.
Jankos was there too. He got a little bit of ahead of him.
Yes.
Same time.
And guess what?
Baron's 10 seconds.
Faker can't steal this one.
Yes.
I got a secret for you. I cheated by looking at the indicator.
Thanks, Pyro. You got me. Look at his adorable Santa hat. Why would you want to kill that? Look, a little earmuffs as well. It's adorable.
I feel like Impact's going to try and steal this regardless. You saw this.
There we go. It's Zanya's, but it's already gone. They're going to take this one away. Mouse gets the last hit on it. No chance for Fire.
There we go. So at least the team that has Baron doesn't have the double mountain breaks.
Oh.
A lot of people dead though.
All right.
Oh god, well there's the win. Wallace Castle's looking to try and get something back while he's dying. In goes Jankos. This is a very, very good item.
Bjergsen
on his hourglass. In goes Bjergsen trying to get some resets. Mouse flashes, dashes, does all that he can. Does make it out.
2-2 again. I feel like I'm a broken record this game.
There have been a lot of trade kills. They mentioned in the Assassin rework that they wanted to make Assassins not just divers that go in and suicide, but people that can go out or in and then back out. But there hasn't been much of that in this game.
There's been a lot of in.
Trying to use the extra utility to continue to go in.
That's what I'm talking about. It's Ingo's caster, and this is why Rengar gets banned in so many solo queue games. Exactly that. You were having a good time, and you're all of a sudden having an awful time. Yep.
So it's not just Wayless who's pretty much gunning for Optimus. You got Karza was able to take him out pretty quickly.
I don't know what
too.
Optimus said to Team Ice before this game, but he's regretting it now.
Seriously, yeah. I mean, he's having a rough time. He's been able to pick up a couple of kills at least, so. I actually was surprised when we saw the one Ahri. It was pretty much constant 80 carry pickup. I say 80 carry pickup, but you know what I mean.
Yeah, as IWCA went on, it was more, you know, dipping back to just the full AP, saying that, well, she's not great. We don't necessarily need an 80 carry because we're against Assassins, and that is the worst time you can possibly have.
And especially when you have a Kha'Zix and Yasuo on your team.
We've seen this movie before.
Yeah. It was a horror movie, I believe.
This time, Ahri gets away.
Wayless is rather mobile now. So if you try and teleport in, he's most likely just going to go away.
Yep.
I think Impact couldn't hit that cancel button fast enough. All right, so we keep waiting.
Now going to get a buff for Wayless as well. They're looking to try and utilize their Baron buff to try and push down a tower. Most of these Assassins, not with a whole lot of range, and do like to have some minions that are super empowered.
Once again, they just pop the Rengar ultimate, push fire back, and then just rush the objective.
Oh! And then Wayless is doing a lot of damage to Bjerg. He bought some time. They got the Elder. They got the damage. It is now a 4v4, but Bjerg can't do a thing. Faker, he picks up Wayless, but I don't think it's gonna matter. Resets on resets.
Where's everyone
Faker, the blast cone, everything, and that is the ace.
Jankos with the emote spam as well for the BM.
Oh, man.
There's revenge immediately for Europe.
You only get to BM Faker once, but Jankos picked the smart time to do this.
It's the very end of the year, Jat. Probably not going to get revenge until 2017.
And this could actually be it because they still have the Baron buff. They have the perfect combination with the other. They just got the 5-man ace. And if they so choose, they could end the game right here.
That might be the case.
I like this game mode.
Would like to see a lot more of it myself, but 37.5 minutes in, they're going to knock down those Nexus turrets. This is lights out.
Yeah, Nexus turret number 2 going to fall down. Maple just going to parade around the fountain as Team Ice is going to even the score lines versus Team Fire after the Assassin mode. Caster grabs the 50 gold that you really want, and that is going to be it. And who was expecting this? By this time of the tournament, all tied up.
Yeah, exactly even in Fire and Ice points, which I'm sure all these players are really excited about that they're able to tie it up. But really, this was an incredibly fun game. I was a little worried we'd see too many mirror matchups.
Yeah.
We only saw 2 duplicate champions on both sides. Yeah, and Jankos, the carry, actually, 15 kills on Kazakhs.
That was utterly ridiculous. And in this mode, definitely very balanced champion.
Well, it seems to be the Kazakhs that gets ahead, stays ahead, and honestly dictates the pace of the game. And Jankos, even though he died a couple of times throughout that mid-game, yeah, there he is.
Crowd loves him. Jankos has definitely had some solid moments this All-Star.
Deserves it as well, because that was such a performance. Definitely redeeming himself after this morning.
Yeah, and I know this is just a for fun tournament and all, but Jankos has actually played really well in almost all of the events, except for the time where he played Darius for the first time and lost in the 1v1. But everything else, like the jungle games that he was playing, even against NA, his early jungle pathing was awesome. He pulled Europe a little bit ahead. This game, once again, yes, he was playing probably the most OP role and most OP champion, but he did it well. He was against Faker, who was doing the same thing, and was able to kill him a couple of times.
Yeah, we saw his confidence
off.
as well on the analyst desk. He was saying things like, oh, I don't think we're going to be able to make this one, and we're against Faker and Bjergsen. It's going to be hard. Doesn't matter. Just all business when he's on the Rift, and looked fantastic doing it.
Yeah, which is the opposite of the Jankos you're used to seeing, who trash talks a lot. Rather, he did the reverse. Keep it subtle and then actually dominate.
I like that I think they employed a very unique strategy to one team in the LPL, which was the let's have Mouse on our team and let the enemy team just take swings at him while we get everything else on the map. It certainly worked out for them.
Yeah, I do want to talk about the LPL as well, because Wales looked fantastic in the 1v1s. Unfortunately, I believe got knocked out just recently. However, got his revenge as well. That Kassadin looked fantastic.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Kassadin, once he kind of hit critical mass, just seemed to be a little bit better than the other champions, right? He was able to get to the scaling point and not fall super far behind early, and it's not like you can tank up against the Kassadin, so the fact that he'd just be able to shift in and one-shot, not many people could do that, except he could, so he's just doing that over and over again.
Yeah, just fantastic. Mouse, unfortunately, having the worst early game in history, but still able to pick up the win. Was still doing okay things from mid to late game, you know, showing that solidarity with his team. Look, a lot of people, you get to that point and you're like, sorry, I think I'm doing more bad than good here. Just gonna go. Yeah. However, stuck there, landed some of those tornadoes we were talking about, and was a valued team member.
Yeah.
Once he stopped getting camped, he was doing fine.
Yeah, we saw duplicate Yasuos, duplicate Kazakhs. At one point, the Yasuos were combined 1-9. We were talking about the 0-6 Mouse, but Impact wasn't doing that great early either. Whatever.
Yeah,
all good.
A little bit of an odd one, but let's head over to stage where Dash is waiting alongside with an interview with Jankos.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. That's right, I'm with Jankos. Huge performance out of him here in Assassin mode and getting 50 points for Team Ice there, tying up the standings, 500 to 500, as you can see here. The crowd very much behind him and the performance that he put up there on Kazakhs. Jankos, turning to you, going into this game mode, I love it. There's lots of passion in this crowd and lots of support behind you and the rest of your team. But let's talk about this game mode and talk about, going into it as a jungler. You're going up against the likes of, say, Faker, Bjergsen, a lot of these people who are looking at the mid laners to be the top performers in Assassin mode. And then you come out and put up a score line like that. Were you at all intimidated, or were you going out to, kind of show people that you have what it takes to put, to put up or shut up?
Well, first thing is first, so I would like to thank everyone who came here and cheered for us, thank you guys. Without you, it wouldn't be possible. And you know, me hearing my name made me so proud. Thank you. Coming back to the question, though, I think that if I get Kazik, it's a really strong champion in the game overall right now, especially in assassin mode when everyone is so squishy. So I was very confident going into the matchup when the guys from Team Ice led me jungle. So I'm very grateful for that, you know, because Karsa made like some pretty sick calls in the game as well, and they cheesed me level 2, but didn't work out.
Yeah, there was that jump over the blue buff. Definitely caught you guys by surprise, but you recovered quite nicely. Now, speaking of champion picks, was there any pick, aside from Kha'Zix, that kind of surprised you, performed much better than you expected here in Assassin mode?
I mean, we had a lot of champions that were just basically broken because they had so much damage, like Kassadin, for example. I think Rengar was pretty good as well because he made our picks possible and they didn't have like a champion like this. But outside of those, I think it was Yasuo, simply because he did bring a lot to the team fights with W, you know, blocking pretty much every spell in the assassin mode, and as well as providing CC to the team.
Absolutely, and of course, we saw both teams kind of focusing different sides of the map. We had, you know, Team Fire up on the top side, kind of punishing, while you guys were down on the bot side punishing. You know, what was the communication like with the team across different languages, and while so much chaos is happening, how do you guys keep things straight? You said Karsa made some big calls.
I mean, I think mostly, you know, they were talking English when they didn't need me, so I was just trying to, like, pretty much play my game, and then, you know, I was talking to them sometimes, like, I'm pretty happy with the communication, and at the same time, every time we like killed someone or there was a good call, everyone was like screaming "Nice-oo, nice-oo," so that, you know, make everything super easy.
All right, so here's the thing. With that victory, the teams are tied at exactly 500 points. We've got one more game to play today worth 100 points. That's LPL for Team Ice versus NA for Team Fire. The winner will be going into tomorrow with a point lead. Are you confident in your LPL guys that they can bring it home today for Ice and give you guys that advantage going into tomorrow?
I mean, you made it sound too easy, you know. When you said LPL is facing NA, I mean, I'm super safe, you know. There is nothing to worry about. I'm pretty sure Clearlove can beat Rainover. He's a really great jungler, so I believe in him.
There you have it, a strong endorsement from Jankos for the rest of the Ice squad. That's going to do it for us here. Time to go up to the desk to see what they thought about that crazy assassin mode.
Thank you, Dash.
Cheering for the analyst desk.
Yeah, for sure. And cheering for Jankos. It's always fantastic to hear for Jankos, who's been around for such a long time, and now he gets these cheers here. I think you're not sad that you have to give one of those up to Jankos.
No, it's good. Feels good for the guy. He's underperforming the whole All-Stars and good game. It's good. He played really sick Kha'Zix.
Yeah, he played fantastically, and we were like dissing him a bit and saying, well, what is he going to do? But we forgot that, of course, Jankos on Kha'Zix. You said it? Oh, yeah, you did say it. And we have a bit of images from the game because Jankos absolutely popped off, and he was against Faker in the jungle also on Kha'Zix. So let's compare the two here.
I mean, the scoreline said it all, didn't it?
Yeah, it really did. And so much of the game was about Jankos
and this is Faker
getting to the bot lane, being able to get their lanes rolling, and he was able to be able to take out Faker over and over, including the kill, the solo kill in mid lane that got them the Baron and got them the Elder.
I mean, there was only the Baron steal that Faker did better than Jankos.
Ah, right, yeah.
Besides that, Jankos outperformed Faker in the jungle.
Yeah.
More CS, more levels, more kills.
Yeah, we are going to look at the Baron steal in just a second, but this was pretty sick as well.
Oh, Mouse was part of that one.
Yeah, fantastic job by Mouse there.
MVP of the game.
And this was the one that kind of was a little bit questionable for Faker. He isolated himself and then gets killed. That's where Ice gets the Baron and then is able to take Elder and eventually win the game.
Yeah, Jankos definitely outplayed almost everyone. I think Wayless was really good in this game as well. Obviously, Pekka mentioned Mouse before. At first, it was kind of funny that he got camped, but then you felt really bad for it. And you were like, come on, Mouse. You know, he can get a few kills. And then in the end, he almost got a positive scoreline.
Yeah, he got it up at the end. Like, QTV kept dying, and Mouse at some point realized, okay, we can win the game if I start moving in the map, doing good rotations.
He was farming.
Yeah, he was doing good.
He was doing his job.
Yeah.
Actually, and Wimwell was actually really good. I mean, it shut down Bjergsen pretty hard in a lot of those fights. Like, Katarina can't really do that much with the ultimate.
Yeah, it did. We did mention it. The one thing that Jankos didn't do is then secure that Baron, and Faker had a fantastic Baron steal. But you guys were talking about the fact that it isn't as easy as it looks to smite that away for Jankos.
Yeah, I mean, it's not that easy. It's like, oh, maybe a little bit of a late smite, but Kha'Zix's Q plus the W plus the smite all landing at the same time, if you don't smite it like quite perfectly, you're going to lose it.
Yeah, both of them have a lot of damage with your smite, so you have to smite at 1,100 HP, and even then there is small risk that you lose it.
Luckily for Team Ice, though, they actually won the fight after, as we can see here on the screen. So normally in this mode, it's like really hard to finish the game because you can't really siege on turrets or anything. So whoever gets the Baron on like 3, 4, 5 members, use that to kind of push in and get a big advantage. But because so many members died after, it actually didn't matter. And then the next Baron obviously went over to Jankos and the team.
It did, and Faker is also looking out for all of us because that Baron Steal that doubles the chance of legendary or esports skins in your mystery gifting. So we'll give each other some gifts there. And for the points, now 500 for Team Fire and Team Ice. They are completely tied. There are 100 points on the line for our next battle, which is LPL versus the NALCS. So that's going to be very important. Jankos believes in Ice for that one. NALCS has something to make up for, though, after yesterday. Didn't have the best game versus LMS. Azale, what do you think?
Yeah, I mean, they definitely have to bounce back after that one. They looked good against EU, but LMS wasn't going so hot. So he's right here. He has a family. But
he was actually really good in that game.
Yeah, that's true. But I mean, I think they pretty much have to play their very best to be able to take down the LPL.
Yeah, okay, we will see what happens. We are taking a quick break here in Barcelona, but when we come back, the NALCS All-Stars return to the Rift to take on the best from the LPL. Don't go anywhere.
He's running the wrong direction. I have a feeling QTB, this is almost lights out. Gets himself back. As Jankos is looking to try and take down Optimus, so much damage with that Q. The instant pop double kill from Wayland. He does get his life sacrifice, but Casa just tears them up.
Wow, nice.
Nice tempo.
Nice.
OP.
Bjergsen's waiting in the wings as Jankos. Oh, Optimus gets himself over to the side, and Bjergsen gets knocked up by Mouse.
Nice.
Lenga. Oh, die. He dead.
Nice.
Wayland is in trouble here as Optimus is coming down to help QTV and Impact.
What was that? He took one with them.
He's gonna go for it, goes in.
Oh, he steals it!
Bjergsen can do a thing. Faker, he picks up Wayland, but
the
reset. Resets on reset.
Where's everyone
Faker, the blast cone, everything, and that is the ace.
Team Ice is going to even the score lines.
inside lane. Missing exits, I'm glued to the pavement. Between the lines, I'll keep my gaze straight ahead as the last stop flies by. No more waiting for the gun to fire. No more walking through revolving doors. I've gone around once, and I don't need to go around anymore. It's time to break away. Forget your sober case. Stop dwelling on empty words. Stop stalling in the doorway. Cancel the cruise control. Switch it in the manual. Don't you wanna feel right again? Don't you wanna feel
Welcome back to Barcelona. I'm James Stress O'Leary, and I've had to swap in with Pyrotechnics because somebody needed to be between these two because we are about to go.
Just too much chemistry.
The
Yeah.
North
Had to
American
break it up
LCS, North American LCS, LPL. You know, somebody has to be in the middle of these two. Before
I like
let
how you went
two
straight to
lose-
love, though. I mean, it's supposed to be a grudge match between the regions, but no. It's all about just the love we share, Jet. And I like that. I like that a lot more because NALCS team looks a little bit stronger than the LPL at the moment.
Well,
really?
Let's take
After the
a look-
LMS game?
Okay, maybe a different story. However, Mouse.
Both of you, calm down, both of you. We need to go through this the right way. Let's look at the rosters first before you guys get out of the gates. First of all, representing Team Fire, it's the North American LCS All-Stars. In the top lane, it's Impact. In the jungle is Rainover. Mid lane is Bjergsen. AD carry is Doublelift, and beside him is Afromoon.
And their opponents representing Team Ice from the LPL. It is going to be in the top lane, Mouse, the man who came back from being awful in the early game in that assassin mode game, so is here to stay. Jungle is going to be Clearlove, Wayless in the mid lane, and it's Uzi and Mata from RNG in that bottom lane, who looked spectacular in the 1v1s. And if you're talking about bottom heavy, I think the LPL is certainly it.
That certainly is for sure, and it's such an important game as well because both sides of these, 100 points are on the line, and both teams need it. It's dead even right now.
Yeah, it really is the swing match because NA did get beaten by the LMS yesterday. We've already seen, you know, it's pretty much the last straight-up region v region clash until we get into the mixed teams tomorrow. So really important for NA to win this team if they want Fire to win, and the same for the LPL if they want Ice to win.
And Jed, I know you're chomping at the bit to talk about the LPL bot lanes. They've been instrumental in a lot of their games. When you look at how many people have been down in that bottom lane, your thoughts coming into this against Afromu and Doublelift?
Yeah, I mean, Doublelift and Afromu, I heard Doublelift talking a little bit earlier, and he's basically saying if we don't feed bottom lane, I think we'll win. So he's actually a little bit worried against Uzi and Mata once again, and who wouldn't be, especially after the way Worlds ended for Doublelift in TSM, where Uzi got a very early triple kill as they were picking themselves into a bad matchup, thinking they'd be able to stand. No way. So I expect them to try and pick, like, maybe something super tryhard, like Caitlyn Nami or something, to say, we are not going to lose this lane, but you never know.
Even in their win, though, against Europe, the bottom lane still looked suspect for the North American LCS All-Stars. So there is still a question there. Now you've got to go up against, as you said, Uzi and Mata. I mean,
No. They're not going up against Uzi and Mata. They're going up against Uzi, Mata, Clearlove, and Wayless. Because it was a four-man party for the LPL on the bottom side of the map. And we'll see whether it's going to happen again. Because you're exactly right. I feel like they just don't feed. And by not feeding, they just try not to die to the cavalcade of humans on the bottom side of the map. But let's hop into Champion Select. NALCS are going to be on our red side, and the LPL representing Team Ice going to be on the purple side. Oh, well, blue side. Just confusing when it's fire and ice, guys.
It is, but you know, one thing that's going to be less confusing, there's going to be a heavy presence towards mid lane. We've seen it in every single game, and now there have been questions about Bjergsen in the last couple of games. He's been looking a little, you know, on the back foot compared to what we've seen him in the regular split and, you know, in other international competitions. So he's got to deal with Wayless, who has
the
been
same
looking
mid
better
from the last game.
He lost the 1v1 against Clearlove as well. And if we're talking about people that were underperforming, and I love jumping to conclusions in best of one as well,
please.
but Rainover has looked awful in the jungle. His two tank Rengar games, when everyone else who wants to have fun is building damage Rengar
Clearlove
because
is the
it's
one that
better.
was having fun building damage Rengar.
Yeah, he actually did that against the GPL All-Stars. So we'll see what they end up doing. I'm hoping to see something different from Rainover if I want Fire to win.
Well, you do.
If I want Fire to win. This is a non-biased,
balance it out,
professional
Jack.
cast Atlas.
Oh, yes, sorry, chat. So I forgot about that. I don't know how I did. Just ridiculous. But Poppies are going to be the first bans here from the NALCS. And like you were saying, Stress, a couple of mid lane bans coming through for the LPL. Syndra still lurking as far as that champion that probably wants to be snapped up relatively early. Eve is going to be the final ban, so Clearlove gets some respect.
Yeah, some respect given over now. We're in a situation where Syndra, Lee Sin, both available. Both have been highly banned out this tournament. The Nautilus is there for first rotation should either team want it. And, you know, we've seen Impact play a lot of the Poppy, haven't seen him really too much on the Nautilus. So I'm looking forward to seeing where this goes on a first rotation.
Exactly. He's only played Poppy in the 2 games he's played. Nautilus also pretty good flex. Expected to see the Syndra banned, otherwise I think that would have been the first pick. But Nautilus would make the most sense if they want to pick a strong top laner who don't need no jungle ganks. But works very well with them, by the way.
Yeah.
The best gank assist in the game.
Now, at this point, do we think Maus just kind of goes to Maokai and is like, okay, you're going to have to give me that? Or do we think that...
for the redemption. Because once again, Mouse versus Impact.
That's true. I don't think he wants that 1v1 at all up in the top lane. Probably going to be calling Clearlove up his side, but we know how Uzi and Mata demand a lot of presence. Not a lot of bot lane presence in the draft so far, though.
Yeah, definitely not. And I don't even know... Even though Mouse could trend towards Maokai, there's no need to pick it right now. It really depends how much they feel like the power picks are still on the board. Karma, a decently lane-dominant champ. Although, if they were locking this in, which they do, Aphromoo mentioned that, oh, turns out Sona beats Karma in lane when he played against Albus yesterday. So we could see a return of Aphromoo Sona as well later in the draft. Don't think they'd pick it right away.
And of course, with that takeaway of the Orianna, it's locking the Karma into the bottom lane, so there's no flex picking in this game. The takeaway I like as well, getting Wayless, or at least Bjergsen off that Orianna, that was the Rengar combination that really punished Europe in the bot lane roams, so I like this takeaway.
I want to say as well that this is Wayless's Orianna. This is a guy that's been playing this champion for an incredibly long time, has really interesting build paths as well, like the Leandri's Torment relatively early when he was playing it in the LPL. This guy more than happy to play it at any time. But this is one thing I wanted to talk about as we hop back to the side of the NALCS. Is Bjergsen's Katarina's not banned this time.
Yep.
Didn't win in the Assassin mode game, but now gets an opportunity for redemption if he'd like it. Won't though.
He
Just
does
gonna
not
hop
like
straight
it.
onto the Cassiopeia, and there's going to be the Rek'Sai picked up for Rainover.
And this is one thing that I really like is the fact that, you know, the NALCS squad aren't just going, okay, all about the early game. We've got to get a cat and snowball. They want to get something for later in the game just in case, because we know that historically that kind of has been a problem when facing LPL teams is their early game tends to be incredibly strong. And if you kind of fall behind it on a snowballing champion like Cat, good luck ever catching up.
Absolutely. Cassiopeia just generally strong. Bjergsen obviously very good at that, but seeing it against Wayless's Orianna is going to be pretty exciting. You're hoping that we'd see the vein out of Uzi, but Uzi also wants to win lane. This is
even more old school
smart pick
Uzi as well, picking up the Caitlyn. It was always one of the champions that he was most feared for. And the Rengar as well. I like it a lot more.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of people say you just pick Caitlyn to win lane, but when you're as good as Uzi on Caitlyn, you just demolish lane is the thing, because he can harass you on every CS, and he generally does. So it's not just about being able to farm safely, but just being able to heavily deny the enemy AD carry farm.
Not to mention just the power of a Karma Caitlyn lane. I mean, that is super oppressive, what with all of the harassment, all of the Kai potential as well from the slows that are coming through from that champion.
Yeah, they could do Twitch if they wanted to kind of sacrifice the lane, but still have the really strong team fight afterwards. Rengar, AD Rengar against Twitch, not the funnest, but it could work.
I mean, also, you're talking about sacrificing the lane. Are there many lanes that we really feel like Double Lift and Aphromoo are going to be able to go like, okay, against Uzi's Caitlyn, against the Karma,
Let's lane bully this.
Yeah, let's
this
lane bully this lane. The only thing that I feel could be like more annoying would be like the old school Ezreal Sona lane, you know, where you just insta-kill someone level 6.
And sit all the way back, potentially. And sitting all the way back is not Ezreal.
Seem bad.
Yeah, that's the thing.
Bad at all.
Jhin is the #1 pick against Caitlyn as far as people who want to pick an AD carry against it, and then Sona can also be considered one of the best ones against this. If they flex, this would be super troll and awesome, but they're most likely not going to because they still have to pick their top laner.
Yeah, well, once again, a flex if he's hovering that. Jace has played that in the support position in the past. Oh my goodness.
Double Lift is going to be in a bit of trouble with this Rengar, though. Jhin, as soon as he locks himself in his ultimate...
Oh, gosh.
Oh, and now there's more dive.
The Super Bowl delivery squad, I think you call this, from Clearlove and Mouse.
Yeah. If they get a combo that's good, everyone will die. That's the problem. So NA needs to make sure they're spreading out and staying as safe as possible.
But when I look at the NA squad kind of in a vacuum and don't really look at their opponents, I'm quite liking this champion select for a few different things. The Nautilus very strong in the top lane. Rek'Sai still has a lot of presence with Courage of the Colossus as well. And we've got Bjergsen on Cassiopeia. Normally that's a good sign. Normally that goes a long way, but still, there's positives on both sides of this draft.
Yeah, and I do actually have to point out, I've been paying a lot of attention to the NA player cams in all 3 of their drafts, and I don't think it's a coincidence that Doublelift has been talking the most and also gotten to pick his AD carry in the last rotation in every draft. So he's basically just, please pick me into a good matchup. But in this one, I think it's going to be a pretty interesting lane because the Caitlyn Karma is one of the strongest lanes you can do. But technically, as close as they could come to a counter pick, they tried to do so.
Yeah, and look, if you're talking about Uzi being, Doublelift being a massive carry, Uzi most certainly is as well. Now has a double shield composition to try and keep him healthy, what with also having that Vengeful Maelstrom coming out of the Maokai, if Mouse is going to be sitting back and getting that done. But, ladies and gentlemen, we want you to hop onto Twitter, use that tweet at LOL Esports, use the hashtag FireWin if you think that NALCS is going to be able to take this one, or the hashtag IceWin if you think that LPL can take this one down for our final match of the night. Remember, this is for the 100 points to get either fire or ice out of this tie that we currently have. It is all on the line moving into day number 4 tomorrow.
And the question we've got on our minds now as we head into the Rift,
Chris?
How is Mata taking this game? Is it going to be the Mata in the regional game yesterday that was landing hooks, beautiful combos, or the Mata that ran into tower level 1?
That's what makes him the most dangerous player on the planet.
Yeah,
you never know. He's dangerous for both teams. He's like, he's much like, it's interesting
Who's he
that he is
playing for today, chat?
It's great that he's playing Yasuo so much in 1v1s as well, because it's really like having a Yasuo on your team in solo queue.
Exactly
you
right.
Never really know.
Oh, I never thought of it that way. Kind of hurts a little bit.
So we saw one of these plays yesterday pay off, where you get into the tri-bush early, make sure you have the vision control, and then as they sneak forward in the lane, you cut in behind them and catch them out. So we'll see if that happens again.
Aphromoo using his toggle button. I like it. Remember, we were talking about, you know, the extra support that Uzi will have in this game, what with all the movement speed and the shields that you're going to pick up from Mata. I do like having a Sona there as well, Song of Celerity. Underrated ability is Doublelift. Yeah, there it is.
Basically won the game already.
Oh, good. Yeah, perfect.
Yeah, exactly. And here's kind of the theory behind the Sona v Karma. If you're looking at the duo lanes in a totally simplistic fashion, it's like the poke ranged AD carries beat the tank AD carries, but the sustain AD carries should beat the poke AD carries, and therefore the tank AD carries should beat the sustain. But the reason that Karma, so it's just like a rock, paper, scissors type thing, but the reason Karma was so dominant in NA throughout most of the regular season is people were thinking that her burst was high enough that she could all in the sustain AD carries and therefore win every matchup. And sometimes that's true with the Caitlyn because you're always able to reach, but at least when Albus played it against Aphromoo, he was showing that that's not necessarily the case. So as long as they're not taking too much poke, they should hopefully be able to avoid the all-ins and out-sustain the Karma and Caitlyn.
And we need to keep focused on the bottom lane as well, because from the tri-bush ward that the LPL squad put down, they recognized Doublelift and Aphromoo came to the lane later, indicating they were helping Rainover on red to come bottom through Krugs and look for a gank. That was pinged out. The ward has gone down afterwards, so Rainover clearly kind of doesn't feel confident going for that early level 3 gank we've heard so much about, but he has just pinged on his way from a different way into the lane. Maybe they have that idea that it was warded.
Kind of the delayed level 3 gank. You're expecting the early 2-minute, 20-second cheese, but you don't quite get that.
Going mid.
Dangerous as Uzi does so much damage to Doublelift. Doesn't use the heal just yet as Wayless gets himself out, uses the ghost, but not the flash.
Just keeps himself safe, but Clearlove on the same path heading topside for impact. Look how low Mouse is, though.
Yeah, Mouse is in trouble, but Clearlove is here. Flashes forward, has the red buff as well, so can slow him down. Will the dredge line come up? Cooldown as impact. Oh, first blood goes down, and it is going to be Clearlove that grabs it.
Yeah, and honestly, pretty disrespectful by impact there to be pushed up at that stage in the game. Yes, the level 3 gank didn't come directly, but until you see that level 3 jungler for the first time, depending on your side of the map, the duo lane for Ice shouldn't have been pushed up. They actually technically should have died for that because Rainover should have ganked bottom off that path since they were pushed up so far. Impact was pushed up the same way. Clearlove actually punished it and got the kill.
Doublelift takes a lot of
damage. Uzi missing the combo.
Yeah,
Bit
unfortunate. Exhaust.
Cute little exhaust comes out as Mata tries to get the damage down. Good block there from Aphromoo as Doublelift taking so much damage. The autos from Uzi seem to come from such a long range. when you're against a Jhin.
Yep, always max range on Caitlyn, and that's some of the things that the best Caitlyn's can do is just make sure that they're kind of pole-arming you and never trading, but instead just getting damage off for free.
Perfect adjective for that. I never thought of it. Pole arming, yeah, good, stunning. Peacemaker is going to land on double if. Not looking all that peaceful at all, to be perfectly honest.
Doesn't have heal, so really,
This is
tickle
risky.
would kill him.
Especially now that they can kind of assume Clearlove is bottom side of the jungle, they don't have wards to spot him either. So this is fairly risky, but with Rain over bottom side, they should be able to scout that. Oh, Aframu's dropping so low off this.
If Rain over goes in, he has to 1v2 because double if and Aframu can't approach.
Especially not without that heal you were talking about. Like, maybe if they had that, they would think they could just about balance it, but it's still, look at the health difference already. If they even tried to trade, that would almost be suicidal.
It's gone from a gank to, well, I guess I'll be the one to pick up this experience underneath the turret. Aframu going to join him as well as double lift goes back, grabs himself a cull. Just feels like conceding this lane at the moment, but that's what we were talking about. I mean, this isn't actually all that bad. If they don't die, it's probably fine. Allow Bjergsen, allow Impact, try and get advantages if they can. But if we have a look at those lanes, it's very, very even. Apart from that top lane, after that first kill, Mouse able to get himself ahead by that 10 CS.
Yeah, LPL technically winning these two lanes in the top and the bottom lane, not by a huge margin, but it could definitely get a lot worse if the bottom lane trends the way it has been trending. 300 gold, not a huge deal, but Cull versus Pickaxe really speaks to double lift only wanting to sustain that lane with Aframu and Uzi and Mata just able to keep the pressure. And this type of thing can snowball very easily if you're able to get the kills after you've gotten the large lead, get the first turret, and so on.
Yeah, and a big one as well is that Clearlove has managed to make it about 600 gold in the lead over Rainover as well with that first successful gank. So this Rengar will be a problem. Now looking towards that mid lane to see what he can get done. In fact, relatively low on mana, but he's doing fine here up towards the top side of the map.
Both supports have drifted up as well towards this mid lane. You can see them kind of backing and forthing over the wards in the river. Mata's going to take himself that fruit. I would argue that Aframu securing a little bit of vision for himself may go a little bit longer. They now realize where Mata was. Aframu doesn't get caught out in the bush by any kind of cheeky play around that tri-bush as they get back into lane, but still they maintain the CS lead for Uzi in that bottom side. And now we see these trades. When you talk about that pickaxe into the Cull, double if they've got to play careful around this, because as you were talking about, Uzi at max range is just punishing him every single time he's trying to come forward to last hit.
Yeah, and this really hurts Rainover as well, getting the entire quadrant of his jungle stolen by Clearlove. There's not really much he can do to get back at that with the longer respawns on jungle time. Like something about this season, counter jungling much more rewarding if you're able to pull it off. Gotta go straight for a gank. Surprising, the Mouse was still around.
Yeah, well, there's the depth charge. Mouse claps his hands, but that's going to spell game over, you'd expect. There's the flash, Arcane Smash as well, and he makes it out alive.
Yeah, surprising he's still around, but he's still Maokai.
Yeah.
Double Doran's Health Crystal, one of the best builds you can go early, absorbing the gank against the Nautilus Rek'Sai, who hadn't shopped, so not much damage actually coming through. He unfortunately had to burn his flash because he should have just backed away after seeing Rainover, knowing he'd been counter jungling. The only thing he can do is go gank, but he still gets away without a huge punch.
Clearlove right now, though, from the time in the jungle that he spent, is almost a whole level above Rainover in experience. And since he's now past that level 6 mark, Clearlove has the opportunity. Earlier, we saw Aframu and Double Lift pushing up fairly heavily in the bottom lane. You can see Clearlove just hanging around the back of mid lane as well, looking to try and perhaps get in onto Bjergsen. A little tricky to go forwards if the Cassiopeia kind of knows you're coming, so we'll see how Clearlove and Wayless can utilize this Shockwave combo with the Rengar. We saw NA use it to great effect on day one against Europe.
They used it to great effect once, and then the other times it was just Rainover running away. But I agree with you, it has a ton of potential to work, especially on the damage Rengar as well. Even if you get a little bit of tankiness, the 80 Rengar plus the 2 or 3 item Orianna later in the game, it's a clean one shot.
It's disgusting when that starts hitting. And when you kind of have that moment where Clearlove's no longer the ball delivery and it's all about Mao's kind of going in, that's also just a very dangerous setup. So the LPL squad have this huge wombo combo setup if they can get it a little bit later.
Yeah, really nice disengage as well with all the extra movement speed that they have, what with the Inspire and with the Command Dissonance as well. Just very flexible in this composition, but they do need to get there, and they do need to play well from the mid game to the late game, because we saw against the LCK, it's a different story. After what was a very promising first 5 minutes, things went wrong.
Oh, nice one!
Made it 8 minutes in as Mata has to flash. Rainover doesn't get the knock up, and no deadly flourish to be found from Double Lift.
Good reaction time out of Mata there. As soon as Rainover was spotted, as soon as he knew he was there, flashes right over the wall.
It was a really clever move by Rainover because they'd pinged on the control ward, and those are the greatest baits to try and catch someone going to clear it. RonOp taking the plant over the Drake wall and then immediately tunneling in afterwards.
Afro's not quite 6 yet. He can't deny this Rengar if he jumps on him.
Oh dear, there he is as Clearlove jumps through. Good flash from Afro, gets out of the way of the bowler strike, but Doublelift does have to use the heal. Successful gank from Clearlove.
Just the Rengar damage did 70% of his health without anyone else around.
In the mid lane, there's the flash knock-up from
flash.
RonOp. Oh, doesn't actually find the stun, but Bjergsen has enough damage. That's going to do it for RonOp.
Yeah, love that gank from Cassiopeia, just throwing down the W as a gank.
Clearlove again, though.
Oh my goodness, Afro moves in a rough spot. The flash is nice, but Clearlove taking a lot of damage. Oh my goodness, there's a Peacemaker, and Uzi grabs himself the kill. Mouse with a bit of a delayed teleport, but to answer Impact, who gets stunned up underneath the tower. So much damage there. RonOp eventually turns up. Good shield from Mata, but he should fall down. Doublelift grabs Clearlove. Can they clean this fight up? As everyone's getting back underneath the turret, Miasma goes over to the top, and Uzi says, where did my friends go? I'm gonna die to the turret because I want it on my own terms.
That's exactly what NA needed to happen. This gives Doublelift 2 kills. Uzi only picked up 1, and they're able to get pretty much everything back. While yes, the initial dive was successful, when they teleport in, because Wayless was off the map, having been killed early, Ice can't actually match the numbers, not to mention they can't retreat. So they're stuck in this murky middle ground where they're hoping to close in onto Doublelift, but they can't because he's staying out of Twisted Advance range. So he just gets to free hit this entire time, and everyone was trying to focus Impact, which just wasn't happening.
And it all stems, as you were talking about, an overextension in the bottom lane, but first of all, an overextension by Wayless in mid. He thought with double summoners up, he would be okay, but he pushed the wave, didn't have a read on where RonOp was, and it punishes the LPL squad way harder than just that one kill in the middle lane would have.
Yeah, and that's the trickiest thing we were talking about laning against Cassiopeia. Even though you have Flash, it doesn't mean it'll help you in a game because of the grounded effect of the Miasma.
Well, I do want to remind you of what I just said about LPL versus LCK. I mean, it may have taken about 9 minutes this time around, but things have certainly gone back in the favor of NA. We do now have a slight gold advantage by about 800, but what's really important is the fact that Doublelift has clawed back what was a massive deficit on the bottom side of the map. Still a lot of pressure here from Team Ice, but NA feeling a whole lot better after those kills have been picked up because 2-0-2 now on the Jhin. He's going to be pretty comfortable, just needs to sit back.
It's a good spot to be in, and for Doublelift, you know, it's going to revolve around these skirmishes early on. We've already kind of recognized that it's very difficult for Jhin to push back Uzi and Mata as they're pushing down on that bottom tower. So he has to kind of find those safe spots that we were talking about. Bjergsen has Wayless caught potentially again.
Yeah, has to flash himself over the wall. Oh, there's the shockwave onto RonOp as Clearlove.
Hoping a combo.
Yep. Couldn't quite find it, and of course, no shockwave for the Kitty Cat.
Yeah.
Clearlove just launches his way out of the brush.
Alt burn, so that diminishes a lot of pressure, unfortunately, for Ice.
The lumbering Nautilus, not going to quite find too much. Big Daddy, go back towards the top side of the map.
Uzi didn't quite get the traps off completely.
Yeah. Still, though, trying to get as much control as possible in this bottom side. What's interesting is that control ward has lasted for so long in the tri-brush, and that's what's basically keeping the turret alive, is the fact that that control ward exists. Because there's these large minion waves that they're able to push to the turret, but then they're not willing to actually get the turret harass off because they don't have control of the tri-brush, which will tell them when the gank will be coming.
Well, speaking of ganks coming, a couple of seconds away perhaps. Look at RonOp's pathing. Bjergsen coming down, but he is spotted on a ward, so look at how much respect this time Uzi and Mata give over to the NALCS. They say, okay, we see you coming a mile off. We're going to take a full step back in lane so that we don't get caught. So, you know, one of those pivotal moments where the Rift Scuttler vision without that ward perhaps could have been a different story, but the respect now being given after being punished before.
That was nicely done, especially with Clearlove on the top side of the map, was taking his red buff there as well. Now, Rift Scuttler is going to go down for the Rengar. Now looking potentially at Impact, who's at about half health. The Wet Noodle fight is certainly on, to utilize that overused term, however, very relevant in this case.
The no ultimate walk into lane gank while the enemy takes the Drake. An underutilized move, one would say.
Yeah,
no,
yeah.
Not very effective right there.
We'll see how it pays off.
The other team got Drake.
Damn it. Hero would have thought that it would have been great.
He's just used to playing Evelyn, okay? He's like, I can just get all the way into lane. I don't need any ultimates or anything, but...
with the delayed effectiveness of this gank. No, still not working.
Well, might spell some damage on the turret, chat. Come on, stay positive. I thought you were unbiased.
That was still quite optimistic with the delayed effectiveness looking for it. Bjerg has his ult, has flash.
Hey, listen, man.
It was.
Rainover showed us NA Rengar yesterday. We'll see what CN Rengar looks like today.
Well, it looks all right.
Never know.
1-1-1.
It's been okay so far.
Otherwise, okay.
Little bit of hit, little bit of miss.
There's a reason we don't play it in Europe. That's all I'm going to say. You don't ever want to see that happen.
We certainly didn't play it in OCE either. So, bit of a different story. But let's have a look towards the top side of the map. It's Clearlove looking for a game on this time. Yeah, he's going to launch himself on top with Death Charge, but only gets one of the knockups. Flashes the bowler strike, and now the Riptide's there, but Mouse just punts him back. Clearlove looking for the damage. He's pretty tanky, but they kill him before the dredge line comes in.
Oh, bot side though, this is still a beneficial trade for the NALCS. They get first tower on the bottom side, despite being against the Caitlyn and the Karma. They push them all the way out of lane and just capitalize.
And that really all stems from the overdive that the LPL did earlier, because they had total control of that lane up until that point. I do want to credit. Ooh, I do want to credit Mouse to flash in front of Impact right there, because you'd think it might be wasteful because you could slow him with Q anyways. But he's just making sure Impact couldn't escape with the dredge line.
Yeah, it was cute. Not able to grab this top out of
stop him. Ghosting in, so he wants to take this.
TP coming through as well. Impact's on his way.
Just the edge. That was stunning, exactly right. Now Impact looking to try and close off Mouse, and this is exactly what he did to him. Now the tables have turned as Mouse, the last Twin Fan, that's going to get the double kill for Bjergsen. There's a Crescendo in the mid lane as well, and Wayless evaporates, and LPL just going bust.
Yeah, NA way faster on the moves right there. They've taken the duo lane turret, so the mid lane roams top and the bottom lane roams mid. They just shifted everyone up to that side of the map. They went all over. They had three kills and maybe 2 turrets.
And again, it stems from the LPL kind of over-pushing. Look at the top tower health. You can even see it on the minimap. They were trying to just shove everything back and make sure that they could get the lane in a position that when they eventually go to it, it's like one hit and the tower is gone. And that means they stayed too late. The roam came up, the TP came out, and it was an easy pickoff on the top side.
I just want to say, LPL does the early game really well. You just wait till we're good at the rest of the game as well. It's going to be huge. Unfortunately, it's just not quite working out. 3,000 gold now the lead for the NALCS, just with far more crisp movements. But is this a scaling conversation that we need to have now? I mean, Orianna, Caitlyn, you know, Maokai as well.
The late game conversation.
We're strapping in the late game, boys.
Yeah. The thing is, when you compare these team compositions, they're pretty close as far as overall scale. They got the super tanks in the top lane. Rengar maybe you would say would scale, but that's only if the game becomes chaotic. If you're thinking about straight up team fights, the 80 Rengar actually just kind of blows up. The Cassiopeia also is a better DPS character against the Maokai, but that's canceled out with Caitlyn being better DPS.
Oh, good flash. Yeah, very cute little flash. Wayless is trying to throw the ball around and does do so effectively. Grabs the shutdown.
It was a good, that was a very vintage double lift flash. He's like, I'm going to flash this shockwave. Look at my mechanics. What now? I have no response.
It's the battle of the two players that love being alone in a side lane in the wrong position as well. I mean, Wayless from the LPL, always known for that. Beautiful. We saw it yesterday. And double lift as well. I mean, in his past has been one to utilize the side lane farm.
Yeah, he's going for it. Still down in CS. It's the thought that counts.
It's coming up on Christmas, you know? I mean, thought that counts is very relevant at this stage.
Well, Clearlove, his thought right now is that he wants Impact, who does have his ultimate but no flash, but is fairly tanky at this point. So we'll see whether Mouse and Clearlove again can punish Impact. But
yeah. 80 Rengar thrives on killing squishes. I've been very surprised to see him visiting the tankiest player on the map repeatedly in this game. When Aphromoo was losing 75% of his health from like 2 Rengar spells earlier. Very surprised that he hasn't been going for more plays and just trying to kill the support.
This time though, I like the fact that they don't just go for it, because they see Uzi and Mata coming up to the top side, Impact backs away, and while they had set that tower up to be killed earlier, they finally get an objective from it as well. So second tower of the game for the LPL.
Important that they go up there to get the turret. Just overall commenting on the surprise of how much he's been up there.
Yep. Uzi now, you can see on your screen with the variety bucket of items, looking for that Hurricane as well as the Infinity Edge and buying as much of both of them at the same time as he possibly can. I certainly like that. The other side of it is going to be double lift, finishing off his Essence Reaver as well as his Zeal for a heck of a lot more cooldown reduction at this point in time. Turn call will come through at any moment. Oh,
whoa!
Fast Cone is going to deliver Aphromoo to the right spot. Double lift didn't quite manage to make it.
Oh man, you always want to punish Afro. He plays so far forward and oftentimes does get burned for it, but not this time.
Oh dear, Clearlove taking so much damage. Good command protect. Bjergsen takes a lot from that dissonance. Uzi shoots one over, but RonOp is going to pick that one up. Hold up to find the kill or anything like that. Mouse still underneath his turret and he's going to be okay.
We're in one of these situations where both teams are like, okay, we're going to put 5 people up there. And it's probably going to be one of the ones where everyone just backs away. You don't want to just head-on engage into either of these teams. So we'll see whether NALCS can do anything with it, get some vision control on the top side, perhaps.
Yeah, you always have to look at who has the other ways pushing when they need his 5v5, because that team almost always transitions it into an advantage afterwards. Since when they do move back down, watch this, Ice actually has to push out some of these mini waves, and that means Fire can get some of the wards in the Drake area. The cost of this, though, is they didn't chop, whereas everyone on Ice did. So if Ice does actually get a clean 5v5 fight, they have an edge. It's just really hard to do without the vision control or the position.
Fire's going to utilize that time. Grab himself.
Oh, all the TPs are coming through. Hang on,
Yeah,
Uzi's trapped in already.
In a heck of a lot of trouble. Does throw down a trap as Clearlove looking to get himself in position, but gets spotted out by Aframu. Impact right on the front line as Mata looks to be the one caught out and is going to die. Impact grabs that kill. Wayless with a fair bit of damage there as he throws his ball around, and Mouse is right in the back line of this fight. Good curtain call from Doublelift, but Uzi in a great position as well at the back of this fight. Impact has to flash his way out as Clearlove wants to get in. Two-man shockwave there for Wayless as Aframu in so much trouble. Mouse grabs that kill, flashes out. It's a good stun on Clearlove though, and Rainover gonna grab that kill. Uzi somehow snagged by that dredge line. That was ridiculous as Wayless is just throwing the ball everywhere to keep his team alive.
And we got to see the extremes of that fight, with the tanks just eating damage from absolutely everyone, and how long it takes Cassiopeia Jhin to cut through a tank versus how long it takes Orianna Caitlyn to cut through a tank. And this time, Uzi actually did get a lot of damage out of the fight, and he's not even in his super strong point. He's in his mid-game dip.
It's a good TP position out of Uzi right into the back of this fight. They catch Mata, take him out before he can really have an impact, because the LPL squad are split up on 2 sides, and now they're up against the numbers advantage. The Mouse, he can tank a lot of damage for sure, but you see Impact doing the same, holding Wayless and Uzi back. The ultimate to stop more damage coming out of Orianna, and now the shockwave ended up coming through.
Yeah, and also watch Wayless in the extension of this fight, keeping the ball right in that choke point and kind of stopping anyone from Fire for following up on Impact's hook onto Uzi, so that completely pushes them back on this fight. Yes, they did lose the fight, but Wayless played it very well.
Yeah, and this is what Wayless was known for as well. He was more of a DPS Orianna player, you know, known for being able to move his ball to the right positions in a team fight, knows exactly how to utilize the champion to get the most damage out in a really effective way that's not necessarily noticeable, because it's really subtle in the way that he utilizes all of the different abilities that Orianna has.
Yeah, and also while most people go Rylai's in their Orianna build out from Relonomicon, even last year before Rylai's was super popular, and still it looks like Wayless is going for Ludens. So yeah, you're faster, you're way squishier, but you also do a bunch more damage. His mid-game power spike is about as big as it gets when you go Sorcerer Shoes, Morellonomicon, Luden. So he's absolutely going to be going for some one-shots on either Aframu or Double It with that build.
And if they end up somehow getting the Maokai with the ball through onto someone like Bjergsen, which rarely will happen with this team setup, that could be, you know, catastrophic for the NALCS team. If they just get shockwaved off the map from their carries, that's pretty much the end of that fight, because Uzi will end up cleaning it up. So despite looking like the LPL are fairly far behind on kills with having half of it, they still are in this game, certainly. But Wayless, he's in a lot of trouble in mid lane.
Potentially, as 3 bullets go in, make that 4 as Wayless even gets stunned at the end. Is going to survive as Aframu doesn't offer any extra damage.
Yeah, really no one else to come through.
Yeah.
Landed every single
but
shot.
Hits the skill shots. Nailed it. That's fine.
All
Send the
4 of
message.
them.
What it did, however, is drag the LPL team into the mid lane, and now Bjergsen pushes through with Reno from the top side, so kind of not sure whether it was the intended play when they end up catching Wayless in the middle lane.
Let's go.
Good play.
There it is. Just accuses way out. Okay, not this time. This time. A lot of messages.
He was a little far ahead of the rest of his team. Decided, nope, don't want this one. But at least he used this.
Exactly. Mata not going to get stunned by the Deadly Flourish, but does move around, at least get slowed by the Song of Celerity power chord.
And as we kind of sweep through the top side of the jungle, you can see the vision control as well for the NALCS. Very good. They got 2 sight stones as well, so on top of that, they're able to maintain a lot of vision. Rek'Sai, one of the few junglers that still can do that, that isn't Lee Sin when you look at how the meta plays out.
you see an incredibly low amount of sight stones, especially on the new season, mainly because most of the new season has been seen in solo queue, and no one builds that stuff in solo queue on the jungle. In pro play, even though Reignover, one of the first to do that this whole tournament.
Yeah, exactly. It's normally that Titanic Hydra setup where you're looking for a little bit more damage. Oh, double shockwave.
Shockwave, yeah, Impact and Reignover, the tanky members do get knocked around as Mouse makes his way into a very good position. Wayless continues to get the damage down. Uzi there as well. But looks like NALCS don't want the fight and do move away successfully.
Yeah, a little bit of a weird fight there because the two main damage dealers really on these teams is Uzi for the repeatable damage on Caitlyn and Cassiopeia for the repeatable damage with Bjergsen. And neither of them were there that fight, so no one could kill the pit.
And once again, the curtain call comes in. Wayless just happy to tank him all up as Impact gets his face into the fight. Takes a lot of damage, gets himself out with the flash.
Yeah, wasted his dredge line, so he couldn't jump out on that. Had to burn the flash, unfortunately.
And Wayless is having so much thrown at him time and time again. Luckily, he was able to flash, as you were talking about before that grounded came through, but they can never really close the distance for any kind of Cassiopeia ults unless the LPL team are diving right in. So that's one area that Bjergsen himself has to be fairly careful about, is if he pushes himself forward in a fight, Mouse is going to come straight through and try and pick him off.
Now Clearlove is going to clear out his jungle towards the top side, pretty empty as far as the bottom side of it is concerned, and Uzi back into the mid lane to try and shove this one through. Still a few turrets left available here for Team Ice to try and take down. 3-2, in fact, that scoreline, so still looking for that mid lane outer turret. Not going to get it this time, though, with a lot of defense available from Double It and Aframu.
Absolutely, and even though it is the 3,000 gold lead for NA, watch for Uzi. When he's able to get his second Zeal item in, the fact that he will have double shield as well as really the sweet spot for the Caitlyn power spike. It might have to wait until Last Whisper because of the massive tank line on fire, but if he's able to do that, like that's where LPL can kind of neutralize that gold lead, because that requires Fire to have really good like backline access, and they have a very good tank line, but they have almost no dive that can actually threaten the double shield of Caitlyn. So it's actually looking decent for the LPL as long as they don't lose before Uzi gets to those items.
Yeah, and look, I get it. I get scared of these questions about items especially. But that's a warrior enchantment picked up for Reignover on the Rek'Sai, which it is interesting, right?
Yeah. It's what he used to do when he was carrying all those Rek'Sai games back in Fnatic when they had that undefeated split. So it's a very Reignover thing to do. I don't necessarily think it's bad, it's just uncommon.
Oh, Impact doing Impact things though. Massive teleport into the backline. Whoa! Massive crescendo. Reignover grabs the first kill and it's on to Wayless as Uzi completely off on his own. Mouse tanking up the curtain call. Uzi grabs the last bullet there as now Mouse. Oh God. They just cut the tree down. It is going to be the double picked up for exactly the man we were talking about just before.
Take one for the team. Mouse just allows Uzi to escape right there, but that's the type of big fight that NA really wanted. They comboed all their CC just right.
And now they're going for Baron. Clearlove's the other side of the map, almost out of health as well. No flash to look for any kind of trade. He's been spotted out in a wood. They know that there is no way of stopping the NALCS squad from doing this, so they're just going to take themselves an Ocean Drake, and that is never going to be a worthwhile trade.
The classic constellation Ocean Drake. Not bad.
Well, we were talking about, you know, Impact doing Impact things, gets right into that fight. Gets the knock up off the dredge line on multiple people, and Aframu just hits, you know, the perfect crescendo for the moment.
I feel like because Uzi was in the jungle, Ice walked towards the teleport. They had a path to run through the river and kind of delay the fight, but they chose not to take that. Instead, they kind of ran straight into the Nautilus, who knocked up everyone, allowed the CC chain to happen, and then Mouse was really just taking hits so the rest of them could run away.
Just seems all about these choke points.
Yeah.
Absolutely fantastic crescendo there from Aframu.
Yeah, I do have a minor point about the Ocean Drake. I still think it was the right call for NA to take the Baron, but Sona with Ocean Drake is almost kind of like Jhin with Infernal Drake, where it's just so much better on that champion than it is on anyone else. Sona, especially with the incredible cooldown reduction she can get, it's up to like 60 or 70% later in the game when you rank up Crescendo, is pretty much only gated by mana. Otherwise, she can just heal everyone to full. So if you're able to get 1 or 2 Ocean Drakes, it almost just is multiplicative in its effectiveness when compared to other champions.
It's okay, Jad, don't worry. Next Drake, it's Ocean. They can get it for Sona. No need to panic. We'll get one.
But double Ocean is even better.
Never please you, Jad.
High expectations.
Exactly right. It's good. Keeping us honest. Man Dissonance does a heck of a lot of damage. That's the Luden's Echo for you, gentlemen.
Yeah, likely going to get something like a Void Staff next for looking for extra penetration. maybe the Abyssal, but yeah, you see the short range. Mouse goes in.
They're just straight in there, doesn't waste any time. Gets Dredgeline back as well as Uzi's going to get knocked up. Redemption is in to try and heal up the members of the LPL as Curtain Call goes down, but this turret should follow as well. Massive damage on Afro movement. Impact is able to tank that one up. It is going to be double it taking down the Orianna. As now NA just tearing them up. Clearlove's dead. Mouse is dead as well. Uzi, I think he was there for a second, but he just goes down and Mata's going to spell the triple kill.
That's
for
game.
double lift.
That's the game.
That's a clean ace with the Baron buff, totally decimating the LPL in that last fight. And they're going to win pre-30 minutes.
Just unbelievable play from the NALCS. First Nexus turret down, second as well, and this puts Fire 100 points in the lead at the end of the day and gives Double Lift the revenge that he needed against Mata and Uzi.
I'm sure he would gladly trade this all-star single game victory for the Worlds game, but it feels a little bit nice, I'm sure, to have a victory over Uzi and Mata, although the last lap still goes over to the LPL. Good game all around, able to close it out. Must feel pretty good.
You can see how much it meant to Double Lift and Aframu there. I mean, we've heard throughout so many worlds how much Uzi, Double Lift, that relationship and everything that goes with it means. And, you know, we look at how this game played out, and after yesterday's performance against LMS, where we criticized the NALCS for not playing as a team, this game was a lot better on the team play. They reacted very well to the movements on the map out of the LPL All-Stars and punished them heavily on 2 or 3 big plays.
Yeah, I was so happy to see Rain over on Rek'Sai. You can just see the comfort level goes up tenfold when he's on a champion he's played so much of. And also, credit to these guys, it's about the competition and the fun. Both playing their final regional clash as far as these 5v5 of the year, pretty much, because this is the All-Star.
And huge smiles on everyone's face as well. That's the fantastic part. Uzi there grinning ear to ear after what was a phenomenal early game. Just wasn't quite able to be enough towards the end.
Yeah, he was off taking red buff actually when that siege started, so was never really able to come together for the LPL. But he does know, he's like, I was up a bunch of CS early in the lane, so everyone's a winner.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I did a good early game. I mean, I'm an 80 carry in mid-game, not exactly where I'm supposed to thrive. That's on you guys. So Uzi's probably still feeling pretty good. It's like, we barely made it out of the mid-game.
Yeah, he's like, surely we had another 20 minutes on this game. We had the Orianna, we had the Caitlyn, but all good fun.
Potentially also the last game Uzi and Mata could dual lane together.
Yeah,
they played that whole year together, or whole split together on RNG as well as the Worlds run.
And Bjergsen and Double Lift as well. I mean, they're not paired together, but still, it's all,
Feeling
it's
a
all
joke.
the
The
end
second
of,
rush hour wasn't necessarily as good or as memorable as the first one, but it's still nice to watch.
Yeah, I thought it was fantastic, and they played that one out very, very well. Of course, as far as their synergy is concerned, looks like it's still great, so no worries.
Yeah, the Sona eventually came in. Aframu always finding a way to pull it out. He wasn't the first one to do it this time. I hope they replay that final fight at the analyst desk afterwards, because it was just really cleanly played by the NA team for most of it. That's how you get a clean 5-0 ace at the enemy base.
And there were a couple of clutch moments. You're talking about Sona in that last fight. Bjergsen, I don't know whether Clearlove was revealed or whether he was still in stealth. Bjergsen ults him point blank as he's about to jump in, takes him out. I mean, the fight was already done at that point, but I'd love to see it again, just to see, because we only got to see it that one time.
Yeah, it was a little bit unfortunate. One thing that was also unfortunate, I love watching Wayless's Orianna, but I feel like we didn't quite get enough of it.
Yeah.
This game was just picked off over and over again there in that mid lane.
Yeah, well, we were mentioning just the fact that NA didn't necessarily have great backline access, that if the late game Orianna and Caitlyn would have been able to come through, it could have been tricky, but they knew when to pull the trigger and how to pull the trigger, and they were able to close out the game when they had to.
Yeah, really, really solid as well. I was kind of expecting a little more out of Clearlove and Wayless with that combination. We never really saw that get off, because the one time maybe they would have looked for it, Wayless had already been killed mid, so I would have liked to seen a bit more of that.
Yeah, a little bit unfortunate, but let's send it down to Dash, who's standing by with a man who just got his revenge.
Thank you very much. That's right. I'm here with Double Lift, the victorious 80 carry for Team Fire here. And at the beginning of the day, we had a video shot of you talking about how you were looking forward to this rematch between Uzi and Mata from Worlds. Obviously, it went very well for you, but how did it feel to come away with a victory this time around?
Well, Uzi and Mata are the best 2v2 laning duo I've ever played against. Like, that is the most pressure I've ever felt in the middle, in like just the first 10 minutes of the game. And it just reminds me of Worlds, you know, when like I would be really confident coming into the matchup, and then they would just completely smash me, and then I would play the other side of the matchup, and they'd smash me on that side too. I'm just like, what's going on? Like, they're just so good. So like the fact that I was only down 10 CS or 12 CS during laning phase, I was like, oh my god, like we made it, you know? Like that's like for me, that's a win. But back in America, or back in NA, I mean, like I'm smashing everyone in laning phase all the time, and then over here I have to switch it around and just like learn how to lose gracefully. It's like a really different experience, yeah.
Well, you're at All-Stars, you're up against the best here, but you performed today. Now, if we look ahead to tomorrow, the first match of the day is that tandem mode. You're paired up with Aframu. Has there been any practice going into this tomorrow? Who's playing mouse, who's playing keyboard, and any ideas on what champions might be the most successful when played with two people?
You know, me and Afro have just been playing for like the regional matches or whatever, so we haven't practiced at all for tandem. I think I'm gonna whip out Vayne or Ezreal or something like that, some hype champion, and hopefully, I mean, of course I'm gonna play mouse because I know how to last hit and he doesn't. But hopefully we can do well even if I'm playing like a hard champion.
Yeah, I would love to see that. Mechanically demanding champions with two players will make for a lot of hilarity, I'm sure. Following that is the 1v1 tournament. Now, unfortunately, you're not in it, but there are 3 Fire players remaining. My question to you, though, is with Mata running amok in the 1v1s, his Yasuo up against Faker and Prey, do you think Impact, Levi, or Smeb can actually take him down?
All right, I got some faith in Impact. He's my NA All-Star brethren. He's playing really well, and I also have a lot of faith in Smeb. He's one of the best 1v1 players in the world, so... I mean, that's not any toss to Levi or anything. He's like the best. I think he's the best GPL player, but I guess he has a chance too.
All right, well, we'll be rooting for them, of course, from the Fire side. And my final question to you is with that, kind of remade teams for the All-Stars tomorrow, you're going to get reunited with Mad Life here in the final game for you of All-Stars. What does that mean to you to be reunited with, one of your first loves of supports back in the old All-Star days?
Oh, yeah, dude. My favorite memory of Mad Life is... he's one of the people I looked up to, and I played with him in the 2014 All-Stars, and the first game we played together, he turned to me after the game and said, wow, you so good. So, playing with him again, it's going to be, I have a lot to prove, and it's going to be fun.
I was about to say, it's a high bar. Now you got to do better than just so good. Final question, though. Fire's now 100 points ahead of Ice here. Are you confident that you guys are going to bring it home for a second year in a row for Team Fire?
Hell yeah, dude. Double life bot lane, let's do it.
All right, that's what I like to hear. Ladies and gentlemen, one more time. Double Lift and the rest of Team Fire out to a lead here at the end of day 3. Back up to the desk to close out the day.
Thank you so much, Dash. Fantastic jacket also. And always fun to hear from Double F. I especially liked his answer on that first question about, of course, going up against Uzi and Mata again. And he said it's just so hard to play versus them. So he got a little bit of revenge. Azale, that must be good to hear. He wasn't, super cocky. He just said, hey, that's the way it is. I got smashed by them. And then he said, but in NA, I smashed everyone else. So, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's a little bit of a mix, right? So there's the humble and then there's the cocky.
Yeah,
you gotta get both in. But just being honest, I do think that would be a matchup where you would normally lose a little bit early against the Caitlyn Karma. And they held up pretty admirably, but they did need a hand from LPL to really kind of get things going.
The Fisher loves LPL bot lane action.
I do love a lot of the LPL stuff. There's one thing I really hate, and let's just, talk about it, because that's when LPL has the advantage, and then they find this way, and I don't know how they find it. They must practice it almost. They find a way to just throw everything away. And it really annoys me when it actually happens.
Yeah, we're going to take a look at that and when the American Dream began. A bot lane dive on South or LPL brought to you by Acer.
First of all, LPL's mid laner is dead. So why are you trying to dive the bot lane tower and actually chase past the tower?
Because the zone has no flash to fish you, of course.
I mean, now you're going to have everyone down, because even Mouse joined the team just to,
The thing is, they didn't even want to back out. The Maokai was going in, They were like, we can still fight, guys, we can fight.
Well, actually, it triggered a bit when you guys played LCK this morning, and you guys had a really good start, and then you had a similar kind of overextension in the top lane. Why is that?
Ours was a bit different, because I felt we just were not on the same page, because I felt like if we were for the Galio and the TP, we could have insta-killed the TP or make him stop it, which was a bit better thought at this. At least we were 5 against 5.
Yeah.
But this was just like, Rengar has ults. He's like, I have ult. Let's kill them, And he just presses it, goes in, doesn't check the minimap. I don't know if they knew Bjersen was coming as well, but yeah, they were just diving for no reason.
Yeah, it's pretty obvious. Okay, if my mid laner is dead and their mid laner has gone missing and we're diving between 2 towers, he's probably going bot lane. Like, going top lane, pushing tower wouldn't make a whole lot of sense from Bjersen. And there wasn't even a communication issue. They could all communicate easy. So I don't know what the reason was, but I don't know. It happens all the time in LPL.
Yeah, I mean, it's a bit over-aggressive. Even if they had killed off Double Lift and Afromu really quickly, they still probably would have died when Bjergsen got there. So it was definitely an optimistic dive.
Optimistic dive, and then NALCS, they ran with the lead. They had another team fight, so a couple of team fights that did really well, and eventually also ended up getting Baron, so we're going to take a look at some of those moves.
Yeah, and this, to me, was so much on the TP from Impact. He did such a good job. He comes in behind, no hesitation, and they're able to just get so much damage out. Both the damage dealers from NA were pretty much untouched, and Uzi, I think he did, what, 30 damage in this fight it was? In the
31.
There you go.
Like, have you ever dealt 31 damage in a team fight?
That's actually a record. Never got that. But I also think Rengar was a bit useless in this game, going full AD. I was watching this replay when I was thinking about the one before, where he did exactly the same. He got low, ran away, then ran in to die again. You know, like I think he did almost nothing in all these team fights going full AD.
Well, let's talk a bit about the report card for Rengar, maybe because we saw Reignover playing it twice. The first one was he full tank, then the second one he was kind of half tank, half AD. Here it was more AD, and it is a very strong pick in solo queue, but it hasn't really been able to completely swing a matchup here at All-Star.
Well, we did see one matchup. I can't remember if
it was Europe. It was really good.
Yeah.
We did see that work, but we did see a full damage Rengar do very well as well in another game. I think it was Karsa.
Yeah.
And to me, full damage Rengar can work really well, but you have to snowball, right? It's one of those picks. It's like if you're going Assassin Lee Sin, full damage Lee Sin, you have to get stuff done or you will fall off. And that is kind of the risk, right? It's risk reward here. They went in for the dive. He was ahead early, had first blood. He felt like he could go for that kind of assassin build, and it didn't really pay off.
I actually think Rengar is slightly overpowered in competitive play. I think Reignover showed it really well in that first game we had against you guys, where by building like tank, he still has enough damage to jump in and like threaten to kill like the backline, at least for the first like 25-30 minutes. And because he used the W for, like to just get out of fights, you know, disable all CC, he's really hard to deal with, and he can engage these many ways. And if they had coordinated with the Orianna ball, they could have actually pulled off some very sick plays here, but they didn't.
Yeah, that's what I wanted to say, that they also had Orianna. They would have had a perfect frontline with Maokai Rengar, could go in whenever they wanted, and Cassiopeia and Jhin wouldn't be able to hit ever in a fight, because Jhin will do nothing to the tanks. And this way he had free damage to everyone he could hit.
I do think that's one place where we have to give a lot of credit to Impact, though, because I think he did a great job zoning out Orianna in those fights, understanding that he had to protect his carries from it. Instead of just hitting frontline on frontline, Impact was kind of putting himself at risk, running past the tanks, zoning out the Orianna so that the ball would have to kind of come back to her.
Yeah, let's take a look at the final fight that Jat was talking about and wanting us to break down as well. It was very clean from the side of NA. He did force us. No, we totally
Look at the Rengar, look at the Rengar.
Yeah, here's Rengar coming in.
Look at him.
Oh, he's dead. To be fair, Orianna was already dead at this point as well, so there couldn't even be any sick combos. Overall, I think North America shows in a game like this, they play really well in these team fights. Very, very good understanding of like who's actually coming in. You talked about Impact being in the front line, Bjergsen here with the Cassiopeia in the back as well. Good ultis from Afromu doing this game. So I think North America just outplayed LPL. After that bot lane dive happened, they were just in full control, honestly.
Yep, they ran with it, and it also translates into the standings. Let's take a look at where we are at the end of day 3 here at All-Star and all the mayhem we've seen. Fire is 100 points ahead of Team Ice at this point, so I want to say that Ice dropped the ball a little bit because we said at the beginning of the day, if they win every single game, they could already clinch it today. Of course, you didn't expect that, but some games I think could have gone otherwise.
They certainly could have gone either way, but I mean, it's been ridiculously close, and 100 points is not a big lead going into the final day. We still have a lot of matches to play. 450, 500 points up for grabs in the one-on-ones. We have, what, 3 or 4 more Summoner's Rift games?
3 more, yeah.
So there's a lot of points for grabs.
Yeah, let's take a look at the schedule for tomorrow. Tandem mode will be up first, and the 1v1 tournament, 3 best of 3s there with that final. And then we have 3 best of 3s with mixed teams from Ice and Fire, 100 point each as well.
Yeah, that's the key one, like 100 points each. Obviously, like a lot of cool combinations have been made, and if everyone is trying their hardest, I think all the combos are actually pretty good. But that's where I can see like one combo be like super, super strong, and then the next game, like Team Fire might not have the strongest combo, and like Team Ice can take a game, and hopefully we get all the way to the 3rd game where you're playing for the last like 100 points to decide all, and then we sub in Pekka, carries the game, and Team Ice wins.
Yep.
Because you're playing the last one.
I'm the last game?
Yeah, there we
it's
go.
all scripted.
So you're going to play Kassadin, right?
I think you are. I might be.
Kassadin
No, I don't
TPN?
remember,
Yeah?
actually. Yeah, I don't know. I think it's going to be super close, but especially what's going to matter the most is going to be the 1v1s.
Yeah.
It's going to be too many points, and if 2 guys from the same team make it to the final, it's going to be pretty much that team winning it.
Well, you guys have on Ice, you have
Yeah, I mean,
you have
I'm making
Mata,
it to the
you have
final,
Cruz,
and the other bracket, We have Mata as well.
Yeah,
who can
Mata
make it.
Uzi is in there as well. Karsa is also
Yep.
still in there, so I think you guys have a pretty good shot at that, but I could be biased, but whatever. But thank you very much for joining us, Pickett.
Just
Good
maybe.
luck tomorrow, just a little bit. And thank you for joining us. We'll see you tomorrow on stage. But for us, it is time to log off here at Palau and Jordi. For myself and everyone else on the team, thank you so much for joining us, and we'll see you mañana.
We talk about win rates, we talk about history. What I will say, though, is the crowd is electric here. We have a full house today.
All right, screw everything about serious pick and ban phase. Yeah, Europe
Hey, he's looking for a counter pick.
Garrett spinning to win. The Ice Mark comes out. Mickey's backing up as well.
Oh, baby!
It's the double!
Ooh, the pants cam.
Look at him legs. The next key is there's a second.
He still has one, they're not going to get it. Yankos goes for it though. He's going to get it, but they both die.
Oh, it was an execute.
But Yankos makes it out of the turret to Bengi. Into Bengi's waiting arms out. Oh, huge outplay again.
Oh, he got
stuns him, that's it, it's over. Pickett low on mana, but just one more auto should be enough.
Oh, the E! He got him! Clearlove. Oh, no, he walked back in! Oh!
The point and click into death on the
You wanna... Oh, here we go. Hang on. Karsa's winning early. Elvis is dying. Karsa wins.
You're so handsome on your picture. See picture? Handsome.
Put off the mini wave. He can't actually go for much, and the chain is there. Oh, the turret shot!
Argentino Blanc versus 80 carries, man.
Now we've got a problem with Yankos. What the damage?
Big the bottom of the skill, buddy.
Gonna go for it, goes in.
Oh, he steals the corner! The god himself!
나이스. 나이스.
If he hits the Q, Bray's probably dead.
Oh, it's a bad barrier.
Oh, this is really gonna be close. The crowd loves it, and Mata is pumped up.
Can they clean this fight up as everyone's getting back underneath the turret? Miasma goes over to the top, and Uzi says, where did my friends go? The Impact is able to tank that one up. It is going to be double and taking down the Oriana. As now NA just tearing them up.
Credit to these guys. It's about the competition and the fun. Both playing their final regional clash as far as these 5v5 of the year, pretty much.
How do you follow that up?
You got something?
I got nothing.